In a city that never sleeps, a lone guitarist makes his leaps. Fingers dance, strings sing a tale of a dream that feels so frail. Echoes fill the silent night. A lost love, a heart so tight. But in this cold, hard world, hope's just a fleeting word. Oh, dreams whisper, oh, dreams sigh. In the darkness they take flight. Heartbreak echoes, lonely cry. In the cold, hard light, guitar soars through the stormy skies. A melody that pierces the eyes. Love's a memory, a distant dream. In this world it seems fingers glide in the fading light. A final note, a last good night. Lost in the shadows, lost in time. Dreams are all we find. Oh, dreams whisper, oh, dreams sigh. In the darkness they take flight. Heartbreak echoes, a lonely cry. In the cold, hard light.
In the shadows where whispers dwell, slight guitar sings of love's farewell.
I just wanted to know
Echoes of the heart once bold, now lost in the night's cold fold. Secrets hidden deep within, tales of love that couldn't win. Promises made in moonlight's glow, now broken like a shattered show. Sorrow in the guitar's cry, resilience in the sky. Through the night we'll find our way, carrying secrets, holding on today. Memories of laughter and tears, in the silence they appear. Whispers of a time so true, when love was all we knew. Lost in the echoes of the past, wishing for what we had. In the dark we search for light, holding on to what we fight. Through the pain, through the night, we find strength in the fight. Sorrow in the guitar's cry, resilience in the sky. Through the night we'll find our way, carrying secrets,
parking problem. Foreigner 23.
Yes, 28 on truck when you're ready.
Go ahead.
Okay, good morning, everybody. We're back to day 21 of the trial. I'm popping on a little bit early today because there was a really fine article by anonymous mass lawyer that I want to go over. So we'll get to that real quick. And then, of course, the panel will be popping in as they have time. I hope you guys enjoyed the panel discussion that we did Sunday night. Now, that was a particular challenge for me and for us because we had so many people on. And it's really, really difficult to try to make sure everybody gets enough chance to hear their voice there. And we had a special focus that we wanted to hear from people that that are a big part of the debate about the Karen Reed trial subject, but that aren't on our channel as much or on any channel. So, for instance, obviously the great Tuesday Gazette, she's doing a great job recapping this trial. And actually, the whole panel discussion was her idea. And she wanted to go over some of the more absurd theories. I think she was hoping to get um, something a little more lighthearted and freewheeling, maybe a little bit of humor. It's hard to just call on that. Obviously, you want Matt there for things like that, but it's hard to just drum that up. And even if you're 7 people, it's just very, very difficult. So I did my best. I didn't have any prepared questions or anything, but I did my best to just kind of sit back. If so, when it was when someone would stop talking, if somebody else jumped in, I think, oh, good, I can just sit back. But no one knows when to jump in, so you wait a few seconds, then you interject with a question. So we did our best just to keep it going. But I thought actually it worked out pretty good, and you know, Matt's points were really spot on through much of it, even though he didn't get to speak as much because there was 7 people there. All right, so let's go right to the article. I'm going to bring in. So I get these. Maybe I subscribe to his Substack, so I do get his emails about this. So this is a email that goes out not to me personally, but to Substack. So reasonable doubt in practice. Now we spoke a lot, and I've spoken a lot over the last several weeks, and in the book about unreasonable doubt. What exactly is reasonable doubt? But this was great because this is a practical. This was one of the best things I've seen on this topic. Although, as we get to it, you'll see there are a couple of things that I disagree with here, or one thing in particular. But the rest of it is just really one of the most insightful discussions about the practical application, how juries will apply reasonable doubt. So, all right, without further ado, anonymous mass lawyer says, in my last post, I discussed how the reasonable doubt standard is supposed to be applied by juries in criminal cases. And of course, in that post, and in my book, I pointed out what the jury instructions are for reasonable doubt, but it's very vague. It's going to be very open to interpretation by juries, probably by design, but it's difficult. How are they supposed to apply it? So he goes into that a lot here. So in short, it requires the jury to consider all of the evidence and determine whether that evidence is sufficient to rule out all reasonable alternative explanations. Now, he's going to hit this over and over, and this is the key thing. Requires a jury to consider all of the evidence and determine whether that evidence is sufficient to rule out reasonable alternative explanations. So someone is found died of a gunshot wound. In order to convict, if someone's on trial for it, in order to convict that person, you have to rule out any reasonable alternative explanation. All right, reasonable doubt is created by the continued existence of a reasonable explanation other than the one being offered by the prosecution. That's really so well worded in an interesting way. Reasonable doubt is created by the continued. That's a key word there. Continued existence of a reasonable explanation other than the one being offered by the prosecution. So it's not just like this whack-a-mole game where the Karen Reed people, something pops up after every testimony, like for instance the fact that Burgess had the date wrong or something like that. All these little things that pop up, but he says consistent. So there's a consistent alternative theory that just can't be ruled out. All right. In theory, it should not be the burden of the defense team to point out for the jury all reasonable alternative explanations. For example, as I've written a number of times, it was a juror in the first Karen Reed trial. No, I'm sorry. If I was a juror in the first Karen Reed trial, I would have very reluctantly voted to acquit her on all charges. Again, this is This is anonymous mass lawyer saying this. I came away from that trial believing that she was very likely guilty, at least of vehicular manslaughter, but I did not think the Commonwealth had proved so beyond all reasonable doubt. And so, just to pause here briefly, I don't disagree with him on that. And, and there's a lot of factors in what the way that jury did, but I think I've been very critical of the prosecution, how they botched that case, and they did. However, I've also been critical of the defense, which I believe also botched that case, because the defense went out and made these very specific claims how Karen Reed had been framed. And then they went on to literally show no evidence of that at all. Nothing. Zip. How do you sit there and promise a jury that that's what happened, and then you don't show anything? You don't show a single sign of planting of evidence. So I think the defense team dramatically overplayed their hand. They got confused with what they were feeding the public, and they tried to feed that to a jury, and that actually cost them. So it was actually a battle of two ineffective sides. If you just had a regular defense team that went out there and just tried to point out some flaws in the investigation, might that have been enough? I don't know. We'll see. All right. So he goes on specifically. I thought the prosecution bungled the presentation of its crash reconstruction analysis, including analysis of the tech stream data from the Lexus, which left some uncertainty as to whether the trigger event they were focused on even happened on the night in question. And I would agree with that, and at least as far as the way it was explained to the jury. It didn't seem like Trooper Paul was sure. And if your main accident reconstructionist is not sure, that's a pretty powerful indication of reasonable doubt. Quick pause. All right. He continues, the prosecution also did a poor job of presenting the overall timeline of events, and an even worse job explaining the physics of the collision and how it could have resulted in John's various injuries. All true. Despite all of these failures, however, had I been a juror, I still would have been leaning toward conviction after the prosecution concluded its case in chief, because I could not think of any reasonable alternative explanation for the presence of the taillight evidence at the scene. This is the key. And this is what I've always said, that this is an either or case. Either Karen did it or the evidence was planted, because so much physical evidence was found there. This is before you even get to the data. So much physical evidence was found matching that Lexus to the crime scene that you have to have some plausible way to explain that, at least a plausible alternative way. So he says, it seemed to me at the time that there were only two possible explanations for the taillight evidence. Either Karen hit John so the same thing I just said, or the state police framed her. And I thought that the prosecution's presentation of the evidence, including the timeline of the collection of the vehicle and the testimony of the CERT team and other troopers, was sufficient to rule out that Reed had been framed by the police. This is true. And that left nothing else but guilt. I was convinced that the taillight pieces had been there the whole time, and therefore that she was guilty, which is probably what the jurors thought. But I also think that for some of these jurors, there's a tendency to, if their life experiences teaches them to more or less trust the system. So the prosecution, the police, if their life experiences teaches them that the system, they know that corruption exists, but that corruption is the exception, and they didn't find any evidence of corruption here, they may be inclined to trust the prosecution, and that maybe help them. And so that depends on someone on the unique composition of each jury. But we have to remember too that if somebody has those kind of factors that might indicate a mistrust of the system, such as a criminal record, they're much less likely to be on the jury. But then came the ARCA testimony. While I think that most on the FKR side have wildly overread and continually misrepresent the significance of the ARCA testimony, their testimony was important in one key way. Specifically, ARCA testified that their testing proved that a cocktail glass thrown at 30 miles per hour could have caused damage to the taillight, consistent with the damage found in the case. Prior to that testimony, I hadn't considered the possibility. So this is probably the only area where me and Anonymous continue to kind of differ on this. And a lot of people I know out there, and I toyed very early on with the possibility of throwing the cocktail glass at it. I don't think it's a reasonable possibility. I'm not a physicist, but I had honors physics in high school. I remember a little bit of it. And, it's because of where the cocktail glass was found, the remnants, it was found with John's body on the lawn. So that tells me that the glass was not thrown. The glass was in his hand. Now, Anonymous has adjusted his theory to me saying that by saying that Karen threw the cocktail glass. Well, I don't know. He's got different theories. One was that Karen threw the cocktail glass and it broke on the street, if I understand it right. And then John, not wanting to see glass on the street, picked it up and had it in his hand when the vehicle struck him. But that's different than the theory that he's going with here, that John threw the cocktail glass at the car. And this is, like I said, this is not original. This is the defense has opted not to go down that road for a reason, I would say. I mean, people have been talking about this theory for a long time. People on both sides, but especially so Jules on our side and Ashley St. Angelo, they've talked a lot about that, wanting to test that theory. You know, what it would take to, and of course, the ARCA guys did do that because they had a cannon firing. They built a cocktail glass cannon to fire the taillight glass at it, cocktail glass at a taillight. So I mean, but just if you threw that glass at the Lexus, it's not going to end up anywhere near where it did. It would have glanced off it and ended up maybe somewhere near the fire hydrant or something like that. So I just don't believe it's a reasonable possibility. And I don't think Anonymous thinks that's what happened either. He's just trying to say, could this have been something that could have been an alternative theory that the defense could have used in order to create reasonable doubt? All right, so let me continue. In my mind, the cocktail glass theory opened up for the first time a third possibility, and this is what he thinks the defense should be looking for: a scenario in which the taillight evidence was neither the result of a collision nor planted by the Mass State Police. And like I said, I don't think there is a third possibility. But what if John had thrown the glass in anger, causing it to break the taillight, and possibly even causing some of the debris to fly back at him? Not just some, the whole remnant. Well, what if something else had then happened to him afterward, a slip and fall or an altercation? See, the more complicated you make a scenario, the less likely it is to be true. That's the old Occam's razor tree, or Occam's razor rule. Occam's razor is not like a mathematical requirement. It's not the special theory of special relativity. But Occam's razor is a good rule of thumb to go by, and I go by it in various versions of it. But if a scenario, the more complicated a scenario has to, you're trying to look at the evidence and make things work. And there are and complicated scenarios do happen in real life. So it's not that you shouldn't look at them, but the more complicated they are, the less likely they are to be true. So you start getting into things where he's throwing a glass and he's picking up a glass and he's staggering around and he's falling. And you're getting into those things are just really much less likely to have happened. Even and a jury, and more importantly, a jury's going to, I think, see it that way too. So the simplest scenario: John was struck, sent back, and as part of that being knocked back, he hit his head. These scenarios didn't seem particularly likely to me. So yeah, he's just posing them as some kind of alternative that a defense could latch onto. But I didn't think there was enough evidence on the table to sufficiently rule them out. That's why I would have reluctantly voted to acquit. But my thought process also illustrates the difference between how juries are supposed to analyze evidence in theory and how they actually analyze evidence in practice. You see, the cocktail glass theory was not something the defense made any effort to incorporate into their story for the jury. They completely left it hanging, never to be mentioned again, as they returned to their tale of a vast conspiracy and cover-up. As a result, 9 of the 12 jurors, it may have been 8, Ronnie said it was 8, but 8 or 9 of the jurors in the first case were ultimately willing to convict Karen Reed, despite a prosecution effort that fell well short of maximizing the persuasiveness of the evidence they had to work with. And that's the key there too. And this is, they had the prosecution had the evidence. They just really didn't use it well. This is the core lesson that any decent criminal trial attorney will tell you about how juries approach their task. You can't expect them to identify reasonable doubt on their own, while the burden is not technically on the defense. In any case, that actually makes it past indictment and motions to dismiss and all the way to the trial, there is going to be a bunch of evidence that points to the guilt of the defendant. That's just a practical truth, right? It's made it this far, so any defense team is going to have to overcome a lot of evidence. Once this evidence is in front of the jury, it is incumbent upon the defense, if they want an acquittal, which they may not, they may want a hung jury, but if they want an acquittal, to identify for the jury any alternative explanations they want them to consider. So this is great. I wish they had conversations like this on court TV. They don't. Maybe there's a little bit more on Vinny's private channel when he has these longer conversations with people. But that's so important. So, because this is where someone would say the burden, Peter would jump in. Well, the burden is not on the defense; it's on the prosecution. Yes, but that's the legal burden. But as Anonymous is pointing out here, there's a practical burden. You're trying to convince a jury that's going to have some pretty vague jury instructions. So he goes on, in the first trial, the defense did nothing to help the jury understand that there were potential explanations on the table other than Reed being guilty or Reed being framed by law enforcement. So I disagree with that. I don't think there are, but it was presented as an either or proposition. And most of the jurors rejected the notion that she was framed. And that's true. I don't even hear of the ones that voted to acquit. And it seems like all or most of them quickly and strangely and suspiciously were reaching out to Turtle Boy and falling into his orbit closely. But none of them were going around saying that Karen was framed. I don't even think that the one that ended up briefly on Karen's team was saying that. So I don't know. It's not surprising, therefore, that these jurors voted to convict her. Whatever the law says about who bears the burden of a criminal trial, the reality is that the defense cannot expect jurors to consider alternative explanations that aren't clearly presented to them. An effective defense strategy requires convincing a jury that there's a reasonable alternative explanation for what happened that has not yet been sufficiently ruled out. And to have any confidence they'll vote to acquit, you've got to actually work them through that scenario, make it real for them, help them visualize it. So I think that's a jumping off point for a little bit of discussion on that too. So for me, I think there's a danger in making their alternative explanation too specific, especially if it's something that they know really isn't true. So the defense deep down by this point knows Karen did it. They know the evidence back and forth. They know the evidence indisputably shows she did it. So whatever theory they're going to sell to a jury, it's going to be false. It's their job to do it, but it's going to be false. Now, if they make that theory too specific, they risk challenging the jury to try to poke holes in it. So I have long advocated or suggested that the defense should make things vague. But you got to hit that right line of making it vague and almost having multiple theories instead of just one. Look at the butt dials, look at Proctor's tax, look at just that whack-a-mole game can help the defense because the jury's got so much information to sort through. And so you'll have somebody in the jury saying, well, what about Karen saying I hit him? And someone else is going to say, but what about this? And someone will say, what about the missing ring video? And someone will say, well, who had access to it? I mean, you want them having the more confused debate that the jury has in the deliberation room, the better that is for the defense. So I think there's maybe a balance where you want to keep this, you want to throw enough out there that they can chew on. Don't make it too specific. But at least, so I would maybe adjust what Anonymous is saying is to, so he says, you've got to actually walk them through the scenario, make it real for them, help them visualize it. Just make them visualize possibilities. Don't make it too specific. All right, he goes on. And this is where Reed's defense team in the second trial looks to be repeating the mistakes they made in the first. While we haven't yet seen the defense's case in chief, we have already seen the defense's opening and the way they've approached the cross-examination of nearly all of the witnesses. And at no point in any of that time in front of the jury have we seen the defense so much as hint at an explanation materially different than what they offered in the first trial. We've seen some hints that they may allege that the altercation happened in the garage as opposed to in the basement this time around, but their story still at its core requires the jury to believe that 1, John left the front yard and went inside the house, and 2, that Reed's taillight was not damaged at the scene, and 3, that the state troopers conspired to plant all the key physical evidence. Now, put another way, they have done absolutely nothing so far to suggest to the jury that there are any other possibilities to be considered here, other than the prosecution's version of events and their own sprawling conspiracy tale. And again, I can't stress this enough. If you want the jury to acquit your client, you can't just harp on a few weird things, butt dials, inconsistencies in testimony, lack of bruising, etc. You have to use those kinds of things to suggest to the jury an at least semi-coherent alternative explanation of what happened to John. So I think maybe me and Anonymous are, after all, on the same page because he says it's semi-coherent alternative. So it's not too specific. The jury has to be led to the scenario that constitutes reasonable doubt. They can't be counted on to find it on their own. So unless the defense posits a scenario that involves an accidental slip and fall and really fleshes it out, it's unlikely the jury will take the scenario into consideration. Similarly, unless the defense posits a scenario in which the taillight is broken at the scene in some way other than a collision, in other words, throwing the cocktail glass, and really fleshes that scenario out, it's unlikely to play much of a role in the jury's deliberations. Jurors look to the defense for guidance as to what possibilities they should be considering and are very unlikely to venture down any paths the defense hasn't explicitly laid out for them. And that makes sense, right? So why would a jury sitting there start exploring their own alternative theory if it's something that the high-priced defense didn't even bother to bring up? So this concept is critical to understanding how the upcoming crash reconstruction testimony of Dr. Welcher will be conceived. I think we can be reasonably certain that Dr. Welcher will articulate a version of how and when the collision occurred that is consistent. All right, that is consistent. Sorry, I lost my spot. I got a message. That is consistent with the prosecution's digitally derived timeline, consistent with general principles of physics, and offers some explanation as to how each of John's injuries occurred. Those were largely things lacking in the first trial that we'll see, presumably this time. The defense, both in its cross-examination of Welcher and its own case in chief via ARCA, will highlight potential weaknesses in Welcher's analysis. They'll point to alleged inconsistencies between the crash scenario and the injuries, lack of bruising, broken bones. They'll claim that John's injuries could be better explained by other things, dog bites, a sucker punch. They'll claim that John didn't show sufficient signs of frostbite or hypothermia to have been out in the cold all night. Depending on the quality of their expert witnesses, analysis, and explanatory stills, jurors may find some of the defense's arguments compelling. But that's only half the battle. If the defense fails to offer an alternative theory of what happened to John, that can be reconciled with the rest of the evidence in the case. It's unlikely that their medical and crash reconstruction experts can carry them all the way to the acquittal. Casting doubt on some element of Welcher's narrative could open the door to acquittal, but to walk the jury through that door, they need to offer some coherent alternative theory of what happened. And the reality is that the theory they offered in their opening is not going to cut it. It doesn't make any sense, and it's simply incomplete with a lot of very compelling evidence that the defense has no answer to. As I've said before, predicting how juries will behave is difficult. Anything is possible. But if I were on Karen's defense team, I would have very little confidence at this point that the story we told the jury in the opening is going to be capable of producing reasonable doubt. So that was Anonymous Mass Lawyer, another great article. You can find him on Substack. And the only thing I would add to that is that, sorry, got the message. I do not believe, as I've said many times, that Karen's team is going with an acquittal strategy. That's not even the target. They're going with a hung jury strategy, and their strategy is to infect the jury pool with these bizarre conspiracy theories, bizarre but effective in a lot of ways, and create this movement. And I don't know if that was their plan from the beginning, probably not, but they're going to capitalize and exploit the situation on the ground as it evolves. And so they're looking to get one or two jurors that do buy into a lot of this more absurd stuff. Okay, let me go into the stream and see if anybody's ready to join me. Oh, I am still here by myself. All right. So, but sorry, I'm all disheveled here. Should I put the hood on? I don't know why this thing is. I guess it's the hood. That's all. All right. So I don't know what you guys thought about that. And Tom and Joe are here early. Thank you guys. Well, this is a totally different time zone for Joe. Thank you guys. Just looking at the chat, seeing if trying to get caught up. When I'm doing articles like that, I can't see the chat. So Kristen, thank you very much for the kind donation, and thank you, Karen. Haven't seen you in a while, Karen. Good to see you. Just looking at the chat. So I'm not sure who's going to be testifying today. So the prosecution is expected to wrap up their case in chief this week. We know the big testimony is going to be from Dr. Welcher. I believe there are a couple of other, maybe even 2 other witnesses from Aperture that will be coming up to talk about. I don't know what parts they'll be talking about. There is a Ring. There's somebody from Ring on the list, and thank you, Red. There's somebody from Germany. Great. That's so I haven't followed it as closely this trial because of some of the stuff I was going through. But in the first trial, we had a lot of people from Germany, from Norway, Finland, Sweden, definitely a lot from the Northern European sector that were in there, of course. But we got people from South Africa, a lot from Australia, Ireland, of course. Yep, several from Ireland. Victoria has become a friend from Ireland. I actually interviewed her for an audio for the channel, and she did great, but there was reasons that beyond my control that we weren't able to use it. I still have it, but Victoria and her husband John in Dublin, so they're great friends of the channel. So the prosecution, who else is going to be up there for witnesses? You know, will we see Erin O'Keefe? She was a very powerful. This is Paul's wife. She was a very emotional and powerful witness who had developed a friendship with Karen, who liked Karen, and who called Karen when Karen was on the way back to Dighton with her parents, and had some kind of interesting evidence there because Karen had said something to the effect, "I'm not going to see you again." Ah, great! The rest of the team is popping in to save me.
Hey, good morning.
Morning, guys. Oh, and Kate has a new video up. It got out before midnight last night, but on Masshole Mafia, check out. She really worked hard on it. She's a great editor, and there's a lot of, I know, especially people love to see those clips from the documentaries used very effectively, and that's a big part of it. So I retweeted it last night, Kate. But you know what? My tweeting ability seems to have. So I've like 6-8 months ago when I would tweet, I'd get like 80,000 views.
Right.
But I've been largely silent I haven't been tweeting as much, so it's dialed down now. So I don't even think I reached 1,000 on my retweet of it yet. So sorry about that. I've lost my tweet power.
That's all right. It's already gotten to the cult and it upset them a lot. So mission accomplished. It's just crazy when you go through just all the key evidence. First of all, I think it's interesting how the refrain has changed, right? Because she's factually innocent. She's been framed. There's no evidence that she's done this. And now they can't do that anymore. So now it's switched over to this reasonable doubt refrain. And I think that, I've always said the operative word with reasonable doubt is reasonable, but for some reason, these people, and I shouldn't say for some reason, I know that it's because they're being led astray by these really shady YouTube lawyers that are just saying whatever is going to get them likes, clicks, views, business, whatever. But, they seem to think that reasonable doubt is the absence of all doubt, and that's just not true. Otherwise, if that were the case, nobody would ever get convicted of any crimes, right? Because there's always a chance, there's always something, a variable that doesn't make a lot of sense. And I think it's interesting too that in the response to the video, just like mostly, they're rehashing all these talking points, a lot of which are not admissible. And there's a new rumor going around now that apparently Brian Higgins told someone at a party that he just grabbed the dog off of John. That's all he did. So, it's silly, absolutely silly. Not only is that not true, but it's not making it into court ever.
No, it's crazy. I guess it's always part of it is the nature of social media, but I am really disappointed. And I've been hitting this hard for the last month, and I hit it in the book, but I'm really glad to have a really articulate lawyer like Anonymous hitting this now, talking about what is reasonable doubt, the legal instructions, the practice. I read this article this morning. I don't know if you heard of it, but just really well done, the practical application of how a jury will apply reasonable doubt and stuff like that. But it's just, and actually Anonymous used that great example the other day of in his more recent article where someone dies of a gunshot wound to the head, and the medical examiner says we can't determine whether it was self-inflicted. But that's looking at that one isolated piece of evidence. But then when you expand back, it turns out that the defendant on trial was seen there momentarily before with the gun, and the gun residue was found on his hand. So when you bring in all the other evidence, there is no reasonable doubt. But if you just look at that isolated piece that the medical examiner said, well, we don't know if it was, but that's what for some reason, they can't, the people in the free, not just the free care and read world, but so many lawyers on court TV can't seem to, they just shout this reasonable doubt based on this isolated piece of standalone fact. It drives me crazy. But I don't know if Boundless is here. He's managed to do what I've wanted to do many times during these projects, is clone himself. We have,
Hey, how's it going? Can you guys hear me?
yep.
I'm gonna remove the other one.
Okay.
Yeah,
I'm always afraid to. I'm afraid I'll move the wrong one.
yeah, I'm on a phone right now, so I'll probably switch back to the other one later. But yeah, Kate, I started to watch your video, but like it was late. I need to watch it, but because I know it's good.
All right, I put it out so late because my freaking computer takes forever to render this stuff out, and like I sometimes do more graphic intensive stuff, so like it was very frustrating. What ended up being 90 seconds of that video took me like 6 hours to render, and the entire
Oh my
time
God.
I'm like, can I replace it? And I'm like, I put all that work into it. It looks good. Like it's just ridiculous. But yeah, I got it out before.
And then you have an option.
So
You have an option of doing it at a lower resolution, but you don't necessarily want to do that. But you know,
that's not an option for me.
yeah, because your standards are much higher on the quality of those things than mine, for sure.
Yeah. What do I look like, Turtle Boy?
So what are we going to hear from this week? This is the beginning of a new week. Maybe Kate knows more about this. That we're going to hear from the Ring representative.
I'm hoping they call Welcher today. That's like my Super Bowl, so I'm like geared in for.
Yeah.
Hopefully, like I really I think they're just about done. I think they're wrapping up this week. So.
Weren't there a couple other witnesses from Aperture, or are they just on the list and they're not going to appear?
I think that they. Sorry, hold on. The puppy's new thing is to defluff everything. So, look at that. Oh, goodbye. All right. I've got fluff in my hand now. I think that they stipulated to a lot of that, so they're not going to call a lot of people from Aperture. I think it's pretty much just Welcher.
Just Welcher. So will we hear from the Ring representative, and will we learn anything?
I don't know. Nobody really saw anything come out of that, right?
And Erin O'Keefe or any other witnesses that might have a powerful impact?
I know Laura Sullivan was under the assumption they still might call her. I don't know if that's going to happen or not. I had heard that they were calling Erin O'Keefe, but they haven't. So I don't know.
Right. So there's a possibility the prosecution ends today.
I mean, highly unlikely. I'm assuming that testimony is going to take a while and then, of course, cross. But I think there's a possibility they end as early as Wednesday or Thursday.
Interesting.
Yeah.
So what is the schedule for this week? Are there any half days, any other off days?
I'm not sure. Oh my God.
I will be leaving at about 10 or maybe about 10:30. So I'll be here till about, and then I'll be back in the afternoon. So you guys will have to hold down the fort, but we get better numbers with you guys anyways.
No, Kevin, we always need you.
Everybody has a role, you know. It's I think it's good when we have a lot of agreements, all of us, but there's a little bit of differences, and those are the key. That's where you get productive new insights, like when me and you talk on the phone. You know, we agree with like 95%, but there's that 5% where we're not sure. But that's the most important, that 5%, because that's where you push each other to either defend your argument better or open up to something new. And so those are the parts that I value the most. Is Jen here? Oh, it's Boomer's here, actually. Hey, good morning, Boomer.
Everybody. Good morning, Kevin. Good morning, Kate, Matt.
Boomer.
How goes it?
I saw somebody had posted. Apparently, you're in trouble now.
Yeah,
one of the
I seem to be.
People has figured out that you're Canadian.
Yeah, it's a deeply held secret. I try not to let anybody onto that, but yeah. I'm amazed they cracked that secret.
Yeah.
Are there any new developments in the free care read world or Total Boy world over the weekend? We've been gone a few days.
Another one of Turtle Boy's, I don't know if you want to call it girlfriend conquest, whatever, is apparently now having static with him. So I mean, I think it's crazy too because she's posting text messages between the two of them, and so he threatens her and tells her, "I will turn you into Kate Peter." It's like, what does that even mean? He's gonna turn
Like
her
hand
into
her,
someone
yeah,
who doesn't
hand her
care
over
about
to
his
you.
bullshit and just makes fun of him all the time. Like, does he really want two of those?
Yeah.
I guess. Like, I don't really understand what that means. But I also, interestingly, is she's saying, well, here's the messages where we're discussing how Karen told him what to say at the lacrosse game. At this point, I feel like the guy just needs to go on a live stream and just admit that he and Karen were conspiring together, because it's like dozens of people know about this. If they really wanted to apply themselves, like the Commonwealth wanted to apply themselves to another grand jury, as they've insinuated they're interested in doing, to get those two on conspiracy, you could literally just parade in like dozens of people now that all have firsthand personal knowledge from Turtle Boy himself about this conspiracy. I mean, I don't know. I guess you can call one person a liar, but 20 of them all saying the same thing. Like, this is crazy.
Kate, can you set up the feed, or if your processing power is
of course.
or you can send me the link to it if you want me to set it up on mine.
I'll set up the feed. That way I can.
I'm not sure which feed you were going, but you were getting the one with at least some Karen cam. So.
Oh no, I do the Karen cam on my own.
Okay, all right. I know we were getting I get a lot of people, including family members, that actually go to Grant's channel on one screen, turn down the volume, and then so they're listening to us and participating in our chat, but using his so they can get the multiple cams.
I'll set up the Karen cam. Give me a few.
Take your time.
Sorry. So I usually go to Court TV. That's usually the feed that I like to set up. All right, we have a fan. So that's cool. So let's share this.
I'm in the den now, but when I was up in the other room, I would have a bunch of computers set up and just kind of switch. Sometimes you'd have to emergency switch, but Court TV was the one that was about 40 seconds behind, but had the best audio. So I would, and then sometimes you not even go to YouTube, just go to like straight NECN or a local Fox or something like that. I don't know. I was always bouncing around to see who had the best one. It was stressful, to tell you the truth.
Trying to get that crispy feed.
Yeah, one that doesn't cut out, and
Yep.
people freak out if all of a sudden you're frozen or it cuts out, and so I would keep a separate computer dedicated just for that. And
all right, so I am now going to connect to the Karen cam.
So how many people? So this is the first day of no zone out there, right? No buffer zone.
No, there's still a buffer zone.
Oh, there is still buffer zone. Okay.
Yeah, that's Erica Walsh got herself arrested within the buffer zone, acting a fool.
But I thought there was today was going to be all. In fact, I saw a video with like 10 people ran out this court stairs.
That's because they've always been able to do this. They can hang out on the court steps until 8 o'clock, and then they all get
until 8. Okay, all right.
Then they get shuffled away. So,
and it's the same 10 people. We all pretty much know them by now, even know their names. A lot of them. It's their that's their social life, and
the diehards.
I think it's obvious that it was AstroTurf at this point. Again, I know you can't prove it 100%, but no matter what they did, even with the change in the buffer zone, even with Turtle Boy literally like threatening his audience, being like, "I will destroy you and you're dead to me if you don't go down there." The most they could ever muster is like 20 people. So that indicates to me that we're missing an ingredient this time around, and I think that the ingredient that they're missing is the paid support.
Yeah, I don't really agree with that, as you know. I just don't think it would be an effective use of money. I believe that this is a legitimate hysteria that we'll see again in other cases, not in every case, but people.
Where did they all go, Kevin? Where did they all go, though? Where are they?
It doesn't. Where are all the people that were burning the courthouse in Portland for a year? No protest movement lasts forever. They eventually just dry up, and you're talking about people in their 40s, 50s, and 60s. To be out there in all kinds of weather protesting this all the time, it's taxing. And I do think a lot of the diehard ones so you were just talking about this, Kate, how there's been this, and this is how the process works, where people when they first start doubting the conspiracy theory, they move on to, well, there's reasonable doubt. And I had that conversation back when I used to talk to her on with actually the pit bull, Jen Altman. And I said, and she got mad because this was like, say, a year and a half ago. And she was saying, well, even if whatever happened, even Karen had it was a poor investigation and blah, blah, blah. And I said, this is how it begins. You're slipping. You're going to be flipping. And she got mad at me and dug in her heels and went the other way because, heaven forbid she actually start to consider the actual evidence of the case. But I do think a lot of the old diehard people have seen the problems now. The state has really presented a much more powerful case. And that Discovery ID documentary, that really undermines Karen because especially that episode 1, she's not likable. And so are you going to dedicate your life going out every day to support someone that is like that? I think that really undermined her. What do you guys think?
I'm going to be a rotten fence sitting agnostic. I kind of see it on both sides. I believe early on there may have very well been astroturfing. And I think what you said, Kevin, is also true. There's been a noted drop off in support. The ID documentary absolutely did damage. I think for a lot of the quote supporters, they really wanted to be up and close to their favorite personality, Karen Reed, and the distance put between them, it doesn't make it as fun. And in my opinion, a lot of this is it's entertainment for these people.
Yeah.
But I do believe like very early on there was some padding going on. I could see that. So yeah.
Right.
And
kind of like kind of like seeding the movement, right? So
yeah, exactly. That's how I see it.
Yeah. What do you think, Matt? Are you still here?
Yeah, I mean, I just think that the people that are supporting her now are all alcoholics because every conversation I have is it's now they believe it's reasonable doubt, but they're like, but this could happen to any of us. And I'm like, what do you mean? I don't drive around after like drinking half a liter of vodka and drive recklessly. And I think it is because they're alcoholics. They drive around drunk all the time. And they're like, this, if I ran someone over, I should be able to get away with it and say it's an accident. And that's how people feel. So like the people that are still supporting her are like complete trash. And that's the bottom line.
I also agree with that. I'm going to be very Canadian with that. I agree with that as well. Yep. That tracks.
I think a lot of people have just, for whatever reason, invested a lot of emotion into this for their own personal reasons, whether it's because they don't trust the system, they don't trust the police. So a friend of mine, his wife is a nurse and a doctor at the hospital she works at from her top school, believes adamantly that Karen is innocent. And her reason is because you don't understand, police are corrupt. So that's it. That's it. There's no need to look at the evidence. She just knows that police are corrupt and that's it.
Right.
So there's just a lot of, I don't know. People just have their own personal reasons for, I talked about it in the book too. Why are so many nurses and listen, I've had incredible experiences with nurses over the last several years, but particularly the last month. They work so hard. But for some reason, a lot of nurses seem to have find appeal in this movement and even into Turtle Boy. Why? And is there some frustration in their careers because they do the work, and in many ways they even have the knowledge. Like my treatments, that eventually when we achieved success, it was more due to the nurse practitioners who came up with insights than anything else. And I think they maybe feel a little underappreciated and a little distanced from the decision-making centers, and that creates resentment. And maybe that is projected onto Karen here, and it pours out. I don't know. I'm not qualified to make those kind of analysis, but I'm daring someone to break the silence.
Yeah, no, I don't know. I'm seeing in the comments, Kara says, I'm a nurse and I 100% believe she's guilty. Not all nurses are buying into this.
Oh, yeah, no, definitely. It's just, it's just a percentage, but it's more that percentage seems to be particularly drawn to it. They're really, I don't know, unusual, like say Nurse Kim or isn't the Pitbull a nurse too?
No, I think she's some sort of like respiratory. I don't know what.
Oh, yeah.
She's an alcoholic.
Yeah, I was trying to ponder that, Kevin. I was like, damn, are there waves and nurses out there that I don't know.
I think it's like Dunning-Kruger. It's like because I do think there are a lot of nurses that like know their level of expertise, and a lot that
Right.
want to pretend that they know more than they do. And you see it with the car data, you see it with all kinds of things. Like, I worked at Lexus, so I know that
Yeah,
the
Right.
car would have said this and would have done that. It's the same thing the nurses are doing. It's
right.
Gotcha.
it's just BS because they actually don't have the expertise.
So one of the things that the criticisms that I would get in the book from people that probably didn't read it, but who are you to talk about this, Kevin? You weren't in law enforcement. You're not a forensic data guy.
Mm.
You're not a lawyer. But here's the thing that I would say to that is that 90% of the cops that we would know, even though they have great law enforcement experience, they don't have any experience with forensic data. So they don't know any more about that than we
Mhm.
do. They don't probably have much experience or any experience with medical exams. So these are all highly specialized areas, and that the vast majority of us have no experience in. So there's nothing wrong with a citizen, and whether you're a cop or whatever, standing back and listening to the experts. Like Kate has done since the beginning on this too, and just we're qualified. Every citizen's qualified. I don't know. What do you guys think?
Yeah, I mean, you're not
Yeah.
selling anything, right? Like, I think that the
Right.
defense attorneys are trying to market themselves to defendants, and I think
Mhm.
that's a big part of their
Yeah.
motivation in showing like I could defend anybody. So I think
Mhm.
that citizens, and I originally thought in the beginning that like lawyers were credible on YouTube. Not after this case. Now I know
Yeah.
Oh, did you?
they're all doing
Oh,
something.
you poor
I think
bastard.
a
Yeah.
lot of people probably do, you know?
Yeah.
I was ejected out the womb jaded as hell. So I mean, nothing shocks me anymore. I've seen so many goddamn warped things on this planet that I don't even think anything phases me. Not anymore.
when I when I
It's
first
it's
when the
deflating.
trial first when this first became big after the Turtle Boy, so in 2023, and I would go to Court TV because I wanted to hear what experts might be saying, and the
Mhm.
I was inevitably disappointed but I could see how the system worked. They would have on a lawyer that they could say former prosecutor of the Murdoch case or former defendant of this some famous case. And so this lawyer would be in there because of that name thing, and
Right.
but they would know nothing about the facts of this case and yet comment on it. And now they have the incentive to be at the lawyer because they're getting their name out there. So Court TV gets to put them out because they were attached to some famous case. They are out there to get their name out there, but you're not actually getting any expert analysis. It was just so frustrating.
Yeah, it's an industry move.
Yeah.
100%. It's
I
marketing.
have a
Yeah,
theory.
yeah.
No,
Shoot.
continue. Sorry.
No, that was it. That
Uh,
was it. It wasn't
I have
any
a theory. I suspect that a lot of these commentators that they bring in, I don't think they're really following the case, and I believe that they just get an email. Because I've gotten those
Mhm.
emails from Court TV before. Obviously, you have as well, Kevin, where they just kind of lay out the topics for the night, and
Yeah.
I think that they just go off the little synopsis and the topics of the email, and so
Yeah.
they're commentating on things that they don't really know that much about. It really
Right.
stuck out to me. They had one lawyer on, I can't remember who it was, but they were talking about, Burgess lying on his resume, lying on his CV, and this guy's going on and on about it. And it's like, there's no way that you watched all of that testimony, because you would realize
No.
that the issue is not actually lying on the CV at all. It's a discrepancy with LinkedIn that was not filed with court, is not admissible in court, and has nothing to do with anything, and had a really reasonable explanation, right? Like, he was rehabilitated really well. So it kind of dawned on me at this point. I mean, these are attorneys and commentators. They're busy. They have their own cases. They're,
Right.
often following different cases and then commenting on them. I don't think a lot of them are actually really that deeply entrenched in this, and they're just trusting Court TV
Right.
to kind of give them the rundown to comment on. And Court TV is dishonest, just point blank. They are dishonest. They cherry pick
Mhm.
clips. They focus on anything but the actual evidence that's being shown in court. I would say at least 60% of the time. And so it kind of trickles down from there.
No, I think you guys are right. And I think Matt made the right point there too, that this is a chance for these defense lawyers to get their name out there, but they're
Mhm.
getting their name out there for people that are looking to hire a defense lawyer. So they're
Mhm.
always going to lean towards the
They'll
defense
skew
and
to
any
the
just
defense.
yeah, it's always going to be so. That's why you'll hear reasonable doubt all the time. And when I was on last week and Wayne was on, now Wayne seems like a really nice guy, but he's throwing out there like stuff like correlation is not causation.
You are
That's a
unmuted.
scientific thing. It has nothing to do with this case here. So you're gonna dismiss the correlation between the phone data and the vehicle data because of something like that he heard in science class once. That's just frustrating.
Now open, you may be seated.
All right, so I was told, Counsel, Mr. Lessie, you wanted to see me?
Yes, please.
Okay. Did you want to come to sidebar?
Start at sidebar and then
Sure.
we'll go from there. if we could.
Okay.
Every time.
Sorry, I just brought you guys back in. Is Jen? I think is Jen here too? Yes, she is. Good morning, Jen. She may be just setting up. Yeah, we always got to start out with sidebar. I shouldn't have booted us. I forgot.
Yeah, it seems to be tradition now. 9 times out of 10, we get a sidebar kickoff.
Yeah. There weren't any new motions this weekend, right? Or last Friday, whenever it ended last.
I don't believe so. The peanut gallery looks a little thin behind Karen there.
Yeah, less people on her side tonight.
The giveaway is not going so well.
I wonder how that giveaway is going to go when it gets down to the civil cases against her. If people are going to keep their interest, I guess it basically depends on whether she's convicted here or not.
What happens if there's a hung jury and there's going to be a third trial and the civil case comes up before that third trial?
I don't think they'll do that civil case until, I mean, if they keep the reasoning behind what they did this time, because in civil litigation, the discovery rules are so loose and there's going to be so much that comes out. I don't know.
And she could be compelled to testify, right?
Oh, yeah. Well, deposed, but she can still, during a deposition, you can still plead the fifth.
Right.
So, she could plead the fifth. And good morning, everybody. I'm only going to be on for just a couple of minutes. Unfortunately, I have a meeting here at 9:30. How was everybody's weekend?
Not too shabby. And yourself?
Oh, mine was really laid back. I worked about 30 hours in 2 days on a case, and so I really just relaxed. Felt great.
Nice.
How many cases a year do you testify in as an expert witness? Or not, I mean, as an expert. Yeah.
Well, right now I have 7 cases going, and they're in various, situations. Some are getting ready for trial. One I have to get a report ready on. Another one I'm going to get deposed on. I just finished with a site survey where you go and review the scene and all the details. So they're always in various stages of working them, which is good. It's when they all come together at one time that would be bad, and that hasn't happened yet. My admin is great about making sure that doesn't happen.
Right. Have the numbers gone up in the last couple of years?
You mean the number of cases I have?
Yeah.
No, they stay pretty same because I turn down a lot of cases. I can't accept a lot of cases if it gets over, I won't accept a case if I have too many, if I can't dedicate the time.
Right.
And then plus a lot of cases come in, for instance, one I've had now for several weeks, and I just got done reviewing everything, and I'm not going to be able to support the position. But interestingly, they said they still want to keep me on board just as a consult, and I've done that 2 different times. If I can't support the case, I do not, I will not support the case.
I want to talk for a moment about one of the things that we've talked about a lot is that Vanity Fair article. Now, we've all
Mm.
seen slanted press before. That's part of life. But that was
Mhm.
unusual, the way they seemed to that writer organized a deal with Alan Jackson that centered around them getting special access and then that alternative juror that they hired but delayed announcing that because it seems she seems to no longer be a part of this. She was used by Alan Jackson just to go out and make that statement as a juror, as an alternate to saying that Karen Reed was being screwed by double jeopardy. It was all just to get that but what Vanity Fair is an old established mainstream magazine, whatever you think of it. What is going on with the media that was so nakedly, I don't know, is corrupt the right word? I mean, it was just bullshit.
Bullshit for sure. Corrupt possibly. I don't think I'm the only person that saw CNN fake a flood. Remember when they were rolling in that little canoe? That shot,
Yeah.
that famous shot.
Yeah.
And that's up until a few of those moments, it was a very reputable station for a lot of people. I think a lot of people, sorry, let me rephrase that. I think a lot of companies, businesses bend the knee for cash. I think it's been going on forever.
Yeah.
Vanity Fair included. And I don't think it speaks for the entire company, but certain deals between certain agents of those companies absolutely
Right.
have sweetheart deals. Yeah. And Jackson is dialed in.
Is that a big? That was my next question. Is how much of this is orchestrated by Alan Jackson? I had been. I don't know if he actually is, but I had been told early on that he was pretty plugged into Court TV, so he's
Yep.
plugged into Entertainment Tonight and different ones. So he's a Hollywood lawyer, right? So how much of this has to
Mhm.
do with the Alan Jackson effect?
Massively, in my opinion. When I saw how fast the story came out, was that TMZ carried it with him
Yeah,
cavorting
TMZ, right?
with Karen, and then it was
Yeah.
what, within 12 hours or less, they were pulling that. That was
Yeah.
so fast. His network is strong. And I saw someone laugh when I said CNN reputable. Kevin, you remember long time ago, man, going
Yeah.
back, people
Yeah.
did see CNN as like, oh yeah, they're definitely flying the flag of truth, or at least trying to be fair and impartial. No,
They at
they
least tried
had a
to present
reputation.
themselves. Yeah.
They
Yeah.
tried. Yeah, it got
Yeah.
blown up over the years, but yeah, it used to be a thing. Yes, I think Jackson is absolutely dialed in to the entertainment side of things. Yeah, probably through his clients, over the
Mhm.
years. If you look at some of the folks he's represented, he's a Hollywood lawyer. It's
Yeah.
I think
What
massively attribute that to
So
him.
I was going over this a little bit in a really early. I got on a little early today to go over anonymous mass lawyers. Really get good article on this. But do you guys think? So I've said this for a while that I've been very critical of the prosecution strategy in the first case, but I've also been
Mhm.
critical of the defense strategy. I think they potentially snacked defeat from the jaws of victory. I might have got that backwards, but um, so did the defense blow it last time by coming out and telling the jury my client was framed and then not showing one piece of evidence for that? Could a better defense
Yeah.
strategy have won that case for her last year?
Yeah, say less, commit less,
Yeah.
right? You don't have to back anything up with, if you don't spit out all those lies. Just focus on the doubt, focus on the investigation, use the bad optics that you can get from the investigation via Proctor,
Yeah.
to get the moral outrage going, work off of that angle. But to say, especially on the steps there with the media early on, oh, we know who did it, and then to
Yeah.
come up with this and it's a ridiculous conspiracy. I mean, even everybody gets it, man. You don't hide a body to try to get away from a crime by putting the body in your front lawn. And then to tell me that the people who
alive.
did that, yeah, right. And the people who did that are seasoned law enforcement
Yeah.
who know how to track down evidence. So they probably think, we did something horrible. We're trying to get away with it. We might want to try to get away with it.
Right.
Why would they do that? It's just asinine.
And
But
in every
repetition
other
works.
kind of in every other scenario where you're looking at people that are rigging murders or doing things like this,
Mhm,
those characters that show up have a history usually. There's no one
mhm.
in this case, the Alberts, McCabe's, any of these cops involved. that have any kind of a sordid
No.
history. No arrest records, nothing dirty, there's just nothing there. So it's really
No.
strange. Just like Jen McCabe out of the blue is suddenly the arch conspirator, evil character of all time.
Right.
It's a soccer mom who's never committed a crime. I mean,
Yeah.
it's how do people buy into that? It's just really unusual.
It it is. It's absolutely unusual. I mean, you could sell the story that anybody of any section of society could commit a crime, sure, but how about all of them? Like these are all suburban family
Yeah,
people who they're all going to band together and then overnight become this like
yeah.
underground cabal. That no, and then
And then
no
they
one
find out a
breaks.
year. Then right, no one. I choose to say they find out a year later the FBI is onto this, and they're all over town,
Yeah,
and
yeah, no
no,
stress,
nobody. Julie
no
Nagel
problem.
doesn't say, you know what? I don't. This is not. I'm not going to jail for
Right.
a decade for this. That I had nothing to do with it. She doesn't break and say I'm going to the police. I'm going there. I'm going to the feds and cutting a deal. Nobody breaks if it's just. It's so
Yeah.
absurd. Yeah, it's like what
Hardened criminals
anonymous.
break.
Yeah,
Right?
yeah,
Like
yeah. And
people
these guys aren't.
who have
Right.
that's right. Yeah, people have
Yeah,
done horrible things for a profession. They
yeah.
break. So you're going to
Right.
say, "Oh, the soccer mom, she can handle an FBI investigation." Oh, that it's just so stupid. It's so stupid.
And it's
Yeah,
for evidence to have been planted at the crime scene that night, which is necessary in order for
right.
any of this to work. There's no
Yeah.
way that somebody raced from the Sally Port and buried that stuff 3 feet down. So
I
the only
know.
way that the only way that it in theory works is if at least all of or some of that CERT team was in on it. So you
Right.
got these guys that are troopers coming in from all over the state. And
Yep.
now they're going to be
Yep.
told they're going to participate in framing an innocent person for murder and planting evidence. They're going to do this 16 hours after the crime. So there's a very good chance, a super chance of it being exposed.
Mhm.
Why? What's their incentive for taking that kind of risk?
Mhm.
And this is where people
And I
say, well, you don't
mean,
know. That's how cops are. They just are. That's
yeah,
just how it
right.
is.
Yeah, exactly. And again, I'm not super statist, and I don't have a bias that's super pro police. I kind of case by case basis, right? Like
Yeah.
I don't
Yeah.
judge
Me too.
everyone as a monolith.
Yeah.
All police officers are not a monolith. They're not either all good or all bad. They're people.
Right. Right.
Um, but I mean, and John, by all metrics, John was a really well respected, liked person,
Yeah.
so you got to put that into the equation too, right? Like
Yeah.
if he was a real bad guy that a lot, like just countless people had it out for him, the conspiracy would still be ridiculous just because of how many people are they're not interrelated, like you say. They know
Right.
people are coming from different departments, from different areas, territories, friendship lines, everything. It's all different, spread out
Yeah.
everywhere.
Yeah.
um that you'd have to convince me that they all came together for this, and the guy's a really likable guy on top of it. You can't even get
Yeah.
that crumb of, well, everyone hated him. No,
Right.
everyone really liked this guy.
Yeah. Yeah.
John was very well thought of, and rightfully
Yeah.
so. He was a selfless guy that did a lot of good. So yeah.
Yeah, when I was doing the research on a tribute video to him, I found out things like we all know that obviously he stepped up and to raise his nephew
Right.
and niece, which was a very
Hmm.
difficult thing for someone that's a
Hmm.
bachelor, but fully accepted that role. But
Yeah.
found out, things that were kept private, but that, he had a police officer friend that was undergoing chemo, and he was taking
Right.
that officer to the chemo visits and stuff like that. Just this kind of selfless things that a genuine human being does. And
Right.
he was the guy that stepped, and you see the loyalty that his friends have shown him. Brennan going all the way back to like first grade, and
Hmm.
John Walsh, his friend from first day of college. He forms these people get these lifelong loyalties to him because that's the kind of person he was.
Exactly. Exactly. That's not the kind of person that strangers would lock arms with to cover up his demise. That's
Right,
stupid to even think that is so
right.
insane. It's not only stupid, it's insane to think that.
It's There's no
It is.
history of any friction
No.
between the Alberts and him. He's
Uh-uh.
friends with Chris Albert. He's friends with Kevin Albert.
Right.
He doesn't really know Brian Albert well, but there's no friction there. So
Mhm.
just you're talking about the people are floating this conspiracy where there's no motive.
None.
There's no real means or opportunity to do any of this. It doesn't make sense. It's just this is something I struggle with too, Boomer. I don't. you've been doing this a while with Kate and stuff.
Mhm.
I want to be. I don't ever want to be part of an echo chamber, and I don't
Right.
want to be close to other people's opinions. Like Tyler here and stuff.
Sure.
Those bother me, echo chambers. Because that's dangerous. People really they lead each other astray down everything. But at the same
Agreed.
time, some of
Right.
this stuff is just so. How much time do I want to waste arguing with
Mhm.
foolishness? So where's that line there? How do we draw that line?
Arguing with people over it? You mean, like, staunch
Well, how much?
supporters of Reed and all that? Or
Yeah. What level of tolerance and acceptance should we have of some of this
oh,
stuff?
man.
Where's
Um, I don't have a lot of tolerance. Um, my acceptance level, I guess, it all bases on what you've done negatively, and I'm pointing at the sort of free Karen Reed side of the fence. If you just believe something I don't believe,
Yeah.
power to you, really,
Right.
because I'm not afraid to be wrong. I don't begrudge other people for being wrong,
Right.
as long as you do no harm. Once you start
Right.
crossing the line into doing harm, then there's definitely an issue, and there's zero
Right.
tolerance and zero respect once you've done that. But
Right.
for the most part, I don't even argue with folks over this.
Yeah.
I try to do that via um, either being on panels or helping with a video or
Right.
whatever, or like through other
Right.
means.
Right.
Because to try to one-on-one, especially talk with people, like to
Right.
convince them, it's almost impossible, especially when you're starting off where their baseline belief is that the conspiracy is real, and it's like, oh man, like you might as well
Yeah.
be arguing about flat Earth. It's about
Right.
as far out to me, in my opinion. It's crazy to me,
But
but
it does pay off sometimes. I've had actually
of
I do
course.
engage. I engage with them privately. Anybody that emails me or messages me privately, if that's respectful, I always reply
Hmm.
and engage to a
Hmm.
certain degree. And a lot of times they trick me. So they take, they turtle
Oh
people
yeah.
and they take my messages and make them public and they distort them or something like that. But that's part of the game because I've met one of also from Canada, Colin Forrester,
Hmm.
really really nice gentleman, and he flipped over time. I think largely
Right.
to some degree through engaging with me privately
Mhm.
and on the channel, and he kept an open mind. And there are others. There are I've not going to mention names, but people that were very close to the Turtle Boy circle who
Mm.
took a long time to flip, but eventually did, and turned out to be very nice people. And I actually had
Sure.
no, even before I'd engaged with them, I knew of them through other people that are still on the FKR side, and they would always
Mhm.
say this person's a really nice person. And
Right.
so,
And they can
you know,
be. They can
yeah,
be. Like, being wrong doesn't make you an evil person.
right,
Doesn't
right,
make you horrible or the enemy. Like,
right,
that's not how I see things. Because I mean, if I just look back, I mean, even look back hours, how many times I'm wrong
right,
through life, just making
right.
mistakes, what have you. If everybody hated me because I was wrong, man, would that be fair? I'd probably be squawking.
Yeah,
It's your
Counterpoint.
problem. Yeah.
Counterpoint, though. This is
Mm.
like an aggressive level of stupidity that I've
It
personally
is.
really seen.
that's
So
a
my
great way to put it.
tolerance level is pretty low. I mean, it is just at this point, like they are divorced from reality. They are aggressively low IQ. They are combative, and they are a lot of the time just cruel, like wantonly cruel.
Yeah, and that's where I diverge from
Right,
my opinion
right,
changes. It changes hardcore on that when they
right,
cross lines. But there's so many dumb people out there. I just if I let that upset me all the time,
right.
I'd be, you have to
That's
pull me
a
off the
good point.
ceiling. So
Yeah,
yeah, for my own mental health, I think I kind of like
yeah,
cut a lot of
yeah,
dummies slack because I kind
yeah,
of and to not on this in this case in this example, I relate to dummies. I'm a dummy too in a lot of ways. I'm not, the things I know a lot about are less than the things I know about. I think that's pretty much true for most of us, though. We
right.
can't know
Yeah,
everything. But this,
absolutely.
yeah, this sector where these people are aggressively wrong, it does quickly tip into cruelty and bizarre behavior, harassment, and that's where I absolutely draw the line.
And we're also, and as we all agree that we're not talking about the people that are engaged in cruelty. We're talking about the people
Mhm.
that are basically decent human beings, but that are wrong on this. But one of the things that I look for too is, are you actually seeking the truth? And you can tell when someone really isn't. And so if you're engaging, if you lean towards conspiracy and there's things about this that bother you, but you're actively seeking the explanations, and you understand that there may be explanations, and you recognize that 8 or 9 jurors voted guilty, so it's not this clean cut thing. So if you're those are common sense things. If you're doing all that and you're still not sure, but you're seeking the truth, then I could definitely much more likely to work with someone like that.
Yeah, I don't think they are seeking the truth, though. I mean, I had conversations last night. They don't know. They think just, Turtle Boys lie. There was only one piece of glass in the bumper. They still repeat that. They pretend that they watch the trial every day, and they just repeat the propaganda that's 2 years debunked. They don't know that her whole story blew up about the phone calls, but they know every little detail about what Jen McCabe did or didn't say. It's like they are not looking for the truth. They are looking to for confirmation bias, and this is why people like Hitler have power. This is why the Salem witch trials happened. So, evil isn't done by a single person; it's done by ignorance, or however that saying is. I don't know exactly what it is, but I mean, I just think that you can't. These people, they might not be inherently evil, but they are promoting evil. Like Howie Carr putting that
pigeon brains
poll out about which McAlbert do you hate the most? Did you see that on Twitter?
Oh God, Matt, I did see that.
And Jen McCabe had a landslide victory over everybody else. And it's like, what did Jen McCabe even do? It is so, I don't know. I just find it.
What is she on trial for?
I find it it's just so pathetic.
Albus says, Kevin, only you. Albus says, Kevin, only you have met those FKR reasonable people. No, Alba, you have too, because there's a lot of people here that were once free, care, and read people, and that are not. Jules, for instance, Colin Forrester, many others were once diehard free, care, and read, and they're not now. So you just don't know their whole history. So there are reasonable free, care, and read people, and they do eventually. A lot of them flip as they see all the evidence. So there is. There is a positive effect to engaging with people that are seeking the truth, at least. And
Kev, how many people do you think like you say, come to the light, let's say, or flip, right? They don't say anything because it's kind of out of shame. They just want to do the Homer Simpson into the shrub. They want to back away and just not engage anymore. Like, oh God, I can't believe I showed support for this. Holy shit, I'm out of here. Do you think there's a good portion of folks out there that are just kind of slinking away?
I think that's reflected in the numbers outside the courthouse.
Right.
But it's hard to tell. It's hard to tell. These polls could be deceptive too. So the polls, I don't know, not real polls, but whatever. I think it's somewhat true that probably 85%, 75% of the public consistently believes she's innocent, or there's something here. But I think we have to understand a lot of that is there are new waves of people that didn't know anything about this case a year ago, and they're seeing, like Matt just said, the same stuff that was debunked 2 years ago, but they're seeing it for the first time, all these strange things. And so, but I think the people that, if anybody that was, it's hard for me to imagine anybody that was sincerely looking at the truth and trying to get multiple sources on this, that they actually still believe there's a conspiracy, a cover up here. It's hard to imagine, except for the real brain dead ones and the ones that just need to believe in it for some reason. But you do get these new waves, and that's going to be reflective in the polls, So maybe at the time of the first trial, there was this 2% of the people in the state that were aware of this case in any kind of a significant way, and since then it's gone up. So there's a lot of new people there, just kind of new blood to it.
Yeah, I've been seeing a lot of new things. Like this weekend on TikTok, I was scrolling and it was 2 guys on a podcast saying, "Oh, did you know that the judge is in on it? She rents out her house to the people that were in the house and is covering up for them. She's giving them signals." And this is from Melanie Little, that is pushing this conspiracy shit out.
Right.
She should be disbarred and probably arrested, saying that she's winking and she's coughing to tell Brennan when to object.
Oh,
like,
my God.
It's just so pathetic. It's pathetic. It's like, I don't know. I mean, some people, maybe they don't know, but it's like,
it's repetition.
It's like there's
too.
so much misinformation. It's like you can't even get a hold of it because the conspiracy draws in new people every day. So even the people that are flipping, it's just always outnumbered by the idiots.
Yes.
It's like, it's impossible.
Yep. 100%. I don't know. It definitely feels like building sandcastle situation. It's frustrating because you feel like, me and Matt going way back to summer 2023, figuring things out, and you think and then you get that more evidence that comes out during different hearings and documents along the way, and then you get the trial, and you think, okay, we should
Right.
have won by now, but these new waves keep coming and coming.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. It's like we didn't even have the information in the beginning, and I just started being like, oh, well, they're lying about the stairs inside the house. I think there was a couple other small things. The house belonged to Dying Cold. That was like a big one. But then it's like, then we got the fragments in his shirt, which they all thought was going to be dog DNA, and it wasn't. And then we got the down to the second GPS location data. That didn't do it for them. It's like the mountain of evidence that has come out piece by piece that has only supported Karen Reed is guilty and not supported he was ever beaten inside that house. I mean, the brain surgeon said he wasn't beaten. There was no signs of him being beaten. Right. So he could have fell backwards, but they don't even modify their like theory. It's like, oh yeah, he was beaten because of rogue activity from Colin Albert, and that's it. Right. It's like it's just frustrating because it's like they vilify Jen McCabe about, oh, she didn't remember what time she looked out the window. Like, okay, Karen Reed did an entire documentary about he went inside the house and she was calling and texting, and it was a lie. Her entire alibi is a lie, and they don't even.
And that's where the focal point of the witch hunt really started too, right? Was with Jen McCabe's character, right out the gate. All the horrible stories that were written, all the lies that were pumped out there, in an effort to character assassinate, categorize this woman as this evil person. And the repetition, the amount that was put out there, and that's what happens when you take, like you're saying, Matt, how certain dictators they vault to power. It's rhetoric for sure. It's the lies, a dumb population or a slice of it, but it's the repetition. Right? Like the propagandists learn really fast that it's repetition works. And there was such, and still is, a tidal wave of bullshit thrown at Jen McCabe personally. Like you said, the disgusting poll that was put out, like who's the villain you hate the most? I wasn't shocked that she was, their number one most hated, because she's been targeted over and over and over. So with a lot of these folks, they don't see any truth. All they can remember and hear ringing through their head is how evil Jen is. So everything she says must be a lie. This conspiracy must be true. She's evil. It's that repetition, low IQ and repetition is a dangerous thing.
That was one of the things where they tried to tie up right from day one in Turtle Boy's article, which was presented him by the defense. They tried to tie up a lot of these knots. So one of them was, how do you explain Karen saying at the crime scene, I hit him, or whatever version they accepted that she said something like that. Right. And so they had to. So Turtle Boy puts out in that first article that it was because, and why would Jen McCabe take that call? Why would she want to go back to the crime scene? Well, so she could manage it, because she's like the Joker.
Right. That's right.
The ultimate. Yep. And she's whispering thoughts into Karen. Like she's Hannibal Lecter with that guy Miggs in the cell Nestrum. She's whispering thoughts to make Karen think she did it. What kind of, as an anonymous lawyer would say, what kind of sentient human beings believe this stuff? I mean, these people around us. This is why I call them zombies. I haven't done that as much, but it's like this: the zombie apocalypse already happened, and we just didn't know it. They're around us, all out there.
It's already happened, right?
It's already happened.
I blame it on CERN personally. I think the hole in space and time was ripped open by the Hadron Collider, and this is just one of those crazy ass things that we're dealing with. I mean,
the thing that like annoys me the most about like when I talk to these people, it's like they think that the feds are like the beacon of truth in this case, and that everything else is corrupt. But these same people were saying that the feds are corrupt when they were going after Donald Trump, and that everything that the feds said was a lie to convict Donald Trump, and the feds were the most corrupt organization. But now it's the cops that are corrupt and not the feds, and the feds are the honest one. It's like these people are sick. Like they should not be allowed to vote. Like I can't stand them.
Yeah. There's no consistency in mania. right? Like other than being insane every day, I guess. Like that's pretty consistent. But yeah, there's no logical consistency. It doesn't. No.
You can't stop the power of belief, right? That's what fuels
No.
religion and cults. So somebody again was posting this morning on Twitter, one of those on that side. She's repeated like a mantra. 227 happened. 226. It's like 4 times. So this is like your Hail Mary now. You don't make arguments. You're just gonna repeat these things as a token of faith, and it's just you know.
I just saw I don't hate our wonderful president, and like that's just like a cult thing to say, just so you know. I'm not saying that people didn't vote for him for a certain reason. Everyone has their reasons for voting the way that they did, but I think there is a cult, part where he was on video, just like Karen's on video, admitting to certain things, and then people like he didn't say that. Like Karen can do the same shit. She could shoot someone in the middle of Fifth Avenue and people would still say she's innocent. I mean, it's the same exact thing. It's not about Trump. It's about the cult behavior.
Vote libertarian. Okay, guys, vote libertarian. The two-party system is poison. It is cancer upon our great nation.
Rabble.
What the founding fathers... Sorry, that's like we're gonna talk politics. Like,
No, we don't. We don't want to talk politics. we shouldn't talk politics.
Radical, Kate.
Politics and religion. Although we were just talking about the religion of Free Karen Reed. Sorry about the lawnmower guy. I guess I'll mute my mic. The landscaper's out there mowing lawn. When he goes by the window, it'll get loud. I'll mute it when he goes by.
Oh, you got to pull a Wes Watson and scream at him.
I agree with Boomer though. Nobody should ever get a benefit of the doubt. Every human organization consists of good people and bad people. Corruption exists, so you don't start out thinking that police are corrupt or that they're all on the level. You look at the actual evidence, and so that's what you do here. You don't assume that the feds are corrupt. You don't assume that they're not corrupt. It's the same thing with the state police, the Canton police, anybody. Just look at the actual evidence and look at what. Always remember that people tend to act to a large degree for their self-interest. So what is Michael Proctor, if you're going to have him planting evidence, he's going to have to weigh what are the chances of getting caught here? Why am I what is the motive that I'm doing it? Does it the risk reward thing here? You're planting, if any video or image emerges from that vehicle during the day that shows the taillight intact, then he's going to jail for a very long time. His family is ruined. Does he have incentive? Does he have motive to take on that kind of high level of risk? And this is, again, Free Karen Reed people are incapable. They're incapable of even asking that question. And then they'll just answer in a reflexive way, and they'll say, "Well, cops always think they're going to get away with it." No, that's not really an answer. That would be a high risk thing for him to do. And so the same thing with people on the CERT team or Lieutenant Tully or anybody else that you're asking to take that kind of risk. What is their incentive here to do that?
Right.
I don't know.
It's too complex. It doesn't even make sense because I don't even think they knew about the car. They definitely didn't know about the glass in the bumper until the car thawed out. So, I mean, that stuff could not have been planted. Like, they did not know what was going on.
Right.
If they did, like, they would have.
They didn't access their Lexus, right? They didn't access their Lexus and put that data in there.
Right.
And that was always the key thing for me is that they had. So if there was ever a time to plot the conspiracy, it's when they met with Jen and Matt McCabe and Brian Albert was there and they interviewed them. From there, they went to the hospital. But so they were leaving there, I don't know, around 11:30 or 12. If there was ever a time when their marching orders were go and get taillight pieces from the Lexus, that was it. And the Lexus was sitting a mile away in John's driveway. They didn't go there. They went to the hospital. So to me, it's like it doesn't even make sense that their job was to plant evidence at that point.
Right. I mean, I feel like I started with the data. I think I do in most cases, and I think every juror looks at evidence differently too. Yeah. But I always consider physical evidence as something that maybe could be planted. Right. Like I have the option there in my mind, but like the data is what kind of drives me to then look at the witness statements. And like the data that has come out has corroborated all the witnesses' statements. and it has refuted everything that Karen Reed has said, and people can't acknowledge that. It's like insane because it's like they didn't know what the data was going to be. Karen Reed waited a year and a half, waited to get the data before she formulated the story on Dateline to say he went in the house, and she waited 10 minutes because she thought that she could say she got home at 12:41. She didn't know that she connected to Wi-Fi at 12:36, and so her entire documentary hinges on that assumption that she got home at 12:41, and now we know that she's a liar. And the cult, I say it to them, and they've not even looked at it. They don't even question it. Like it's like insane. They're not even like looking at the evidence. This isn't true crime. These people are like idiots. Like, I
don't let it get to you, man, because it can. It won't stop if you let it. I tell you. Holy hell.
For me, I always wanted this similar to Matt, but the data or the evidence that's least open to interpretation. And you know, so that generally puts eyewitness testimony low on the list. And I didn't know how to get documents that first summer, and I still really don't. I get them from people like Kate and other people that I have more sources that'll get them to me now. But I didn't know how to get them then. Turtle Boy was the only one that had the documents. I asked him for them. He wouldn't give them, which is a sign there. He's trying to, he just wants to highlight something that Karen wants highlight and put that on his blog. And it was when Kate called me for the first time. Our first communication with Kate was after my so-called meltdown episode with Turtle Boy. And first thing I said is, I want the documents. I don't want, I'm willing to talk to you about what you know, but I really want to read it myself. I want, not that there can't be mistakes in the documents, but I want stuff that's been submitted in court. And that was what I wanted. And as far as 227, by then I definitely had dismissed 227 as highly unlikely. You can go back to my old shows because that was a source of dispute between me and my partners. I had dismissed it. Basically what I was at, we have two competing experts on different sides about forensic data on that, because we learned it, the state had Jessica Hyde. And for me, I was like, all right, now I'm on the fence. Now I've got two competing exits. I can't just trust this. It's not just data is data. So now you look at the logic of it. Does it make sense? And based on the logic of it, it didn't make sense to me. So I had already kind of moved on from the 227. But I just wanted the stuff that I could look at and say, this is as close to hard stuff as we can get. You know,
It's funny too, because that was one of the first things, like, you know, when I jumped on this was the lone voice in the sea of, you know, free Karen Reed craziness. The first thing that I noticed was that nobody had access to the documents, and living in Massachusetts and doing these public records requests and everything for a long time, I understood why, because they're a little bit more difficult to get in Massachusetts. Not more difficult per se. It's just a little bit antiquated. You can't just log online and grab them that way. A lot of other states you can. But I remember Boomer and I can't remember who else was with us. One of the first streams that we did about this was just going through the documents and being like, you know, you people are making a lot of conclusions on this case, and you haven't even seen the charging documents, let alone the volumes of pretrial filings on both sides that have gone back and forth. They pretty much, you know, just wanted that April 2023 filing highlighted, right, where all these accusations are made, and they didn't want anything leading up to or not. I mean, that's the first thing that I did, honestly, when I agreed to like kind of look into this and get involved. Was like, all right, well, let me go back and see what she's actually charged with. And when I read the charging documents in the district and superior court, I was like, oh my God, this is insane. The people are like, you know, because the charging documents laid out just how much they had against her. And, you know, it's like, that's just to establish probable cause. They still have to prove it at trial. But if they can prove everything they're saying, this woman is guilty. And I think now we're watching them prove it.
Yeah. And I think that a big part of those original documents, like when I read them, it was totally in contrast to what Turtle Boy was selling, which was, I didn't even know Carrie Roberts was there. I didn't know that she woke up the niece, because Turtle Boy's whole narrative was that it was Jen McCabe driving around with her and telling her everything and making her do these things. And it's like, why are you leaving out all these other people, all these other details? I mean, it was so obvious that I was duped as soon as I read that document.
It was like with Turtle Boy. So Karen gave him either all or part of Jessica Hyde's report. And so Turtle Boy sent one page from that report, just one, to one of my partners at the time. And he sent it to me, and it said, about the 227. So what did it say? Inconclusive or something, or unknown. I think unknown was the word. And so they were trying to argue, see, Jessica Hyde did not say that it didn't happen at 227. She said it's unknown. But my first reaction was, why is it's like your kid's sending you a report card and he's only sending you 1 page and it's a 3-page report card. Why aren't we seeing the conclusions? So if somebody's not sending me the whole thing, they're hiding something. And that's freaking obvious. You don't have, Captain Obvious shit,
Yeah. I think one of the most effective ways that people lie is through omission. It's one thing to say something that's easily proven false. It's another to just omit certain parts of the truth so people can maybe easier be fed a line of bullshit.
Yeah.
So this
sorry.
Sorry, no, good. I was just gonna say about the fan. So we went. I assume they were bringing in the jury, but this is taking a long time. Anything going on? You guys hear anything?
It sounds like they're on a 30-minute recess. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
A recess. They didn't even start.
That's why one of the first things that I did too was compile all those documents, put it in a Dropbox, and would post it to Twitter, post it to my YouTube, send it to people like Kevin that would ask for it. Even people that didn't ask for it. I would see somebody express. I think, Matt, I probably sent court documents to you too. Anytime that I saw somebody express any skepticism, I'd be like, "Here, read the document." I think it's borderline, not criminal. That's a little bit of histrionics, hyperbole, but I think it's awful how those documents were hidden from the public, right? And again, that's a really clear indication that people are not being honest. But I think the best way to allow people, in this discourse to draw their own conclusions is to lead with all the information, right? Yeah. The problem is that this was not led with all the information. This was cherry-picked, embellished, speculative nonsense. And that's what came out of the gate. So now people are so caught up on it. And I see talking points all the time that are either debunked or completely wild, off base, no grounding in reality. Because that's how it was started,
Right. Why don't people in the public understand this? Why don't they understand, just from a common sense point of view, that it's the job of a defense to create reasonable doubt, and they're going to do whatever it takes to do that? Why don't people just have that common sense understanding that that's how it works? That baffles me.
In part, I don't know about you guys, but I'll just put this out there. The education system is pretty shot. Yeah. I don't know how it is with you guys, but up here in Canada, it's taking a hit. There's just more dumb people. There's more less educated folks bopping around out there.
But it shouldn't require. I don't remember any. It's just common sense stuff, It's survival shit, I know, but what's common to us, considering maybe what we've learned and where we learned it, and I'll just say, when we went to school, it was a little more on point than it seems to be these days. You know what I mean? It's a lot is overlooked. It's all right if you can't spell your own name, just as long as we get the gist. Okay.
Hold on, they're trying to tell us something in the chat.
Okay, I'm looking at that too. Yeah.
Yeah, I just put it up on the screen. Sorry, if you guys can reiterate it.
Where are we?
I can't really tell what I'm looking at though. Brennan just re-entered the courthouse with a cup of coffee. We do not know who is scheduled to testify today. We have been anticipating. What the fuck is this? I don't understand.
The defense filed a new motion. Let me see if it's on the docket. Hold on. New defense filing.
They're trying to pull something out of their ass because they know they're going down.
3 new witnesses.
Bear with me, and I will.
3 new witnesses. Ambush again.
The defense is trying to introduce 3 new witnesses. Is that what you're saying?
That's not shocking.
According to JI5.
Bev should obviously say no.
4,
because
according to Mark Bedwetero, he's saying 4.
She should say no.
Yeah, enough. They did this last trial too. Enough with this.
At least last time it was still when the prosecution's case was midway, but this is at the very end. No way.
Do you think that's done? Sorry.
No, someone's saying to check emails. So, all right, supplemental witness list. All right, so Matthew Coleman. Let's see. I'm trying to. I got to make this bigger.
Oh, it's Proctor's friends.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, we know that. We knew
That's
that.
so weird, though.
Yeah.
I just feel like that's so odd.
Yeah, that's who it is.
Someone should tell his friends to be like, and we miss him dearly, so that the jurors think he's dead.
Yeah.
When they're doing the test.
Oh,
they're
man.
like, we miss him dearly.
Yep. So this is just those are Proctor's friends.
A little Machiavellian there, Matt.
Which again just goes back to what I was saying before. We knew this, but they want to get those texts in from Proctor without actually bringing Proctor onto the stand, and that also speaks volumes too. Like, they are avoiding him.
Oh, they're avoiding the science too. They're
Right. Well, yeah,
avoiding
they're avoiding a lot
everything.
of things.
Yeah. That damn reality.
So this,
But I mean, what's the odds they can do this though? Right? Wouldn't they know they can't do this? So it's theatrics possibly. The fundraisers.
You mean get these witnesses in, or?
Yeah, at this late stage, like.
Well, I think the reason is because they didn't.
They
They expected the prosecution to bring on Michael Proctor, and so now they want to bring in those messages with the defense does without having to bring on Michael Proctor. So,
right.
I think that's the reasoning behind it.
No, that was his strategy, and it worked. And they shouldn't be able to just bring him in. Like, come on.
So I saw somebody on Twitter. I don't know if you guys maybe have seen this. I've been less active on Twitter, but his called Furious George on Twitter. You guys familiar with that?
Yeah,
no.
I like that.
Seems to be doing a lot of good detailed analysis of the glass stuff. My God, that's like those people that are able to do that. I had a hard time watching that and reading through it as it is. But so I asked him, I said, if you don't mind, if you could email any thoughts or conclusions you have on this, because I don't always see a lot of what goes on Twitter. So he says that so he's got a chart here. I'm not going to pull it on the screen because I think it would be hard to read. There is no evidence to claim bumper glass 3-3E was or was not planted by Proctor. There is no evidence that there is more than one type of glass among these things based on the testimony given. The bumper glass was not tested instrumentally against the cup. No idea why not. So why wouldn't it have been tested against the cup? Is it maybe too small, or I don't know. That was a very lacking. There
definitely were pieces that were too small. I mean, I just think it's a mess the way that it was presented, and that chalk is even worse. Right. But yeah, there's definitely things that were too small, couldn't fit together. But even like a glass, if you think it like gets wider down to the base, so it's not even going to necessarily be a instrumental match all the way up, because it gets thinner and thinner and thinner, depending on what kind of glass it is. So I just think it's the same glass. Like, let's stop grasping at straws here. But like, to say that Proctor found the one in the bumper, like, is really annoying, because that's what everyone thinks now. That he found one of the ones on the bumper because of the way that they put that chalk together. And I don't know.
What are the big mysteries that remain? For you guys, are there any mysteries that remain unexplained? There are mysteries, and this is like in the true crime cases that I've dug deep into, every single one, there are certain things that are unexplained. That they ultimately have a mundane explanation, but because we don't get it, they just remain a mystery. Are there any in this case here? The ring video, the bumper glass, anything that bothers you guys, or anything you guys want to mention about that?
I just want to know what's on her phone. I want to know what she was doing all night. Like, that's I feel like in every case, that's what I kind of look at to like figure out how much they knew or didn't know. I think that's where we can see intent or not.
Yeah.
If she was clueless, if she was just like, looking up, trying to get
was there any
delivered or something.
Right. Was there any activity at all on her phone, or or if there wasn't, is that consistent with her saying that she took a nap?
Right. Or was it scrubbed, or was there, it's just so strange that we don't have that detail. And I mean, imagine if it comes out that she is the one that Googled how long to tan cold in the middle of the night. I mean,
and we never learned we never learned what her health app said when they were driving there. So that if her health app said she was going up and down stairs, that confirms that it was something else. If it doesn't, then that helps the defense. So, but we never learned anything on it,
I don't think that would help either way, because Ian Whiffen said that it's because he was holding it in his hand. So like the suspension from the car. So if she was driving, she wouldn't have been holding it in her hand. So it probably didn't register steps.
I agree, but it would still help the defense, even though it doesn't technically. Your explanation is spot on. but for the
Yeah.
purposes of convincing a jury, it would be something that they would want to point out.
Yeah, and I wonder why they didn't, because her phone is so hidden from us for some reason. The defense should have wanted to bring that forward, but whatever, it brings up some other stuff that they don't want out there, so they somehow kept it hidden.
Right.
Nick Rocco is a scumbag.
I mean,
That's a hot
it's
take.
we
agree.
learned that so the phone, they use a device, I forget, was it called gray code or something like that, to have to get into a phone when they don't have the password, and it's to crack an iPhone takes months. So they got into Karen's phone. She wouldn't give them the password, so they got there's an innocent person right there, right? So she got in August of 2022, and that's when Proctor saw the attorney-client privilege text. So it went to the Attorney General's office taint team, and from there, it sounds like what we learned a few months ago in the hearings, and Kate can tell me if I got this wrong, a report goes from the Attorney General's office to both sides but the actual extraction does not go. And so what Hank was saying is, in those hearings, we're entitled to that, to anything that might be in that full extraction. So to Matt's question, or Matt's interest here, there could be something new, but I don't know. It hasn't been presented yet. I don't know who it presented. So at this point, I don't know.
Right. And yeah, that's exactly what Hank was arguing, was that they got, the redacted report from the Attorney General's office. That I'm assuming that's who is responsible for the taint team here in this case. And they did not have access to the full extraction. I am curious as to why more of her cell phone data wasn't used. And he teased it out with this whole with the text between her and Ingrid, and that never came up again.
Right.
Yeah. It's obnoxious. There's so many holes in it, and it's like, if she was innocent, I mean, if I was innocent, like, my phone would prove it, right? And so I think that's like being hidden as just like such a tell. And who the hell is Ingrid, and what was she asking her? And the text to the dad saying John's dead, that wasn't even allowed in the first trial, but then we got it in her Dateline episode. She told us about it. I didn't even know he was dead yet, but I just decided to try to get a reaction, and then he sectioned me because I'm crazy.
Right. Yeah.
It's like, okay. I mean, it sounds like he knew, he like has her number. He knows she's not playing around. It's like, you get a text from Karen saying he's dead. They're probably dead, and you need to call the police and have her sectioned.
Again, Karen.
There's only a few times when she tells the truth, and he's dead was the one time she told the truth in this case.
So let's discuss, if you guys have any interest in this, the latest in the Grant side of the investigations. His people are looking into the snow marks in the driveway when Karen pulls out. Now, this is something that I actually did.
Oh my gosh, it's wrong. It's wrong. I'm so sick of the speculation on both sides. I'm sorry, but like, I saw that and it was like infuriating to watch. Listen, you hear the garage door open. Okay. That's your first context clue. That's the first time that she pulls out. Unless you think this woman is, pulling out twice and opening the garage door inexplicably each time. It doesn't make any sense. You see in the video, there are no tire tracks in the snow when she begins to pull out. The two tire tracks are because she pulls out, right? The rear wheels, and then she moves, and then you've got the front wheels that follow. Okay. That's just the path of it. Just like that audio recording that people are going nuts for. The power of suggestion, man. That's all I can say. There's nothing to indicate that is actually what is being said, and the time frames do not match up. Jen searched that at 6:23 and 6:24. She testified that she Googled it as soon as Karen asked her. That audio recording is from 6:04 in the morning. She's clearly not yelling that. Okay, like and these people that want to generate some sort of buzz to engagement farm. They don't know more than the prosecutors who have been on this case for 3 years. They've had that recording and evidence the entire time. It's junk. It's not admissible. It means nothing. And it's just, I'm sorry, but nefarious people that want to get clicks and views to their Twitters and their YouTube and whatever else. So just like on the free Karen Reed side, there's people on the prosecution side that are not adverse to lying to you. Okay, because they want your engagement, they want your money, they want your loyalty. People have to be smarter. Okay, these things don't make any sense and they don't add anything. They add nothing.
I don't disagree. I just thought it was worth bringing up because there are some people on this side, probably a lot, that are interested in that take. I can only say that I looked at those snow tracks many times back at the beginning, and I concluded the same as you, that the snow track was just from when she first backed out and then backs into traverse and then goes forward. But there was a light layer of snow there when she got home potentially, but I don't think you could really see anything under the fresh 2 inches that were there. So no, I found it to be fruitless too. But just because I don't want to be closed-minded to something that other people are interested in. That's all I'm saying. So we had time to kill, so I figured I'd bring it up. And I didn't mean to talk about the audio because we talked about that last week. But
yeah. Sorry, I feel like it's in the same vein. And I didn't mean to rant off like that. It's just I think everybody knows how I feel about speculation. And I really don't like dishonesty on either side. And like I see it crop up. It's just it goes back to like the, Turtle Boy is a confidential informant, right? Grant also said that at one point. I have government sources that'll prove it. Here we are a year and a half later. No, you don't. Okay. Or when they were saying that there was a plea deal that she turned down without any actual indication that there was ever a plea deal. Nothing from the family, nothing from Karen's camp, nothing from the prosecution, nothing to indicate this. But these rumors go out there and they're just as harmful as the free Karen Reed rumors in some respects. Number one, because it diverts the conversation. Number two, because it gives people false hope. Okay, we can't do that. We can't speculate. You got to stick to what we know.
I 100% agree. I wasn't trying to have a Grant debate. I was just trying to talk about that one little piece of evidence because it's something that people can look at and do they see anything in the tracks in the driveway? That's all. I mean, because we get, so in my Discord, say over the last year, there were a lot of people that were debating. For example, they had a belief, trying to look at the data, that Karen after 12:36 actually returned to the crime scene, and I gently argued against that. I don't believe that matches the evidence. You would have had Karen disconnect her phone, disconnecting to the Wi-Fi, and so then they said, well, she was smart enough to leave her phone there. But now you're getting to levels of planning that the same thing, whether you want to, the other side wants to accuse that to Jen McCabe or something that don't make sense to me. Always look for that simplest possible explanation. And now we know that that's been confirmed, that theory couldn't have worked because Karen actually left the car on in the driveway and went in and then pulled in at 12:41. So, but I think it's important that there are reasonable people on our side. It's not because they're on Grant's side or something. They just find something interesting and worth looking at. And I don't think we should close our doors.
It's a side thing at all. I don't think it's a side thing at all. I think it is people. It's another form of confirmation bias. It exists on.
Oh yeah.
Both ends of the spectrum, and it's harmful, and it's it's not. I mean, it just so happens that a lot of these theories tend to propagate from the same source. It's not personal. That part isn't personal. Let's be real. But no, my frustration is not a personal frustration. It's a frustration with the misinformation. It shouldn't come from either side, right? Stick to what we know. And I mean, it was frustrating to see it. And the tire track thing, I don't believe even originated from Grant, for what it's worth. But
no, everybody's looked at that since that video first came out and probably had similar discussions. Yeah.
But when it's pointed out and, I mean, it's clearly like there's reality and then there's something else and people still want to rally against it. Like, what are you doing at this point? You're engaging in the same sort of harmful speculation that we're supposed to stand against.
I think speculation is part of this, though, when you're looking at you're trying to connect dots on evidence. So I think a lot of reasonable people engage in this, and they may be engaged in these discussions more quietly, like in Discord or something like that. And I don't think that's unhealthy. And I think it's also useful for us to talk about it in the sense of, as we go down mistakes that we each have made or other people have made in how they weigh evidence, it becomes instructive to other people to say, okay, this is where Occam's razor is there. It's not a rule like EMC squared, but prefer the simpler explanation than the more complicated one. Same thing with anonymous mass lawyer which he does outstanding, but trying to match up these ideas with throwing the cocktail glass and getting more and more. If it gets too complicated for me, it's much less likely to be true. But that doesn't mean these discussions can't be had, and they I don't know. That's my opinion on that. I don't know what. I'm sorry, I've talked too much. What Matt and Boomer? What do you guys think?
Yeah, I mean, I think that the stuff we should focus more on the stuff that actually is a question, and not look for things that aren't, I guess.
Right.
Because I've seen people asking me about that, but I just don't want to like get caught up talking about, because I feel like that's the same thing as talking about goddamn dog bites or something, like or Colin's knuckles. Like,
so here's a question for you: why didn't Karen pull in at 12:36? I mean, we have to speculate.
I think she looked at the damage. So like if you look at her phone log, she's calling one after the other, after the other, after the other, after the other. And then at 12:41, she is recording herself walking in. So like my biggest question about that is if she was connected to the Bluetooth or not, because she said that she was blasting music, and when she turned the car in the morning, it was blasting music. So if she was not connected to Bluetooth, then we would hear the music. If she was connected to Bluetooth, then, you know, potentially the music was on. But I just think it's going to be telling, like, what exactly she was doing, what her steps were doing. Was she stomping around? Was she like running around in circles? She probably was. She was looking at the damage and calling. And, you know, I mean, that's what I want to know.
That's speculation. And I don't see anything wrong. So we have to, because we have to fill in these gaps here. I've long believed that there was a high probability that ties this all together. A couple of things. One is that she didn't have a working garage door opener. That explains some of what happened later too. That explains the door being found open later on. But I don't know that. I've never been able to find out. I don't think anybody seems to know definitively. So it does require.
Well,
so you put, you know, go ahead.
With that, when she comes back to the house with their father, she goes up to the garage door, types in a code, and you can hear it opening. So she changed the code, because when Paul and Peggy show up, they're trying to get in that way and they can't get in. They have to go to the other door. So I think she changed the code that night. And I think
there's no evidence of that though, right? So again, it's speculative. You may be right. I'm just saying this. Nobody's brought in an expert to say that the code was changed, or
I guess you can't tell. But like, I think that it was the normal way that they went in the house, because it seems like that was the way that the door that John used. He didn't have a key on him. Like that wasn't part of his thing. Like he used that code to get in the house. And so
likewise, why did she delete any Ring videos? We don't know. Now the common denominator seems to be the ones that were missing. We know the one is missing of her showing Jen and Kerry Robinson taillight. So it seems to make sense to me that the other one missing of when she first gets home at 12:36, she probably did something similar. She got out of the car and looked at the taillight. So that would explain why she wanted to delete them. But again, that's speculative. We're forced to do it. So there's no way to avoid some levels of speculation to try to connect some dots on these things and make sense of them.
Yeah.
Oh, I have no problem walking things out, you know, doing the mental exercise or whatever. But I will just say, like, full disclosure with my bias, as soon as it comes out of Grant's camp, I kind of like, I pay it no mind. That's my personal bias. I mean, this is the same guy that said, I'm working with Russian oligarchs. So I'll just leave that there with you. So,
was John's wallet ever found? I don't know. Maybe that's like the new conspiracy.
We'll have to ask Melanie.
Oh shit!
I wonder if his phone had a wallet in it, because mine does.
Yeah, mine does. I don't use a wallet anymore.
We've never seen his phone. Someone was saying this like recently, like, we've never seen his phone. It was never in evidence. We never looked at it to see if it was damaged or anything, or what kind of case it had or anything like that. And I'm like, I don't think we have. I don't think that's weird. I mean, I don't know. I mean, if it was anything, the defense would be like screaming from the rooftops. But like, I just think it's something we haven't seen.
This is a really long break here. And
yeah,
we'll move right to sidebar from this. And
you think we're gonna go sidebar break sidebar?
Yeah,
they're fighting. Yeah. They're fighting. I just
like
heard
the old thing. You went to a hockey game and a hockey broke out.
But, oh right, yeah. Oh man,
I think Welcher's not going to be till Wednesday. Someone just said, but I don't know if that's true. But that would mean that we have 2 days of before then.
Was saying Welcher's not today. Yeah.
So that would like make me feel better. Then we're going to look at Karen going in the cameras. Hank's going to do something with that evidence of her that morning, because we haven't seen that in this case, in this trial yet. Her in the cameras in the morning, potentially going back to the body. I mean, I think so he was connected to her Bluetooth at 12:30. What if she drove by the body in the morning before she went to Jen McCabe's and his phone connects to her Bluetooth in her car? I feel like that is a slam dunk, and it says that she went back by the body if that happened, and that would be amazing.
I used to think that she did go back and she did see the body. The only thing that gives me pause now really is that even if ring footage is deleted, the trigger event, I mean, I know I'm sort of borrowing a phrase from the black box deal, but the trigger is still recorded, and I don't believe there is one that would account for her leaving. But you know, that is me also leaning on technology, like it's flawless. It could have still happened without the camera triggering. So I mean,
but I think
on the table
at
but
5:07
sure.
or whatever, when she left, she disappears for the 20 minutes. That's when I would think she went by the body. So not an extra trip outside, but
okay,
because she disappears for 20 minutes. She's on the camera at the temple, which is the next turn is Cedar Crest, basically. And then she doesn't get to Jen McKim's house for 20 minutes or something. So and I want to know who she called in that time, because I mean I could see her being like, oh my god, he's there, look at the lump on the lawn, and then calling whoever, maybe Ingrid, to be like, what do I do?
10 to 1 she would have called Monty. You know, I think she would have called her dad. I think so.
She probably tried to.
Uh-huh.
Maybe that's when she texted John's dad.
There were 3 calls to the parents that were unanswered. And
so
it's not just the Alberts that didn't wake up during that storm. It's Karen's parents getting calls during the middle of the night. And then I think she texted him when she was with Kerry after John had been taken away, and she texted John's dead, and then finally he called back. He called her.
Allegedly. I mean, she might have texted him when she looked at the body, and she's trying to like get ahead of it. I mean, I think the biggest telling thing is that Mr. Reed called 911 to get a ride to the hospital because the blizzard was so bad when it was 2 inches. But then when it was mid-blizzard, he happily drove the murder weapon, didn't clean off the taillight, and drove it back to Zayton.
All right. I'm going to have to leave. I have to leave in about 5 minutes for Boston, but I'll be listening to you guys.
All right, great.
All right.
All right.
All right. I was told council wanted to see me at Sidebar again.
I called it.
Oh, yeah, you did.
Dear God.
Easy money. Easy money.
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
Sidebar, break, sidebar.
Ew, she's wearing green.
I just don't really understand how I mean, so I understand why they want to call Proctor's friends, right? Because like I clearly don't want to get Proctor on the stand. I called that forever ago. Pretty much as soon as they started with Buchanan, I was like, oh, okay, they're avoiding Proctor. Fine. I can understand why. You know, both sides have their reasons to avoid Proctor. Great. But how does it work? I mean, how can his friends testify about his text messages? Like, what are you really going to get out of there? Like, yep, his number texted me that. I mean, I guess at that point, the messages just kind of sit there. There's no context added. But I suppose in theory, Brennan could then turn around and call him in rebuttal, right?
I just feel like it's ridiculous because like, what is the friend saying? Why does her asshole leak? Like, that's one of the things he asks. Like, it's going to be so embarrassing for the guy. And I mean, it just, I know. It just sounds.
What if they pull like one of the, well, you should hear how we talk about each other sort of thing. Like, what if it comes out and it was like, that's just how we talk. Like, it might be relatable to people. I find it relatable. I'm not gonna lie, because I'm a bad person. So
I know.
All the time. Yeah.
What does that say about me? I find it relatable too. Shit.
It's dark humor. It's like,
it is.
It's nothing nefarious.
Right.
It's just dark humor.
I think it's a kind of a Massachusetts thing too. I mean, like, right, Boomer, like, we always rib on each other. Like in Discord, Coco, he's constantly just shitting down my throat, right? That's friendship to me.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of that's the background I come from too. All my friends are like that. We're all like that.
Someone just gave me a heads up that Mass General Hospital Street is closed due to some police activity. That is where I'm heading. Hopefully I'll find a way in.
Well, good luck, Kevin. Stay strong.
These are nothing. These are radiation treatments. Honestly, you lie down there for 10 minutes. There's no pain. There's nothing. It's the trip in is a pain in the ass, but other than that, they're really no big deal. But getting there is always the challenge, you know.
Getting parking.
So yeah, I guess I'll probably cut out now. So we'll get it. Thank you for the heads up. Appreciate that. All right. Good night, guys. Good day, guys. Good night. Jesus, it feels like we've been here all day. We're about you're about to go into morning break and then a sidebar
Right.
and then lunch.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Looks, are the court officers a little bit active behind the press over there? Are they just socializing?
Yeah, yeah, they are a little bit. I'm not sure what they're doing.
Someone got tired and sparked a doobie. Yeah, what would they be shaking them down, huh? Yeah.
There's no longer a court officer minding Mr. Burns.
No,
Where's
and he's
the wife there. Yeah.
that poor lady. Like he had the weird, the weirdo on the bus energy, right? That lady's just sitting there trying to like deal with him. He was half putting his head on her shoulder. He was all over the place, man. You take the window seat in the bus. Damn.
And Mrs. Reed has like on the Karen cam, you can see her. She has some bizarre reactions. She like starts laughing a lot of the time. She's a weirdo too.
I don't know if she's all together with it, you know. Like honestly, I think she's kind of a dipstick, but that's just me. You know, like yeah. You see her walk up to someone like Tom, her eyes are all open. Oh, Tom. It's like I don't know. I don't think the engine's got all the pistons. I could be wrong. She could be a genius.
She's definitely not. I wonder what classes she taught. They were both teachers at Bristol Community College. So, like, what did she teach?
I don't know, dude. Spacing out.
We should find our LinkedIn. I wonder if it's updated.
I doubt it.
It's probably like
Advanced
home ec.
criminal plotting.
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
Child psychology. I can't see her without a frying pan and birds flying around her head. That is what she looks like.
Right? She's just always got that vacant kind of like her mouth is always half open, like a fly's gonna land on it. Her eyes are just like staring straight out and upward. Like, I don't know, man.
That must be what he saw in her.
Maybe she's medicated. Yeah, right. Yeah, no doubt. Maybe she's medicated. I don't know, but
what is Elizabeth Little is dressed like a clown? Wait, is that even her? Or is that someone else?
Yeah, no signal. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, just checked right out.
Weird.
She looks like a leprechaun. That suit.
Oh, great. Great.
Oh, you think they had to take a break after the first sidebar because the Alessi effect was just too intense? Like, holy shit, we all need a nap.
All right, Mr. Brennan, call your first witness.
Right, I'm skeptical right now as to what will happen.
Yeah.
I mean, they've had all morning to organize. Like, what's going on?
Weird vibes.
Oh, that looks like, is that Welcher?
You someone swear the evidence here for the court in case now hearing.
All right, we're on.
Nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Okay.
Yes, sir. You're welcome. Good morning, Your
Good
Honor.
morning, sir. So we're going to have a short voir dire.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so Mr. Lessie?
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you.
Morning, Dr. Welcher.
Good morning.
If you look at any documents in answering my question, I appreciate you letting me know that, okay?
Okay,
Do you have any documents open in front of you at this moment?
I do. I have a binder.
Your Honor, I would ask until the question
Can
comes
you
up.
do without it, sir, for a few minutes?
Depending on the question, sure.
Okay, so just let us know if you need to look at it. Don't look at it without
I mean,
permission, please. All right, go ahead, Mr.
Thank you, Your
Lessie.
Honor. Dr. Welcher, you have changed your PowerPoint presentation in the last few days in this case, correct?
I deleted a slide and removed a couple words.
Right, but you've changed your PowerPoint presentation, correct?
Correct. I deleted a slide and deleted a couple words.
Who have you spoken to at the Commonwealth in the last 2 weeks? Anybody associated with the Commonwealth, who have you spoken to?
In the last 2 weeks, Mr. Brannon, Mr. Lally, Lieutenant Tully.
Anyone else?
I think Mary Ellen Gray,
Anyone else?
the tech person Cindy this morning.
And with regard to those conversations, what prompted those conversations? Who initiated them?
I was originally told I was going to have to be out here last Monday. So there was a whole flurry of conversations around that. I was initially told I may have to give all my rebuttal testimony on a whole huge data set I'd received.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, sir. My question was simply because we have a limited amount of time. Who initiated the conversations?
Oh, there were multiple conversations.
How many?
I have no idea.
More than 10?
I'm sorry?
More than 10?
Probably not.
All right. What did you discuss with, you understand it's no longer Detective Lieutenant Tully. It's, as I understand, it's Lieutenant Tully. Did you have you said you had conversations with him, correct?
Correct.
When was the first conversation? How many? And what are the nature of those conversations?
Are you limiting it to the last 10 days or in total in my life?
Within the last 2 weeks.
Last 2 weeks. I believe it was when I got here on Saturday night, I informed them I'd landed. And then Sunday morning, he gave me a ride over to the district attorney's office.
And what did you discuss from when you, did you have any discussions with Lieutenant Tully before Saturday, within the last 2 weeks?
Not to my knowledge.
What did you discuss with Lieutenant Tully? Topics.
Give me a time frame.
I keep saying the last 2 weeks. That's the time frame I'm looking
all
at.
the conversations I had with him?
Yes.
Can you have somebody pick me up at the hotel?
I'm talking substantive, sir, about your outline, your PowerPoint presentation. Topics of what discussions about the topics in your PowerPoint presentation?
I had no discussions with him about the topics of my PowerPoint presentation.
Who did you have discussions with from the Commonwealth about the topics in your PowerPoint presentation?
Mr. Brannon and Mr. Lally.
Describe those conversations and how many you had, including the first one that you had.
Well, I originally submitted my presentation with my original report way back, I believe in January.
Right. I'm asking for conversations within the last 2 weeks.
Okay, question wasn't clear. Then on Sunday, we just went through top to bottom through my presentation. Mr. Brandon wanted to make sure he understood everything in it. And then I met with Mr. Brandon again on Sunday. We ran through it briefly again. And then that was largely it.
Who suggested the changes to your presentation?
Mr. Brandon.
Mr. Brennan suggested the changes that you make.
He indicated some of the things, for example, the slide I deleted referenced testimony that I was not allowed to include on a slide.
Were there any discussions with anybody from the prosecution team about the changes with regard to the what I will call the Dighton route, the Dighton distance, and the total mileage? Do you know which slide I'm referring to, sir?
I do, yes.
Who initiated the discussion on the changes to that slide?
So that slide was changed, I don't know, probably 8 or 10 days ago.
Oh, it was changed 8 or 10 days ago.
Correct.
Were there any changes made from 8 or 10 days ago to what's now in your presentation?
Not beyond what we talked about.
Oh, okay. So 10 days ago, those changes were made.
8 to 10 days ago. I could actually probably figure out exactly when if you like.
Now my next questions go to Mr. Burgess. Mr. Burgess is a colleague of yours at Aperture, correct?
Correct.
Are you aware of issues relating to the accuracy or inaccuracy of his CV?
Unfortunately, I've been bombarded with emails that have referenced that. I've seen it. I have not read them.
You've been bombarded with them, but you have, and you say unfortunately, but you have not read any of them? None?
Maybe one or two lines. For example, they come in, they're looking like legitimate business emails. And then I pull it up as a business email. I'm like, okay, I'm not supposed to do this. Court said I can't look at this.
Now, I want to go back to your slide presentation. I understand that you intend, subject to our objections at the court's ruling, you intend to present testimony with regard to your PowerPoint where you are going to elaborate on your 1231-38 to 1231-43 trigger 1162-2, and you're going to add to what has been in your presentation a verbal discussion with regard to Mr. Burgess's change that he made in his May 8th report with regard to the variance time window. Do I have that correct?
No, you don't. It's not based upon a verbal discussion. It's based upon his report.
Okay, so you're going to make, you propose, what you're intending to do is you want to add the change from Mr. Burgess's May 8th report to what you're going to testify to on your PowerPoint. Do I have that correct?
That is correct.
And the only reason you're going to testify with regard to altering the 1231-38 to 1231-43 window is because of what Mr. Burgess has done on May 8th. Is that correct?
It's better data. So I'm altering it and correcting it with better data that I've received from Mr. Burgess.
Right. But my point is, if it weren't for Mr. Burgess's change, you wouldn't be making any changes in your testimony, correct? It's only because of what Mr. Burgess did on May 8th. Is that correct?
Only from his report, correct.
Correct. So, and you understand, sir, that that change has significant effects on the very issues in this case with regard to the timeline and the collision you allege occurred, and comparing it to human volitional conduct of Mr. O'Keefe with regard to his manipulation of the phone. You understand the consequences of that change, do you, sir?
I do. I would disagree with your assertion that it's consequential. Again, my original data, which is in my PowerPoint and has not changed, that data is still there. The timing was extremely close within the error of the measurements, which Mr. Burgess ultimately showed in his subsequent report that was within the variance associated with those timing devices.
I understand, but my point, sir, and I want to understand if I have it correct, is that is going to move the time that you assert the 1162-2 trigger occurred, correct?
Correct.
And you would agree that's a substantial change given the issues in this case when seconds matter, or do you think it's an insignificant change?
I wouldn't say it's insignificant. Again, I haven't modified my PowerPoint at all. I was happy with the data I had and satisfied with the data I had. Again, once presented as engineer would with better data, we use better data. It brings it, I'm sorry. It brings it,
Let him finish.
Yeah.
it brings it closer in time to Ian Whiffin's last contact point data. But even if we don't have that, given what I knew about the variance in the cell phones, my time was still within that window anyway.
Sir, you've just answered my question, which is you agree that it affects the timeline in the activity of Mr. Whiffin's report. You said brings it closer. Did I have your words correctly?
Correct. What I was concerned about was your word about significant change. It brings it closer. It doesn't necessarily bring it significantly closer. My original timeline was very close, within the range of the accuracy of those types of cell phones, infotainment system data. So even if I didn't have Mr. Burgess's subsequent report, the data is still within that time window.
Sir, isn't it a fact that with the variance of Mr. Burgess that you're now you want to testify to, that there is a change because your 1162-2 trigger 1231-38 to 1231-43, you know that there's a device lock event on the phone of Mr. O'Keefe after that time period. You understand that, correct?
So again, there's a window of plus minus on that. Technically, those timestamps on that are, as you indicated, again, there's literally, I wrote that on my slide. It includes my slide where I have that exact comment.
But my question, sir, is the change means now that with the Mr. Burgess variance moving, you now have part of the moving range that occurs after the device lock, whereas before your change, the device lock occurred after every bit of your range of 1162.2. I have that correct, don't I, sir?
You do.
Okay.
Okay, so
Your Honor,
that's it.
that's all I needed. Thank you.
All right, so we're going to bring the jury in. Are they outside the door? Awesome. You may as well stay right there.
Thank you.
Okay? I'll see you at sidebar. No, they can come in.
We're getting another sidebar.
They're arguing seconds. Like this is, I
Yep.
don't understand how a rational person cannot look at this and realize how terrible this is for Karen or how ludicrous this is. Okay. There is a time variance. It always fell within the time variance, regardless. Like, if the strongest argument you have is that there is a second differential between when she backed up her car erratically and this man stopped moving forever, just convict this woman. Like, I don't know what else to tell you. It's crazy.
And he also harkened back to the idea he said with his original data there that it's still in compliance with that 60-second window that the defense agreed existed. The time slip or drift between the phones and the infotainment system. So he's saying, yeah, it tightens it, but it was still, accepted industry standard that there was a 60-second window. So yeah, there's a Lessie or Yell Lessie. I like that name. He just can't stop yelling his ass off. When you don't have anything to say, I guess you just yell. It's crazy. Yeah, exactly. Will Hess, exactly. The 8-second window is within the 20-second window and the 60-second window that the defense, yes, agreed on. I mean, it's amazing that, yeah, they're splitting hairs over that. I couldn't imagine if I was Karen and I'm sitting there and my defense's big strategy is to split hairs over these seconds. I wouldn't be feeling too confident that I wasn't going to prison.
Good morning, beautiful boss.
Time this morning. I think the
Hello, boss
coffee
bitch.
and donuts and muffins was probably a hint that we were taking longer than what we ordinarily would do. I do appreciate your patience. So I have to ask you those questions. Were you all able to follow the instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we met last week? Yes. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left here last week? No. Thank you. With that, Mr. Brennan?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Sir, can I just stand and raise your right hand?
Yes, sir.
You solemnly swear the evidence given to the court and jury the case now hearing the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. You're welcome.
May I refer to my resume? May I refer to my resume?
All right, Mr. Brennan,
Thank
whenever
you.
you're ready.
Good morning, sir.
Morning, Mr. Brennan.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your first and last name for the court reporter who's next to you?
Absolutely. My name is Judson Welcher. My first name is Judson. Last name is Welcher, Welcher.
Sir, what do you do for a profession?
I'm an accident reconstructionist and biomechanical engineer.
I'd like you to explain to us a little bit about what an accident reconstructionist does.
Sure. You can think of accident reconstruction and things such as this as the physics and engineering that happens in car crashes. So accident reconstruction tends to deal with everything that happens to the car and outside the car, skid marks, vehicle damage, the electronic recording systems in the vehicle, things that have to do with the motion forces and how the physics of everything occurred and how that affected the motion of the vehicles.
You said that you were an accident reconstructionist, but also a biomechanical engineer. How is your work as a biomechanical engineer different than an accident reconstructionist?
So simply, you can think of biomechanics as similar, but to everything inside the car. So biomechanics is looking at how the effects of physical forces are applied to the human anatomy. When I'm trying to explain to somebody what I do, I say, hey, it's like a civil engineer who's designing a bridge. So many trucks and cars on the bridge. Are that going to cause the beams in the bridge to fail? Is that going to cause the cables to fail? So a human body is governed by the same laws of physics, just like the bridge. Obviously, it's made of a lot of different materials, but in a human body, my beams are bones. My cables are the muscles and ligaments. Different material properties, but everything's governed by the laws of physics and principles of engineering. So I'm looking at how physical forces, the outside of the car, when people are inside the car, seat belts, airbags. The first seat belt was patented by an engineer. It's engineers who quantify the force of the crash and what kind of injury damage there is to the body. So it is force that causes damage like a fracture. And so we're looking at how the physical forces are applied to the body and what that means in terms of what happens to the body.
Dr. Welcher, I want to ask you a little bit about how you became a biomechanical engineer and an accident reconstructionist. Can you tell us?
Sure. So when I was getting ready to go to college, my father, who was a physician, said, whatever you do, do not go to medical school. Because I was getting ready to go to medical school. So this was 39 years ago, I believe. 35 years ago, 39 years ago. He said, it's just not worth it. So I said, okay. So then I entered into the mechanical engineering. I grew up riding motorcycles, taking things apart, frequently pissing my parents off when I couldn't put it back together. But I like taking things apart and figuring out how things worked. So I went to university and got my undergraduate degree in mechanical engineering. From there, I happened to be at a Thursday meeting of the American Society of Mechanical Engineers. A group came in from a company that did this type of work, and they showed some examples of how you apply engineering concepts that you learn in mechanical engineering to the human body. And so I was like, man, that's a great job. That's the perfect mix of engineering that I have and my desire, to learn the medical side of things as well without becoming a doctor. So I talked to them. I actually applied to the company and was ultimately hired as a biomechanical engineer.
How long did you continue as a biomechanical engineer until you went back to school?
So I actually, very quickly after I started the job, I took a human anatomy class at a community college. I quickly realized that wasn't enough. And so in around 1993, I went to the USC Medical School and enrolled through what's called concurrent enrollment, which means you can take the class, but you're not actually in medical school. It's a medical school class. But I took gross human anatomy. So it was me and 160 or so other doctors. I took the same human anatomy that first year medical students at USC took. So it began in 1993.
Did you continue to work as you pursued your higher education?
I ultimately started my own company, continued to work, continued to do research, had a wonderful opportunity to have 2 beautiful children, and continue to this day.
Tell us a little bit about the company you started and when.
Sure. So in about October of 1994, I started my own company. Me and the guy who was my immediate supervisor said, hey, we can do this better. We can do more research, more testing. And so we started our own company.
What kind of company was it?
It was an action reconstruction and biomechanical engineering company. We also early on did a bunch of testing and design work for amusement park rides. The same concepts for car crashes applies to roller coasters, basically anything. So we worked and had some contracts on improving ride safety. And I was also on the ASTM committee that looked at amusement park ride designs.
Did that company grow from 2 people?
Correct. We took it from 2 to about 25 people. And then we ultimately sold it in right around January 1st of 2022.
Before 2022, did you obtain a master's degree?
I did.
And what was that in and where was that from?
So again, I was working full time. Actually, while I was doing my master's degree, I was also teaching classes at Texas A&M through their law enforcement training division. So it was extension classes. But I ultimately completed my master's thesis in December of 2001. That was from USC, University of Southern California. And I received my master's degree in biomedical engineering. I wrote my thesis. It was basically on automotive seat design, but it was titled Whiplash-Associated Disorders, Related Anatomy, Biomechanics of Injury, and the Relationship Between Injury Potential and Automotive Seat Design.
Excuse me, Your Honor, if I may, pardon the interruption. If Dr. Welcher reads from this report, which I think he just did, can we know when he's doing that?
Sure. Dr. Welcher asked me if he could refer to his resume, and I said yes. So if you read, just let us know.
Thank
Thank
you.
you, Your Honor.
And it's my resume, not my report.
Your resume, did I say? report?
No, you did. He said report.
Yeah, no, it's his resume.
You share with us that your company continued to grow until you ultimately sold it in 2022. During that time, did you continue to pursue higher education after you obtained your master's degree?
I did. So again, ever since 1993, I've been slowly pursuing higher education, both obtaining my master's degree as well as my PhD. During that time frame, I also published 20 peer-reviewed scientific publications. I taught for 5 years at Texas A&M and served as a peer reviewer for both the Society of Automotive Engineers and for a short period on the Archives of Physical Medicine. So I was working and running a company with my co-creator, as well as teaching, conducting research, publishing, also while going to school part-time.
Take us to 2011. Were you still pursuing education at the University of Southern California?
I was.
And what occurred? What did you achieve in 2011?
So in August of 2011, I finally obtained my PhD in biomedical engineering. I wrote my dissertation, reading from my resume, titled Development, Validation, and Testing of a New Sensor Array for Intra-Articular Pressure Measurement, In Vitro Human Lumbar Spine, Intra-Articular Facet Testing, which is a lot of big words to say. I was testing cadaver spines, looking at the loads inside the spines associated with various motions of the spine.
Did you achieve your PhD in biomechanical engineering?
It's actually in biomedical engineering. Biomechanics is within the field of biomedical engineering.
So you have a PhD in biomedical engineering.
Correct.
You mentioned that you have published many articles. Have there been articles that you have published that are relevant to some of the subjects that you're going to talk about during your testimony?
I mean, I have a number of, again, peer-reviewed scientific publications. Peer review just means you submit it to a journal and they have other people review it, give you comments, your peers in the field. I do believe there are a number of them that could certainly be relevant to both the physics and, for example, pedestrian injuries.
If I could mention a few. You wrote an article on sideswipe collision dynamics. What's sideswipe collision dynamics?
So I was actually an invited speaker at the World Congress, or sorry, not the World Congress, the World Reconstruction Expedition. They asked me to give a presentation on the theory, science, and mathematics behind sideswipe or side impact collisions. That would include side collisions, glancing collisions, shallow angle impacts, such as like a corner of a bumper goes into the side of a car, any kind of glancing or clipping type impact.
Similarly, in many of the articles that you wrote, is one of them about methods for quantifying the impact severity of low speed side impacts at varying angles?
It is.
Tell us a little bit what that.
So that was a Society of Automotive Engineers paper. Again, another peer-reviewed paper that we worked on. It was kind of an extension or continuation of all that research, where we just looked at the physics and the mathematics basically the reconstruction of glancing or sideswipe type impacts.
Similarly, methods for quantifying the impact severity of low-speed side impacts at varying angles. Is that similar to the other papers, or was that different?
Yeah, I thought that was the same one.
If I can continue, another article or publication that you wrote, occupant kinematics and loading in low-speed lateral impacts. What does that mean?
So in the course of my career, I've done probably 12 to maybe 1,300 actual crash tests. I've crashed everything from skateboards, mopeds, up to trains, motorhomes, and ambulances. I've conducted, relative to this case, probably or been involved with 50 to maybe 70 pedestrian impact tests. So the low speed side impact one is we actually put human volunteers in side impact collisions. And what we did is we had accelerometers, which are things that measure acceleration. If you had physics or memory, Newton told us force equals mass times acceleration. So knowing the acceleration of something, you can get an idea of how much force is applied to it. So we have various sensors on the body. We have various sensors on the car for the reconstruction aspects of it. So that study was the biomechanics portion. And the first paper you read about the reconstruction was the reconstruction portion. So the first paper you discussed was everything outside the car. Then we looked at how the forces applied to those impacts to people inside the car.
Have you had a lot of publications and studies about the force applied to people outside of a car?
I don't know if I'd say a lot, but I was an invited lecturer to the Accident Reconstruction and Collision Safety Institute conference, where I specifically gave a paper and a series, or basically a lecture on what's called pedestrian impact biomechanics, which was exactly as the name implies, what happens to pedestrians when they're impacted predominantly by cars and vehicles.
How much of your work involves pedestrian impacts?
Probably maybe 10%, 5 to 10%. Most of it's car to cars.
Biomechanics of low-speed impacts. Is that another paper that you wrote?
That is a paper I wrote.
I don't want to read all of your papers and all of your publications, but on a different topic, did you write a paper on the study of the measurement of Generation 2 Toyota event data recorders and low-speed side impacts?
Yes.
Could you tell us a little bit about what measurement of event data means in this article?
So Toyotas, newer Toyotas particularly, have two types of electronic equipment on board that can record crashes. There is what's referred to as an event data recorder, or EDR. It's somewhat commonly referred to as a black box. It's not exactly right, but it's close. And then there's a secondary system, which is really more closely tied to maintenance. That's called TechStream, but it will pick up data that you can frequently relate back to various events. So that particular paper was looking at the event data recorder data in Toyotas.
We'll get more into that subject later, but is it event data recorders subject that you're well schooled at?
Yes.
In addition to the papers that you've written, have you continued through the years and after becoming a PhD, your research in this area, in these areas?
Correct. For example, every year we're part of a conference called SATI, which is our company, largely led by the engineer, Christopher Furbish, that we work with, has spearheaded us going out and conducting crash tests for that conference. For 10 years, we did a lot of the instrumentation and crash testing at the Accident Reconstruction and Collision Safety Institute conference. And then for a number of years, the company actually went down and did crash testing for what's referred to as the Spine Research Institute down in San Diego. So we've been hired by various professional organizations. We came out here once, the Massachusetts Association of Accident Reconstructionists, I think I'm messing the name up, had a conference. We came out here, conducted crash tests. for training other experts out here. We did all the instrumentation, the biomechanics of that crash testing.
In your research and testing, you have pages with dates of the different researches and testing you've done. There's over a dozen of the research and testing items and articles that deal with pedestrians. Is that a common topic in your research and testing?
Yes. So again, frequently at the conference, we're doing pedestrian tests. The last Action Reconstruction Collision Safety Institute conference, there was a series of pedestrian crash tests run there. SATI 2 years ago, maybe 3 years ago, some pedestrian crash tests that were done there as well. So there are a number of instances on my resume where I have both attended class, and then I mentioned the one time where I gave an hour and a half long lecture on pedestrian injuries.
After you became a PhD or a doctor, do you continue your education and research?
Correct. I've always continued my education and research up until, I just got back from the event data or Action Reconstruction Collision Safety Institute EDR conference, or the Event Data Recorder Summit. My company, through my relationship with the founder of that summit, was a sponsor. So Aperture was actually a sponsor of that conference. We actually sponsored it the previous year as well. And also as part of that, I assisted one of the researchers in conducting, it's called front camera module testing for pedestrian impacts on Chrysler vehicles. General Motors vehicles.
As a biomedical engineer, are there any groups, organizations, or certifications that are important?
I think ACTAR is important. So ACTAR is an acronym. It's ACTAR, and that's short for the Accreditation Commission for Traffic Accident Reconstructionists. And so it's a bunch of professional groups, originally from some concerns, I believe, from the Department of Transportation, got together and set standards for reconstructionists. Again, these are kind of minimum standards. You have to show, you send in your resume, you talk to them about your research, and then if you're deemed qualified, you sit for an examination that tests your skills, day-long test, theory, a practical portion, and then every 5 years you have to have 60 continuing education units to become reaccredited. I've been an accredited accident reconstructionist since February of 1995, and my accreditation is current and active up through today.
So you've been accredited for 30 years?
Yeah, correct.
I don't want to trick you on the math.
No, I never thought about it, but yeah, I guess it has been 30 years.
Have you testified in court before?
I have.
Have you testified in state courts?
I have.
Have you testified in federal court?
I have. Matter of fact, in Boston.
Have you ever testified in civil cases?
Yes, I have.
Have you testified being called by the plaintiff?
I have.
Have you ever testified being called by a defendant in a civil case?
Yes.
Have you testified in criminal cases?
I have.
Have you ever been called by the state or the government?
Yes.
Have you ever been called by a defendant?
Correct. Public Defender's Office.
In any of the cases, whether it's civil, criminal, plaintiff, defendant, government defendant, does that in any way change your analysis about data, regardless of who or where you testify?
No. I take my job as to be a critical analysis of the data. So I wanted to look at the data as objectively as possible and form conclusions based upon the data, trying to remove wherever possible speculation, try to remove wherever possible reference to testimony. Now, sometimes testimony is the only thing we have, and so we need to rely on it for bits and pieces. But generally, my job is to try and look at data and see what the data shows. I have no dog in this fight. I don't, quite frankly, care. What I'm doing is trying to do a good engineering job, which is looking at the data and drawing sound principles and sound conclusions from the data.
Presently, you said you had a company and you sold it. Where do you work?
It's a company called Aperture. I guess we were acquired or merged into it technically.
How many offices do you know if Aperture has?
Oh God, I should know that. I mean, we have them in Massachusetts. We have them in, I think there's 3 or 4 in Texas. There's, I think, 4 or 5 in California. So I want to say there's at least, I don't know, 13 to 15.
Do you work at a particular location?
I do.
Where do you work?
Long Beach, California.
Do you work with other people? Do you have a team?
I do.
How many people are on your team?
5.
And what's the team comprised of?
It,
Is everybody a PhD and engineer?
One individual is a PhD in engineering, Dr. Umali. And then I have 3 other engineers and 1 case reader. I guess it's 6 people. I have a case manager as well.
Is there any, do you work interchangeably at the different branches around the country, or do you have your own team in California that you work with?
99% of the time, it's my own team. Occasionally, we'll get a case from another office. I've worked on a couple cases out of the Texas office and maybe a couple out of the Nevada office.
Were you asked to look at any data or information relative to this case?
Yes.
In looking at data and information, do you try to look at a narrow or broad range of information?
So I definitely cast a very broad range. We try and get as much information as possible. And then, weed it down to what is important, weed it down to what is consistent with the data. So start off very big and then get down to sort of the meat and potatoes of it, the important information.
Do you necessarily rely on everything you look at?
No, I certainly consider everything I look at, but I frequently don't rely on everything because sometimes it's not reliable or it's irrelevant.
In this case, can you share with us materials generally that you looked at in your review?
Sure. Your Honor, may I read from my report?
Yes.
Thank you. So, Mr. Reporter, I apologize. It's a lengthy list. Slow? So I have police reports, including the Canton PD incident report, and I have 8 other reports, also the 34 Fairview Road Rams final report or cars report. I have the ring video from Mr. O'Keefe's residence. I believe that's One Meadows. I have the cruiser cameras, which are the police vehicles, onboard cameras, both front and rear cameras from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, I believe 10 different videos. I have photos and videos of the scene from Sergeant. I have photos of the vehicles, 140 photographs of the vehicles lined up together. I have 25 additional photographs of the scene, 18 separate photographs of the scene, 2 photographs of the scene, 1 group of 92 of the scene, 1 group of 50 of the scene, another video showing the cars lined up bumper to bumper, 4 videos of the scene. I have a video showing Miss Reed's vehicle being pulled into the Sally Port at the Canton Police Department. I have a 360 diagram, surveillance video files from McCarthy's, surveillance video files from Waterfall Bar, Canton Police Report, Sally Port videos from Dighton. I have the Lexus Connect Verizon records. I have the alarm.com videos. I have a video of the tow truck arriving at the Canton Police Department. One titled Native Location, John O'Keefe's phone. Past witness statements. The report of examination from the coroner. Jennifer McCabe Cellbrite data. Something called Lexus Infotainment. Different past summary testimony of numerous witnesses. earlier summary testimony of numerous witnesses. The Boston Magazine interview with Miss Reed, a Dateline interview with Miss Reed, a 2020 interview with Miss Reed, lab reports from BODE, the Crime Scene Response Unit Boston, Crime Scene Service Section Maynard, Crime Scene Service Section Southeast, the Criminalist File Folder, Trace File Folder, UC Davis Veterinary Report. I have Verizon records, GPS location records, John O'Keefe GPS points, Axiom cache location, weather reports, medical records, including the Canton Fire Department run report for both Mr. O'Keefe and Miss Reed, medical records for both Mr. O'Keefe and Miss Reed from Good Samaritan. I have 2 retrograde extrapolation reports, one, and a serum plasma conversion report relative to Miss Reed. I have the neuropathology report. I have the Orange County Medical Examiner's report, the diagrams, the postmortem toxicology report, and a second same autopsy report, more pages.
In addition to the information that you reviewed, did you on your own go out and obtain information that you thought might be helpful for your review?
I did. So first what happened is I asked for all the information on the case. So I received some information, and then what we do is we start doing our homework. So we start doing the groundwork. So once I received some of the information, what I did was, modern cars have what's called a VIN number or vehicle identification number. It's a unique 17-digit number. So what we'll do is we'll decode that VIN number, and that gives us information about the vehicles. So I did that for Miss Reed's 2021 Lexus, as well as Mr. O'Keefe's 2019 Chevy Traverse. So ran the VIN numbers, use the VIN numbers. It tells us year, make, model, safety equipment, things like that. I then got dimensional data from a program called Expert Autostats. And then I have complete parts diagrams for the vehicles. So I have literally bumper to bumper parts diagrams from something called the Mitchell Collision Estimating Guide. And what that is shows parts, involved in the vehicle. So for example, in Miss Reed's vehicle, I have bumper to bumper. I certainly have all the parts around the rear bumper and tail light of her vehicle. And then of course I started additional work on top of that.
After you began your study, sir, did you have an opportunity to personally look at items that were involved in this case?
Yes, I did.
And what did that include?
That included looking at Miss Reed's vehicle, looking at Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle, going to the scene of the incident. I ultimately purchased a 2021 LX 570, the exact year, make, and model of Miss Reed's vehicle, and conducted testing with that vehicle, as well as doing a whole bunch of research and compiling data for my report and slides.
You mentioned slides. When you went through your investigation analysis and ultimately led to whatever conclusions you have, did you provide and create a PowerPoint presentation that could assist you?
I did. I provided a PowerPoint presentation on January 30th.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So I'm handing you a binder. Would you kindly take a look at it?
Okay.
So does that appear to be a copy of the PowerPoint presentation that you prepared for us today?
It appeared, right? 141 pages. Didn't look at every page, but it looks right.
All right, I asked to mark this for identification.
Okay.
MMM for identification.
the court's permission, I'd like to have Dr. Welcher use his PowerPoint presentation to walk us through some of the information he'd like to share today.
Okay, no objection, Mr. Lessie, right?
No objection, Your Honor. Thank you.
Your Honor, I'm looking at a paper version in front of me.
Okay, is the paper version the same as what we're going to see up here?
It is.
Okay, then that's fine.
Thank you. And Dr. Welcher is going to manage the PowerPoint presentation. Sir, you mentioned that you wanted to look at the area and look at the scene. Your office is in California?
It is.
Why was it important to come all the way out to this area to see the scene firsthand?
Hold on a second.
I'll let you set up before I start asking you more questions.
We went through this, had it working perfectly. There we go.
Okay.
So that's me. No, that's my first slide.
I
Again,
have a couple questions for you, Dr. Welcher.
please.
The first is your office is in California.
Oh, yes, sir.
Why was it important to come all the way out here and view the scene firsthand?
And you want to have as much information as possible. So I wanted to, physically look at all the things so I can actually see with my own hands, my own eyes, lay hands upon it, look at it as best I can. You try and inspect and look at as many things as you possibly can. Sometimes they don't exist anymore. Sometimes they're gone. And you have to make a best approximation if you can't do that. In this case, I was able to look at the scene in both vehicles.
Was that an important part of your study, Doctor?
I think so. Again, it's always good if you're going to talk about what happened to the cars or what happened to the people to look at what happened to the cars, meaning to actually look at the cars, not just look at photographs when possible. So I have physically looked at the cars. For example, in the Lexus, I climbed in it, over it, underneath it. I downloaded data from it. I did a whole bunch of things looking at Miss Reed's Lexus to assist in my analysis to try and add some further objective data to what we're doing here. So same thing with Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle. Looked at the rear bumper, took some pieces off the rear bumper to see what was behind the cover, to see what kind of damage we did or didn't have. So went to the scene, looked at the measurements of the curb, looked at where some of the lines are on the road because you can see them in some of the photographs. Again, it's always good when possible to inspect everything you can inspect.
If you could now begin and tell us how you started your investigation.
Sure. So on September 23rd, I had an opportunity to come out. Mr. Brandon, was the first time I ever met you on that day, I believe. And I had received material before that. And what you see here is, this is my inspection of Miss Reed's vehicle. In the upper left photograph, you'll see, oh, this doesn't work very well. Upper left photograph, that's Miss Reed's vehicle. That's Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle, the Chevy Traverse. And then what you see here is a laser scanner. You can see it on the ground here. Laser scanner is creating a 3D model of the vehicles. So I use that to create a 3D model of the vehicles. You can see me in the upper right photograph. That watch is this watch right here, my Garmin watch. And what I'm doing is looking at the construction composition of that right rear corner of the bumper. I'm looking at things such as the dimensions, where various lights and components are, and how does the geometry of that bumper relate to things that would be hit when backed into.
Dr. Welcher notes that this is 9/23/94. Is that an accurate date of when you came and first started looking at the vehicles in the area?
You said 24, correct?
I did.
You said 9/23/24, correct. And then on the slide, what I tried to do is underline what I'm doing. So this is inspection of the Reed Lexus. And as noted, I'm only showing you a couple. I actually took 445 photographs.
Do you remember when you began this case? the month or the date?
No, it was obviously before this, I had material before I came out to look at the vehicles.
You think it was months before this?
I don't think it was months. No, it was maybe a month, if not less.
So you began your work in the fall of 2024?
Correct.
And I just want to ask you about the picture in the middle. You see the right taillight housing is missing. Did you
Correct.
understand that had been removed prior to you looking at the car?
It was, yes.
Thank you.
You're welcome. However, some of the evidence stickers, these white stickers here, were still on the vehicle.
You did not place those. Did you place those stickers on yourself?
I did not.
Were they there when you first saw the car?
Correct. They match what I'd seen in other photos.
Thank you.
So just continuing on. So what you see is, again, I mentioned looking underneath the bumper. So we wanted to see what, if anything, was damaged on the corner. So I'm putting my hand to show where the frame rail ends. This is me looking up underneath to the back side of this taillight. If you can see, this red taillight actually sticks out. And so I'm checking the front here for damage. I'm checking the back for damage.
1 second, please. Okay, Doctor, when you were looking for damage on the previous slide, did you find any damage to that lower right red taillight?
No, there was no damage to the taillight.
The middle picture is from the inside, looking at the inside of that taillight. Was there any damage to the inside of that taillight?
There was not.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So again, looked at the height of it. I mentioned this lower taillight. Notice how the structure of the bumper protrudes out. You can see one of the marks, which is consistent with the contact to Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle. Here, this scratch mark, or scuff mark. Notice how close it is to this light. Again, some of the evidence, stickers. Just a better view of those, then going down the side of the vehicle. So with all that information, I mentioned a laser scan. So you move this laser scanner, and each minute and 51 second scan is collecting about 50 million data points. And so you scan all the way around, and then what you do is you merge all that data together. So even though this looks like a poor photograph, what you're seeing is hundreds of millions of hundreds of millions of points. And so you literally can figure out, if you wanted to know the distance from this lug nut to where the lighter is on the ashtray, you could probably do that to an accuracy of about 2 to 3 millimeters. So really, taking tons and tons of data. So it knows the exact position of every one of these millions of data points, and it knows the color associated with those data points.
Why is that data imaging so important in accident reconstruction?
You want to have an accurate model of the car. So, you probably don't need literally that many points to get an accurate model, but that's just the nature of the way the science is going. Computers are getting better and faster. Scanners are getting faster. So you get an enormous amount of data when you use these scanners nowadays. So then, as indicated on the underline here, I did a CDR. That's a little different than what you heard me say before. CDR is crash data retrieval. So that's the hardware and software that you use to download or actually copy or take an image of, which means you're just taking an image off what's on the vehicle, the EDR, which is the event data recorder. So you use the crash data retrieval hardware to download the event data recorder, otherwise commonly known as a black box. So I downloaded the black box from this vehicle, and although you can hardly read it here, again, I mentioned there are 2 systems on this vehicle. This is the CDR system or EDR system. There's also the text stream. The EDR system, this system is primarily to manage the safety components, protect the occupants of the Lexus. So things like fire the airbag, fire what's called a pretensioner, keep track of the severity of the crash to decide whether we need to fire the airbag. So it's not really designed for pedestrian impacts. So when we downloaded this vehicle, we got what's called a none file. A none file simply means that there's no data there. The system's working properly. We had no fault codes, but for a car hitting a pedestrian to cause a file here, this is really more designed for car-to-car impacts, something that's going to have a significant impact on the occupant of the Lexus. And again, the Lexus is 6,000-pound vehicle. Mr. O'Keefe's only 216 pounds. So it's not going to register from hitting a pedestrian.
Were you surprised that there was no information about a collision in the EDR?
No, exactly what I expected. Okay, I mentioned the second system. So as underlined up here, this is the tech stream. So this is from Toyota tech stream data. You can see the screens here. There's generally two types of files, what's called a vehicle control history and a PCS file. The PCS file is the, God, I forgot the name of it, the protection system. So I also looked at Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle. Sorry, PCS is pre-collision system. Looked at Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle, same thing, took a series of photographs, laser scanned it, looked in it, underneath it, behind it. I mentioned taking some of the bumper parts off. So I took this rear cover off here to look at the damage behind the bumper cover. Most cars have what's referred to as a face bar. That's that piece of metal that you see here. And there's a piece of energy absorber here. That's your face bar. So I'm looking to see if there's any damage to that. There was no damage to that.
Before you go forward, I want you to take a couple steps back because I want to ask you some questions to explain
Please.
tech stream data. Could you go back a couple slides, please?
Sure.
Okay. You mentioned that in the EDR, which is similar to a black box, there was no information found. And then you mentioned a different system, the tech stream. Can you make it clear for us how these systems are different and where they're stored on a motor vehicle?
Sure. I mean, a lot of data is stored in a similar location. The tech stream system was originally designed, according to Toyota, for maintenance issues. It seemed to come about around the same time Toyota was having problems with sudden accelerations or allegations of sudden accelerations. So the tech stream data or vehicle control history will give you information when there's, for example, excessive acceleration or rapid shifting of the vehicles or rapid steering of the steering wheel. So the statements are that that's designed to help the maintenance people, if you come in with a problem with your vehicle, to diagnose what that problem is. It has a lot of utility in accident reconstruction because if you jam on the brakes before a crash, frequently the tech stream data will record the crash.
You mentioned Toyota a number of times. Could you share with us the relationship between Toyota and Lexus?
Yeah. Sorry, in my mind, they're the same thing. Toyota and Lexus, obviously a little different, but Lexus is basically made by Toyota. So Toyota and Lexus has the Lexus safety system. Toyota has the Toyota safety systems, which you both read with the tech stream data.
The tech stream data, in this case, does it play an important role in your analysis?
I think so, yes.
The tech stream data, did you independently download that data yourself?
So I independently downloaded it, and then I also ran a test with Miss Reed's vehicle, and I created a new tech stream file so that I had a stamp in the ignition cycles of what the current ignition cycle was. So I did a sudden acceleration test of the vehicle.
On the Lexus or on the exemplar vehicle?
On her Lexus.
When you did the downloading, why did you do it yourself?
Again, you, whenever possible, want to be the one that does it, make sure it's done correctly, and be able to say, hey, how do I know that's from that vehicle? Well, I know because I was the one who did it. And so if I get it from someone else, then they frequently have to bring that person into court to lay, say the other ones that did it, so then I can use it. So if I do it myself, it eliminates that problem, and then I have no concerns over where it's coming from. So then I know hey, I did it. This is the right car. This is the right program.
You left us at slide 10 when you were inspecting Mr. O'Keefe's car?
Correct. So again, simply a blue arrow indicating that I looked down behind all this stuff, took measurements of it, and then similarly, I have a 3D point cloud of Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle. So part of the reason we're making these 3D point clouds, and we'll touch on this further, in addition to the scene, you can then basically put all these things back together in the computer. So instead of having to drive the cars to the scene, for example, or to Mr. O'Keefe's residence, you can take these computer models and additional data and put it back in the computer and reconstruct everything on the computer. So before we had the exact angle of impact. Again, this is for looking at when Miss Reed contacted Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle, backing out of Mr. O'Keefe's garage at One Meadows. I lined them up just to generally show the approximate location. A couple things, notice how, again, this lower portion of the Lexus bumper sticks out. Notice how the side of the Chevrolet slopes in as you get higher up. So this portion sticks out more than this portion. And this is where you would expect any contact damage to occur, assuming there was an impact. So again, looking at the measurements up the height of the vehicle, of course, as you indicated, Mr. Brandon, the taillight's gone. And then went to the scene. So same thing, went to the scene, took, again, 297 photographs of the scene, had our people scan it to create a computer model of the scene. So, literally, if you wanted to know the distance from this window to, say, some manhole cover on the road, we have the data to figure that out, down to a couple millimeters.
In addition to going to the scene and doing the digital mapping, you mentioned other review of materials. Did you have an opportunity to review dash cam footage from Canton Police Department police vehicles to see the general location of where Mr. O'Keefe was when first responders were assisting him?
Objection, Your Honor.
So that's just a yes or no?
Yes.
Thank you.
So the text stream download. So this is a screenshot from the text stream download. Keep in mind, this is kind of maintenance software. So we're looking at a number of things in the maintenance software. What we see is, and this is noted in the report too, that when the vehicle gets into the Canton Police Department after this event, you can see the mileage is 12,665 miles. So that shows up in Trooper Paul's report. It shows up in the photographs, and it shows up as matching the mileage in the text stream data, both at triggers 1164 and triggers 1167.
I'd ask you if you can enlarge the data on the right and break down what it actually means, the different columns and the... Is it possible for you to enlarge that?
My fingers are too fat.
Thank you.
Okay. So what you're looking at is what I called event 1162. If you see anything in blue on these charts, that's information that I added. I typically put my initial, JBW, Judson Blair Welcher, that's me. And so this is referred to as the key cycle trip. So key cycle is simply you turn it on, not necessarily turn the ignition on, turn it on, turn it off. That's one key cycle. So I labeled this one 1162-2 because there's also one that's on the same key cycle that I'm calling 1162-1. The system also records the mileage. So again, this is a maintenance system generally. So what you see is the T here is the trigger, and there's a point. So this time in the text stream data, you could think of it as like a stopwatch. It's when it starts when the car turns on and stops when the car turns off. And then if it sees a triggering event, a T, it records that information. So this is when the trigger happened. So that's 1,142.2 seconds. And so I've converted that to minutes and seconds because most people don't think in seconds. And so what it also does is once it sees a trigger, it's constantly circulating data through the computer. So when it says, okay, we have a trigger, it saves 5 seconds before the trigger and then 5 seconds after the trigger. So the trigger's in the middle and you have 5 seconds of data before and 5 seconds of data after.
I have a couple of questions for you,
Please.
Dr. Welcher. First, starting with the clock, the time in seconds on the left. You mentioned that begins when the car is turned on. What type of clock is that called?
It's just a continuous clock, meaning it's not a clock like a time clock. It's more like a stopwatch kind of clock.
Has it ever been referred to as a running clock?
It's the same thing. You start the stopwatch, it's running.
Based on the text stream data alone found in that one spot, can you tell from the data in the text stream alone what time the power was turned on?
No, not alone. It simply tells you how long it's been on. It doesn't necessarily immediately tie it back to a clock time. You need additional information.
And so this in and of itself, the text stream data doesn't give you a certain time on a clock, like 1 o'clock or 2:30, anything like that.
No, it simply tells you in this case, when the trigger occurred, it's been on for 19 minutes and 2 seconds.
You also mentioned that there's a 10-second window of information this captures, 5 seconds before the T and 5 seconds after the T, the triggering event?
Correct.
Sustained, ask it differently.
That window of 10 seconds, what happens if that doesn't capture the entire event? What if there's something before or after? What does the text stream data do?
So it depends on what the something is. So if there's another trigger, then it will record more data. So you can have 2 triggers that are recording things on the same time window as well, or very close to the same time window. So you need another trigger to keep it going. But in essence, what it does is when it sees a trigger, it saves that 10-second window and then just keeps monitoring things until it sees another trigger.
If the data captures a trigger, it has a 10-second window, and an event continues past that 10 seconds, so past the 5 seconds on either side, and there's no further trigger, do you get any other information from the text stream data?
No. For example, in the trigger event, and say 5 seconds later the vehicle's still moving, well, the data just ends. And it says it's going, I don't know, 17 miles an hour, for example. It doesn't continue on. We just know that when the trigger ended, it was going 17 miles an hour.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Okay, so we have mileage recorded in this system. So what we're trying to do is use the available data to see if we can determine, like what event this is, or is this the event, or is this something that could have occurred outside 34 Fairview on the evening of this event? And so one of the things we're utilizing is the mileage. Okay, so 12629 is at the end of event number 2 on the 1162 ignition cycle. When the vehicle ultimately comes into the impound yard, and this is actually before that, comes into the impound yard, it has 12,665 miles. That's a difference, did the math for you here, of 36 miles. Okay, let's consider where that could have come from. So we looked at the various paths and descriptions of where Miss Reed's Lexus was driven after leaving 34 Fairview on the night of this event, up until the point in time the vehicle ended up at the Canton Police Department. So we used Google Maps. We adjusted for the correct date and time of the year. And then what you'll also see is we adjusted for the correct time of day. So although you can't really see that, let me see if I can blow it up. So you can see that's looking at the mileage and time. Again, really didn't use the time, just used the mileage on Saturday, January 29th at around 12 a.m. That, of course, does not take into account the weather.
And what are the addresses? It's hard to see on the top from where to where.
So this is from 34 Fairview to 1 Meadows Avenue, which is Mr. O'Keefe's residence.
And there are other mileage that you have there?
Correct. So we basically ran through the entire path as we understood it. Again, we didn't have complete information. We didn't know the exact roads. We didn't know if turned around, stuff like that. So you're seeing the suggested available paths, and we end up with a range of data. So we go through all the paths, and you can see that this is what we end up at the bottom here, which is very hard to see. So the minimum suggested route is 36 miles, 36.1 technically. You have a range of 37.9 to 39.7, but again, that's right in the range of the 36 miles. So that's a data point that's starting to build our confidence in what is in the text stream data being related to our event.
This is all an effort to match whether or not the 1162 data is relevant to a particular event?
Objection, Your Honor.
Let me ask it this way. Matching all the distances by miles, is this the only way you're trying to determine whether 1162 is the event in front of 34 Fairview Road?
No. So again, these things are all tools. You can't take necessarily one data point in a vacuum. You need to consider the totality of the data. Which is what I did. So we mentioned the continuous clock that was in there, or the running clock that was in the vehicle. So what you see over here.
Could you enlarge that for us, Doctor? I hate to
I
interrupt,
am
but
doing that right now. You can see we have the time. And again, I've converted it in blue to minutes and seconds. This is the first trigger on that key cycle. So on key cycle 1162, there was 2 separate events. The vehicle keeps a continuously running clock. So we're able to see the time each event occurred relative to when the vehicle was started and the difference between the 2 events. Okay. So at trigger event 1162-1, we know that the ignition has been on for between 10 minutes and 57.4 seconds, or that's when the trigger is, sorry, 10 minutes, 57.4 seconds. Again, the trigger has plus or minus. So that's from 10 minutes, 52.8 plus 10 seconds, which gets you to 11 minutes, 2.8 seconds. Or as I wrote here, 10 seconds total. So again, the text stream data indicates at the time this event was written, the trigger occurred, again, at 10 minutes. You see we have the T, 10 minutes, 57.4 seconds.
Dr. Welch, if I could ask you a couple of background questions. This block of time that you're reviewing that mentions two triggers, can you tell whether those triggers are immediately related or two separate events?
So you can tell they're separate events because there's a separate amount of time between them. There's about 8 minutes between the events. And so they're on the same ignition cycle, meaning the vehicle hasn't been turned off in between. And we have this continuously running clock that records when these things occurred. So it tells us when event 1 occurred, when event 2 occurred. We know it's on the same ignition cycle. So if we have some idea when the car was turned on, we can then tie that back to clock time or real world time. Okay. So lots going on here, right? A lot to digest. This is trigger event 1162.1. I was provided with data and a report from Mr. Burgess that indicated the infotainment system was turned on at 12:36. Zoom in for you folks. That corresponded to a GPS location that looked like it was outside the Waterfall Grill on Washington Street. So additional cell phone data that we had is that we knew there was a 3-point turn made when the Lexus passed Fairview on Cedar Crest, pulled into a driveway and made a 3-point turn. So what you see over here is GPS data from Mr. O'Keefe's phone. And with that information and knowing when the system turned on, we're able to now tie the text stream data to a real clock, meaning what time of day did that text stream trigger occur. So we're going from the running clock to a real world clock. So if you take when it was turned on for Mr. Burgess's report, you can see that the Lexus was turned on at 12:36. You add in the text stream information, you get it at 12:23:38. And now we have a cell phone data point at 1:54. So at the time my report was written in these slides back in January, that was all the information we had in terms of data point 154. That was the one that was closest in time to it. So we had since received additional information.
Dr. Welch, let me ask you a couple questions, and if you can zoom in a little, we might be able to see it a little better from here.
Where would you like it?
If we can start at the top when you explain in text. You told us that the text stream data does not have an actual clock. It has a running clock, like a stopwatch.
Correct.
And then you mentioned that after you received information from Mr. Burgess, you could put an actual time onto it. How do you do that?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
You shared with us that the text stream data runs on a running clock.
Correct.
And then you received further information so that you could actually identify a time. Where did you receive that information from?
The objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow that.
That was from Mr. Burgess's report.
And do you know where that information came from?
That came off the SD card, I believe, in the infotainment system.
Do you know when Mr. Burgess found the SD card on the infotainment system?
No, I'd have to go back to his report, but it was in it. This information was in his original report.
Based on the SD card information about when the car was turned on and off, How do you match that with the text stream data to get a time?
So when the car is turned on, that's approximately when the running clock starts in it. There may be as much as a 3-second delay in it, but that's approximately when the clock turns on. So this shows us when the stopwatch was started for the text stream data. So knowing that infotainment system has date and timestamps on it, so that ties it to a real world clock from GPS information. And so now we can, when that infotainment system turned on, it's very close in time to when the text stream data started recording data. That allows us to tie the two together.
The times that you're showing on this slide, does that relate to the first or second event on the text stream data, the first or second triggering event?
The first event.
Do you characterize the first event in any way?
I call it the 3-point turn.
In addition to the data you analyzed, was there any other information you saw that evidenced or supported that a 3-point turn occurred at the area depicted in your slide?
Right. We have a whole series of GPS data with heading angles, as well as a description that Ms. Reed gave in an interview.
The time that you have after you consider the SD card ignition on and the running time, what clock is that based on?
It's my understanding that's a clock in the infotainment system. And then we're ultimately trying to also tie it back to the clock on his cell phone.
Mr.
O'Keefe's cell phone, correct.
Do you have any understanding whether all devices have the exact same clock?
So it's my understanding they do not. In my discussions with Mr. Burgess, reading reports, that they can have, there can be as much as 30 seconds to a minute of variation.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Have you ever heard the
Strike, Your Honor, that.
Sure. Jurors disregard that answer.
Have you ever heard the term variance before?
I have.
What do you understand that to be?
That means differences from the answer,
I'm sorry, differences from what?
from typically the correct answer. Like meaning that a given data point has variance in terms of how it's measured, when it's measured. So different measurement device can have a different variance around the actual true number.
You mentioned on the slide a time of 12:23:38.
Correct.
In O'Keefe's cell phone data, at 0.154, approximately 12:23:58.
Correct.
Is there a difference between the clock on the Lexus text stream data and that of Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone?
There is.
When you developed the slide, did you have the benefit of more detailed information about data point 154?
I did not receive that until May 8th.
Did you later learn more information, more specific information?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I'd like to show an exhibit to Mr. Welcher that's already been admitted.
Okay.
It's 192A. Ms. Gilman, can we start with 192B? Dr. Welcher?
Your Honor, can we approach on-
Yes, we'll come over.
Thank you.
Quick panic.
I mean, Welcher makes Wolf and Rentschler look like clowns. If you compare their credentials, this is a highly, highly qualified expert. That's my first takeaway.
Yeah, he didn't just take photographs as gospel. He went and physically inspected the vehicles.
Yeah, and considered a
Measurements.
ton of information, or at least looked at a ton of information. He did
Mhm.
testify that there's a certain discernment that he uses with what he actually considers. But he had a ton of information available to him. He looked at the crime scene, he looked at the car, he took his own measurements, he did his own downloads. Like this is, and of course they want to squabble over the time. Because again, for anyone in the back that needs to hear this again, Karen Reed's defense has devolved to the point where they are literally squabbling over seconds between when she recklessly backed up her car and he stopped moving for the last time ever, until he was found in the morning in the same spot that she admits she left him. Yeah.
Yeah.
This is like
Yeah, that's
absurdity.
what they're squabbling over. Yep. Panic.
Again, this reasonable doubt argument, the reasonable doubt. What do Brian Higgins' butt dials, what impact do they have on this information, this data, right? Like, even if Brian Higgins had called a hitman at 2:00 in the morning or whatever on January 29th, even if he'd called a hitman, how does that change that he stopped moving at the same time or within seconds of her recklessly reversing her vehicle? Like, there is no, this whole reasonable doubt refrain is almost as frustrating as the factually innocent, because it's just not reasonable. And so now we're on another sidebar again, because they are desperately trying to wiggle in mere seconds. I don't know that reasonable doubt in this case could be expected to be built on mere seconds.
Yeah, no damage to John's car. Yeah, I know it's ridiculous. They keep pushing this, and they're squabbling, but they're desperate though, right? Could you imagine what the defense is thinking right now? Like they're ice skating uphill. This is bad for them, man. This is horrible.
It's not good. If I exercise a little bit of empathy, which can be difficult to do online in situations such as this, and try to put myself into Karen Reed's position right now, I would be sweating bullets. I would just be, this is not a good situation to be in. Anyone who says that they would be sitting in Karen Reed's situation right now, staring down the barrel of these facts, is lying to you.
Yeah, it's not looking good. Yeah, squabbling over seconds. That's the defense. I mean, yeah, they have devolved.
PK, I'm going to disagree with that and say that everybody should try to exercise empathy on everybody, especially people who you feel like don't deserve it. It's a really good self-development exercise. I'm not perfect. I can be kind of cruel myself, but I do try to occasionally stretch my emotional muscles a little bit and try to engage in some empathy with people that I don't feel are deserving of it, just because it's really selfish. It's better for me. It's better for all of us, right? It's easy to empathize with people you like. It's really difficult to do with people
yeah. For sure. Yeah,
right.
No, I agree.
Oh, it's Hot Billy's birthday, everybody. Hot Billy's birthday.
Man,
I don't know.
Happy birthday, Hot Billy.
Yeah. Even if it's not your birthday and you just needed the recognition today, Hot Billy.
Right. Yeah. Well, yeah.
Glad to give it to you on a sidebar. You're welcome, Hot Billy.
What they're thinking.
I don't care what anyone else says. I recognize what you're doing here, and I value you.
Yeah, I hate to leave you hanging, but I'll just be a quick minute.
That's okay, no problem. I can interact with the chat because we really worked up some feelings about the empathy thing. No, it's not. Listen, it's not so much Kevin, honestly. Again, like most of the people here, their introduction to me is in like the context of like this case, maybe a little bit of Turtle Boy. But if you go back through my content, I'm not just saying this for show, nor has anyone influenced me. I've always been like that. I mean, I'm a little bit of a nut job. Let's be real. We can admit that, right? So I run very high and low sometimes. So I know that I can be extraordinarily mean sometimes. I am acutely aware of that. But on the flip side of it, I also try to challenge that about myself and have for a long time. And, I've had lots of internet enemies, I guess you would call them. I've engaged in a lot of feuds, usually around, stuff like this, not necessarily true crime, but I don't like when people peddle disinformation, the harmful narcissism, all that. And I've always consistently challenged myself. And I actually have some, you know, feuds that turned into like frenemy relationships, really, because no matter how harsh I could be on a stream, I am capable at least of challenging myself to exercise a little bit of empathy. It's on a sliding scale. Like I would never feel so bad for Karen that I would go out of my way to do anything to like benefit her, help her out, ease her life at all, right? Like I don't feel bad for her in that sense, but I can at least say, well, how would I feel in her position? Because that's really what empathy is. Empathy is not always sympathy or kindness. It's just taking yourself out and putting yourself in someone else's shoes. And I can look at Karen's and I can understand some of what her mindset may have been that night. I mean, I think there are things that are relatable about all people. Like maybe there's such a visceral reaction to somebody like Karen because she highlights maybe some darker impulses that we can have as human beings, right? But everybody has them, right? You know what they feel like. That's empathy. That's all. From the beginning, she's guilty. Yeah, I mean, there was never like we were talking about the charging documents early, and like it was a pretty dim prospect for Karen if you really read the charging documents objectively, because one thing that hit me right away was that they are referencing having an abundance of evidence, and it all logically makes sense. She doesn't have that with her counter theory. And I think it's also important to point out too that this entire conspiracy, this narrative, this counter theory, it's born from necessity, because there was no other way that they could argue their way out of some kind of culpability without really swinging for the fences and saying that all of that evidence was planted, because there was just too much. It's not like another case where, you know, maybe they don't find the body, or they don't find the body for a long time. Things have degraded. You know, the scene has been trampled on, because that does happen, right? They don't solve murder. Or, you know, maybe she got away with the car and was able to dispose of the car. There are variables there that happen in crimes where like you lose a lot of evidence and there's a bigger space, I guess, to create that reasonable doubt. You could fit a bigger question mark in there. For Karen, right from the beginning, unfortunately for her, fortunately for justice, there just wasn't a lot of space to insert that question mark. So the only choice that they had really was to try to come up with some semi-plausible alternate reality where all of the copious amounts of evidence against her are null and void. And it didn't work last time, even according to Bowtie Ronnie. So I don't think that that's going to work this time. And they are backing off of it a lot too. But the Commonwealth has just come too strong this time. Like she's not in a good position legally. I'm telling you, anyone who says otherwise of this, like they are lying. They are lying. You should ask any free Karen Reed person that expresses confidence in her case. Like think honestly, exercise some empathy, right? And how would you feel right now if this was your case? Anyone who's honest would say not good.
Not good.
Not good. All right, we're back. Look at Leslie. What a weirdo.
Super weird.
Dr. Welcher, if you could take us back to slide 30. And so we understand you mentioned there were two triggering events. Is this the first one or the second one?
It's the first one.
Is that the one you've labeled the 3-point turn?
Correct.
And where did that happen? What street?
Cedar Crest.
At this 3-point turn triggering event, there is a time in red, 12:23:38.
Correct.
Where is that time taken from?
That's coming from the cell phone of Mr. O'Keefe at 0.154.
Okay. And is there another time on there?
I mean, I do the math between those two.
Okay. Could you make that a little larger? Could you zoom in so we can see it better?
So there's an infotainment time of 12:12:36, I guess another time that answer your question. Then
And
we have
the 12:12:36. What does that indicate? What's that relevant to?
That's when the text stream data basically turned on, plus or minus a little bit.
When you say the text stream, is that relative to when the car turned on?
Correct.
Okay.
So when the car turned on, then we add the time for the trigger. So what we have is we have data in the text stream that shows the speed, the position, the steering of the vehicle on that trigger. And so we're trying to match the timing and the description of what the vehicle was doing with the text stream, the infotainment, and the cell phone data.
Is the data that you analyze regarding the speed, the direction, and the timing to determine whether this was consistent with a 3-point turn?
Yes.
Okay. Continue, please. And if you can enlarge that, because it's hard to see back here.
Sure is. Okay, so again, we are looking at event 1162-1. The information in blue is speed. It comes out of the text stream in kilometers an hour, converted to miles per hour, feet per second, looked at the total distance traveled, shift position. So in the text stream data, a shift position of 1 indicates you're in drive. A shift position of 2 indicates you're in reverse.
There's no zeros. What would a 0 indicate?
0 is usually neutral. And I believe 3 is park. So there's also data on the acceleration of the vehicle. So basically, what is the effect of whatever you're doing in terms of stepping on the gas or not stepping on the gas? And then there's also information on the steering of the vehicle. So again, there's trigger 5 seconds before, 5 seconds after. So over here, a positive number equals a leftward steer. So you can see we have in the forward velocity or forward motion in drive, goes forward with leftward steer, stops, shifts into reverse, and then continues with a rightward steer back.
Could you take us over to the left of that data? When you look at the number 1162-1 as an event, can a key cycle, or when a car is turned on, power ignition on until the point is turned off, whatever amount of time, can it have more than one triggering event?
Yes, you can have lots of triggering events. In this case, it has 2. On a key cycle 1164, there's 11. On 1167, there's 10.
If you could move a little bit to the right on this, is there something you can see on here that caused the triggering event, some of the data?
Yes. So if you look at the triggering, the indication of what this trigger was, what you see is accelerator opening ratio, which is basically, you can think of it as how much you're stepping on the gas pedal. And so if it exceeds, in this case, 30% quicken time after shipping into reverse, that tells the system, hey, we might need to start recording this data. So what you can see, went into reverse, and then within a very short amount of time, accelerated pedal went above that 30%. That's what caused the T or the trigger in the text stream data.
The row next to the 31.5, engine RPM data, can you explain to us what that is?
Sure, that's how many revolutions per minute the engine's turning.
The more gas, is it generally the higher the RPM?
Correct. There's going to be a little lag. Your car doesn't move instantaneously. You have to step on the gas, then the RPMs go up, and then it starts going faster.
If you could explain to us the total distance and distance travel columns, how do you read that?
Sure. So we know the speed at various times. We know from this data that there is, you can see half a second between each one of these timestamps. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 10 data points at half a second. That's the 5 seconds of pre-crash data. So if you know you're going so many miles per hour, again, I converted it to feet per second. Feet per second, you're going so many feet per second for half a second, for example. You just multiply those two together and it tells you how far you went. So what I'm doing is looking at speed traveling during the interval, that's during this short time period. And then I add it all together here for total distance traveled.
You mentioned that when the data is captured, it's limited to 10 seconds. When we look at the top row of JBW vehicle speed MPH, it's 9.94. Is that 9.94 miles per hour?
It is.
Can we tell whether it was going faster or slower before this data?
We generally cannot. I mean, you might have some, it looks like it's slowing down. And then you see right here, this brake switch application. So you have two things relative to braking. You have a brake switch, which is simply whether the brake is on or off, just enough pressure to make the brake light come on. And then you have brake oil pressure, which gives you some idea of how much pressure is in the system, which is a rough indication for the braking. But then what you see here is the longitudinal acceleration or deceleration. This gives you some idea of how much the vehicle is speeding up or slowing down. So generally a minus sign is a slowing or accelerating in reverse.
And for the bottom of those columns, I'd ask you whether or not the beginning of the window, if you had any other information, is it the same situation for the end of that window that's captured?
Correct. So at the end of this window, you can see it's still going about 8.7 miles an hour when the trigger stopped. So after that trigger plus 5 seconds, the system said we no longer need to monitor it. Things have returned to an okay state. And so then it stops monitoring the system.
Based on your analysis and review and looking at this data, did you come to a conclusion to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty whether or when this event occurred as it is portrayed in the data?
Yes, I did.
And could you share with the jury, to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty, when did this occur?
So this, you want time-wise or location or both?
Start with location, then time.
So it happened on Cedar Crest. It happened between cell phone data points 154 and 155. And it's a 3-point turn on Cedar Crest. And it occurred, according to the text stream data, about 12 minutes, 23 seconds after the vehicle was turned on. So,
and do you have an understanding of the variance between the Lexus clock and Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone?
Yes.
And what is that variance time?
21 to 29 seconds.
And so the Lexus clock at 21, 23, 38, what time would that put Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to see counsel at sidebar for just a minute, please.
I don't know if it's a short sidebar. We will see. $10. Oh my God. Bailey says 21 seconds for the Albert Ninja House to strike into action. That's what I mean. Like, there is no room for anything else to have happened. She backed up her car. And even if you, again, toss Burgess's science out the window, which I really honestly do not think that the jury is going to do, because he was able to show his work. He was able to show in a way that makes sense why DeSorga's assessment, opinion, his work is flawed, right? But we'll just, for the sake of free Karen Reed argument, say like, yeah, Burgess is the dirty, dirty liar. What a loser. He doesn't have a bachelor's degree, whatever they want to throw at him, and we'll just disregard everything. We're still left with like a maximum of 20 seconds. And again, some of DeSorga's math got it to 6-second difference. So that's a possibility within his own data set. Within seconds of her erratically backing up her car, he doesn't move again, right? Like that's, I mean, it's literally impossible for anything else to have happened. And again, like we cannot view this evidence in a vacuum, because the jury is not viewing the evidence in a vacuum. That's not what deliberations are. So you have the trigger event, you have his phone data, he stops moving, we can squabble over the 20 seconds, but all of that sort of sets the foundation. And then we have all the physical evidence, the DNA evidence, the taillight, the microscopic taillight in his clothing, her statements, that all stack up on top of each other. And I don't see room for reasonable doubt. Now, I think murder 2 is still a separate argument, but I think that really what the jury is kind of left with is it criminally reckless to back up your car while drunk that fast with your boyfriend standing behind it? But that's
Yes.
sort of the question. Right. Yeah, I know. Well, and I can see why some people, I mean, I don't think the alcohol consumption legally, I do not believe is a mitigating factor, but it may be in the minds of some jurors, I don't know. I'm still, I think at this point, I probably would vote murder 2, but if there was a lot of pushback from the jury, then I would be satisfied with manslaughter, if that makes sense. Like, I think that she is probably guilty of murder 2, but the line is so thin between the two, the way that the laws are written, the way that I understand them, the way the jury instruction is written, because I did pull jury instructions to help with my last video, especially with the idea of reasonable doubt. So I think that it would be a fair compromise if you had 1 or 2 holdouts that weren't comfortable with murder 2. But I don't see her, like, there's no reasonable doubt on the manslaughter. I just, reasonable is the operative word.
Yeah. I think it's unreasonable to fire a weapon into a crowd, whether you're drunk or not. I think it's the same thing with a vehicle. If you're throwing it in reverse without any care for cause of harm, whether you're drunk or not, that's beyond
Lisa
reckless.
Marie says they were fighting. That adds another element of guilt. I mean, there's nothing in the law that states that there has. I mean, first of all, the prosecutors don't even have to give a motive in Massachusetts. Right. Like, it's not. Juries like them, but they're not required. Mm-hmm. So I think it adds to motive. I think, but like legally, does it add much? It gives their minds that. I mean, it definitely kind of reinforces just, her mindset that night. I don't know. Like I said, I would vote murder 2, I think, at this point, just because, like, honestly, when you look at the law, would a reasonable person know that gunning it in reverse at speed, like, yeah. And I guess there's still that slight possibility that she didn't know that he was behind her. I don't think it's a probability, but I suppose that could be like an area of some contention. Particularly with her intoxication. But we know at some point she pieced it together and she still failed to act. So I don't know. Yeah.
Whether somebody is directly behind you or not, they're in the proximity of behind your vehicle. You don't know if they're in the path of it or not, but just knowing that they're behind somewhere behind the vehicle is enough to be beyond reckless. Like, that's dangerous.
Victoria says, look at the law. I did. No, that's why I'm saying, Victoria, I recognize that it fits the law. And
Mhm.
I am inclined to believe that at this point, knowing everything I know, I would probably vote guilty to murder too, but I understand.
Some on the jury might not,
Chair's right
right?
this way.
I
Please
agree
rise
with
for the
that.
jury.
I don't know if they're. Are they again?
Be back
Yeah,
in
it's
5 minutes.
squirrely today, isn't it?
Oh, no, they're just on a break. Okay, just a 10-minute break. No, again, like everybody's yelling at me in the chat, like, well, like I'm not. Just like when you really read the so when you look at OUI manslaughter, they've got the wanton reckless conduct in the statute there, right? Which most of the time, from my understanding, from what I've been told by lawyers, kind of what I researched, driving drunk is kind of per se reckless wanton. So I mean, it kind of bakes itself in, but also reversing that fast, right? With somebody in the proximity is also reckless. I like the way that I'm reading that last prong in the second degree murder is sort of like an enhancement of that. Not only is it reckless and wanton, but you really should have known that someone was going to get seriously hurt or die.
Yeah, I agree. It meets the prongs of murder in mass. I mean, but I do agree that I could see a jury just because again, like there's pressure on you putting somebody in prison or jail, right? You're people are not comfortable weighing in on something that heavy, so they're really going to mull it over, and where their conscience lays, I don't know. I mean, it's possible that there'd be enough of them that wouldn't see them murder too. But I mean, I don't see an acquittal period at like end of story, but I could see them squabbling over manslaughter versus murder too. Yeah, she might get a murder. She could.
Someone says, how come no one brings up her backup alarms would be going wild? I'm interested to see if Walter has anything to say about that. Because again, like I've just done like, sort of, I guess, cursory research into this. I wouldn't say that I went super deep. I did look into all the different safety systems that the newer model Lexus has, the LX 570. And I'm a little bit confused. So I know that in the front, they have pedestrian detection. They have an anti-crash mechanism. I don't know what speed it's active in. I know I have like an older Toyota. It's I think a 2018. So I have some like anti-collision. It only works at a certain speed and it's not super advanced or anything. She obviously has a brand new luxury vehicle, so it's going to be a lot nicer. But from what I can see, it's all in the front. So the rear, the only thing that they seem to have in the rear is like a mechanism to detect oncoming traffic. So it works at a slow speed and it's not looking for pedestrians. It doesn't have a pedestrian detection sensor or whatever, just other vehicles. So I suppose with what I know and my understanding of it, unless there's something I don't know, which is totally possible, I don't know that a pedestrian would set off any alarms backing up, particularly at a high rate of speed.
Right, and wasn't Wilcher saying that he wasn't surprised there was no impact warning, given the discrepancy between the weight of a vehicle and the weight of a man? So, I mean, if that's the case with the vehicle and the way it's set up, then it's foreseeable that it wouldn't have an alarm. But somebody in chat did say that they have an alarm. I don't know either. I'm not solid on that. I know the view screen is large.
Yeah, I know. I suppose that's probably, I think what I'm like, why I can see, and again, I would vote murder too, and I'm not just saying that because I'm vacillated. I've for a long time thought it was a manslaughter case. At this point, putting everything into perspective, thinking about it, digesting it, listening to all the new, it fits murder too. I just think that to really get into some of the minutia of it, you know, I could see there being disagreement in a jury room. I think everybody has different perspectives. It requires a lot more speculation, I guess, to figure out, like, what was she looking at her backup cameras? You know, were there alerts that were going off? Were there not alerts that were going off? Did she know that she hit him and that's why she was calling? Was she calling because she was mad that she hit something and then pieced together later on? You know what I mean? Like, I think that there's just a lot of like questions still there, as far as like what she knew and when she knew it. I think that Dr. Wolf's testimony will probably help, because we know that at some point in the morning before she actually went to go find him, she knew what happened, right? Because she's telling people, I hit him, he's dead, you know. I was
I found him where I expected to.
The dread of what I was about to find was the worst feeling of my entire life, right? Like, like a lot of clear signs that like she knew the deal. She knew the deal, right? So, you know, her failure to act, I suppose that, again, if you know that someone is, you've hit someone with your car hours before and they've been out in the cold the whole time, you should know that not calling 911 is probably signing their death warrant, right? Like, so I think it's there, but I can just see maybe some disagreement popping up as far as that goes. And it's like, I mean, at the end of the day, she's still not out of the woods with the witness intimidation stuff either. So
I don't think so. No, and
getting a conviction on, you know, a conviction on manslaughter and acquittal on murder too might be like a short, small victory, like an interlude to what's to come anyway. Because like she's not gonna sit in a county jail for a year at this point, no matter what they convict her of.
It sounds like there's more. There's more floating around out there with her.
Oh, I see that. Matt's got his headphones on. Sorry, I always try to assess you. Sometimes you look like you're working, and I'm like, yeah, I'm not gonna let him up.
So I saw some of what he was saying. So why did they just say, is this just a normal break?
No, I mean, they ended up taking a break. They're really, really pushing back on. They don't want Burgess's work in his testimony. So
it's 30 seconds.
I know.
Like, it doesn't matter. Like, I mean, my God, imagine if every case was like you. I mean, most cases you don't know down to the day sometimes when they unalive the person, but like it's like in this case it's like 30 seconds, like 30 seconds to do what? He's gonna play her comments where she's like, I was sitting outside the house and for 2 full minutes I started calling, and then in 7 minutes I got home, and we know it's a lie. So what is she getting at? He went down and didn't move again within a few seconds of leaving her car. Whether it's 30 or 15, she still hit him with the car.
Everybody say hi to Christine. She's back. Hi, Christine. Listen, Christine, you don't know how to spell, use proper punctuation, or properly space your typing. You cannot call Dr. Welcher.
What does that mean?
Idiot. You can't. He has a PhD in biomedical engineering. He's owned companies. He is a lecturer. He is a keynote speaker at symposiums. You are an idiot from a different country who doesn't understand our legal system, who follows me around YouTube and writes incomprehensible bullshit like this. Like,
what does that mean? That looks like a horrifying statement. I don't know. I don't want to get into what that looks like. What the hell?
Yeah, you're like, well, I mean,
unless you do what now, dude?
Right.
What are you talking about?
Spread this idiot. She doesn't even know what she's saying. Like, this woman is borderline illiterate. I don't even know why you still come here, Christine. Like, you should go watch it on anywhere but here, honestly. Like at this point, I point you out every time. The chat's probably going to be less hospitable to you. You contribute nothing.
That's just a weird.
I deal with Tyler Durden better than you. And all he wants to talk about is my kids like a fucking creep.
Oh my God. I can't stand Nurse Kim.
I know.
That's one
like,
that
she's just so obnoxious.
Yeah.
I mean, I liked her
snap your will
at first.
Oh, okay.
But
I just feel like it's like there. I don't know. She's like a gaslighter too, but it's like people like suck you in like that, and you're like, oh, they're a nice person, but then they're not, and they're
She's
like
just not a
lying, they're
nice
twisting
person.
things. Yeah.
No, she has like a pleasant demeanor about her. Feel like her television voice, honestly, is insufferable. It's so forced and weird. And again, she's another one who just really it grinds on me when people try to invoke vocabulary or certain concepts that are clearly like just above their grasp. You know what I mean? Because you're not making the point that and that's just Nurse Kim in a nutshell, really, is that she's really trying to compete with so some people on court TV that have brains, and she doesn't.
I know. She's a
She's
Hello,
a nurse.
lovey.
You gotta give her that. Like, I have respect for nurses. I really do. Doing great work there, but like, yeah, that girl has no idea what's going on here. Plus, that video keeps circulating of her just tanked in her garage talking about her dog licking pee. Like,
what?
Yes,
I was like, my dog just licks my pee.
I don't think
Oh my God,
I don't
that's
think
an
that's
expert.
animal abuse or anything like that. Like, if you pee, your dog's probably gonna lick it off. That's I don't know who needs
Yeah, but
to
why
hear
would you
that.
talk
I don't know.
about it though? if that
Right? She
happened?
like
Is
not
that
only
something
did
you
she
want everyone to know?
she popped a squat in her own garage. Like, girl, you can't get to
Oh.
the bathroom, and then like you
peed in
felt
her own
compelled to
garage?
tell someone about it in real time.
I mean,
Everyone who supports
that's
Karen is
real.
like a weird sloppy drunk, man. I don't
Dude, I know
get it.
there's something.
that supports
I
my
know,
theory.
there's-
Yeah.
We're all drunks.
No, for real. There's a lot of mutants, out there. I mean, yeah, make no mistake. But she's whizzing in her garage like it's chill, and then she's talking about her dog. What?
I just
what is going on, dude?
I just don't like how
Oh.
she like harasses everyone that's not Karen. Like, she called the girl from Aruba a little hoe, and she has teenage daughters, and I'm just like, I don't know. I just think that she is like, hello, lovies, let's harass all the witnesses today and pretend that we're
Gross.
nice. It's like such an
disingenuous kind of.
It's worse than just be nasty. If you're
Yeah,
nasty,
right.
just be
Yeah, I
nasty.
respect
Just be like
people if
Melanie
they're
Little,
just
at
who
least.
they are. Right.
Yeah, Melanie
Right,
Little
yeah,
is
the
openly
truth is
nasty.
Yeah.
Sometimes that catty stuff, like, it bothers me too. I find a lot of that in Free Karen Reed, like the cattiness. I mean, even toward like
Yeah.
Jen McCabe, it's just like an army of 30 to 70-year-old women constantly throwing catty jabs at Jen
Hissing
McCabe.
and spitting. Yeah, it is.
So it's
a bit
immature. It feels like a high school situation. Not even like real high school though, like a bad episode of The
Kindergarten.
You know what I mean? Like a after school special on freaking bullying. Like it's just weird. It's just
Neener,
weird.
neener
It's not even
vibes.
funny. It's not even clever. And it's like, I mean, none of
No.
these people engage. Like, not once has Brian Albert or Jen McCabe or anyone come out and been like, I'm going to engage back with these people. Like, it's completely one-sided. It's bizarre to watch.
Yeah. That's weird energy. Yeah, it's catty and just weird, hissy. I ignore so much of that shit. I can't handle it. Like, I've heard of Nurse Kim, but I don't think I've even seen 2 minutes of her. And if I have, I've already forgotten.
She's on Core TV sometimes, wearing
They
a
all blur
Melody
together.
Little level filter.
Oh, Jesus. Yeah, that's some like AI
Just
at
be
work.
yourself, just like whatever. Leave the
Yeah.
house aged and fat like the rest of us. It's fine. Normalize
Yeah,
that
no
shit. Don't be
doubt.
weird. She's a weird woman. That's what she's just weird. A lot of them are.
Weird. Yeah, that's the
I guess you'd have
commonality
to
of
be.
weird.
You'd have to be to get obsessed with a murder defendant and follow her around like a lost puppy. You have to be kind of weird, I guess.
Yeah. No, that's bizarre. And hyperfixate on the witnesses too. Like, that's dedication, right? Like, that's psychopath behavior. And when you're just so fixated, it's beyond disturbing. I don't know. But I
It's
guess
like-
when enough of those people do it, they make it look normal to each other, right? Like, oh, I'm not a freak show about this. Look at all the other people acting like it, like me. Like, I think it gives them validation, right? They just kind of ramp it up.
I
Monkey
did.
see,
Yes,
monkey do.
Jamie. I did make my name destroying chill. Well, actually, it depends who you ask, because I'm
Oh
also
yeah, it depends.
I'm prominent in the Cyrax universe. All the
Yeah.
auditors know me, but yeah, Chili. But that's what I
Yeah.
mean. Like those are like feuds or whatever, but it's not one sided. Like, and I mean, Chili was
No.
always more catty about me than I was to him. I think the worst I ever called him was, it's not even like a mean. I wasn't being mean. I genuinely believe that guy is a repressed homosexual. I think that a lot of his personality disorders would like lessen or go away if he would just like, I mean, like he did men's swimsuit catalogs in LA in the
I'm
90s.
I'm
Like,
also gonna tag on an extra chromosome, and I'm not trying to be mean. I mean, there's something going on. I'm just saying that's just my opinion. I think there's something extra scientifically going on top of what you're talking about.
Melanie Little's a failed actress. Like, it's the lawyers that make me the most mad in this. Like honestly,
Yeah, her acting reels. I gotta find those again. They're wild. She's so shitty. Just saying, like objectively, as an actress, like she's so shitty. Oh my god!
I mean,
dude,
she
there's
could play
one
like an
clip.
evil character. I feel like
She
She's
does.
pretty
She does in a bunch of
evil.
them.
Method acting.
One, and a lot of them are out of context, right? Because they're just like little. It's supposed to be a sizzle reel, like look how good I act, but it's obviously it didn't work out, right? But there's one where she's totally out of context. But this cop comes in and he's sitting down and at the table, the dinner or kitchen table, and she grabs like a pot or a pan and smacks him in the head. It's so stupid. It is so stupid. It was one of her proud highlights. It's the dumbest shit I've seen.
Someone said that Nurse Kim left a lengthy review on Dr. Wolf's Google review.
Why?
I know stuff like
Why?
that is like so ridiculous. I want to read it now because I'm just like,
Yeah, where?
what are you gonna say? What are you gonna say?
Yeah, I've never gotten brain surgery
Maniac
from
shit.
this renowned brain surgeon, but I don't
Don't
Right.
go to this brain surgeon. Go to Dr.
Yeah.
Turtleboy instead. He'll do you in.
No, I hate the lawyers the most for this because I feel like a lot of them are.
Yes.
I mean, I know that they are
Yes.
lying. The way that they describe like reasonable doubt as this continues, like I believe that if they have, first of all, most of them are not even criminal attorneys at all, let alone licensed for anything in this state. So like, there's your first problem. I mean, note my objection, Catherine Loftus. She is, and she's pretty down the middle, right? Calls balls and strikes on both sides. But she can give a clear, easy to understand analysis of the law. I haven't checked in with her actually much trial 2. I wish that I had more time. I would watch more of her stuff, but I really followed her trial 1. And like, she knows what's going on. All right. And so she'll tell you and be honest, even if it's not what people want to hear on either side. That's great. Don't have many of those. Joe Krowski too, although he tends to lean a little bit more aggressively prosecution at this point. But like, these other attorneys that probably don't even really know what they're talking about in the beginning. If they were criminal attorneys and they had clients and they told their clients, like, listen, all we have to do is just focus on one tiny thing, and that's reasonable doubt, you'll get off. Like, you'd be sued for malpractice. It's terrible advice. It's not true.
You expect the level of responsibility from an attorney if they're putting out their public opinion on a case, but it's industry.
I mean, this case, there's like no reasonable doubt. Like if you look at any, like if you're comparing it to other murder cases or other even OUI manslaughter, like there is so much evidence in this case, and for them to be like, oh, the investigation was botched, it's like, all right, well, they literally, the only issue is that there was snow on the ground and they didn't find the taillights at the second when they found the body. That is not reasonable doubt. It was a blizzard and they found the pieces the same day, and she's saying she hit him. Like, there's no reasonable doubt. In this
what
case.
more
There's
do you
data,
need?
there's forensics, there's hair, there's witnesses, her
overwhelming.
own statements. Like, it is insurmountable by any reasonable standard.
And then her weird behavior, like on top of the comments. I mean, even just the optics of how bizarre she translates in public or even in the courtroom when there's jurors or not.
All right, so
Eyes all
Mr. Brennan,
bugging
you can
out.
continue. The objections overruled.
All that for that.
Dr. Welch, could you take us to slide 30? you zoom in a little bit on the right photograph and the text under the right? Okay. You were explaining to us the time relevance of 12:23:38. And could you tell us again, remind us, what is 12:23:38 referring to?
The 12:23:38 is syncing the text stream time to real world time. So we know how long the text stream is on. We know when the vehicle was turned on. So we're adding those two together. So if you add the 12:12:36 to, for example, 11 minutes, 2.8 seconds for when the end of the trigger is, that gives you 12:23:38. So the end of the trigger in real world time, no longer in the running clock, is now 12:23:38.
Based on the infotainment clock?
Based on the infotainment clock.
And that's from the Lexus?
From the Lexus.
Your Honor.
Sustained.
And where's that from?
The Lexus.
Thank you. The 12:23:58 number, what's the significance of that?
So that is Mr. Keefe's cell phone data at point 154. Again, from the original data we had just at 154 and 155 and not the in-between points. So.
And at the bottom in parentheses, explain to us what that means.
Sure. If you look at where the text stream math works out to be, 12:23:38.8, and compare that to 12:23:58, the difference between those two is 19.2 seconds.
The difference between which clocks?
Between what the text stream infotainment system would show compared to what point 154 on Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone is.
And based on new data, do you now have information about what the variance, the difference is between the clock on the Lexus infotainment and the clock on Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone?
Yes.
And what is that?
Objection, Your Honor.
Going to allow that.
You need to advance the text stream clock 21 to 29 seconds.
You need to advance it 21 to 29 seconds for why? Why do you need to do that?
Because the cell phone is ahead 21 to 29 seconds.
After you advance the text stream ahead 21 to 29 seconds, can you then compare the information, the time that's coming from the infotainment system Lexus to Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone from his iPhone?
Correct. That's what you need to have an apples to apples comparison. You need to get them on the same time clock.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
You can proceed.
So I think we left off here. So that's 1162-1. So what we have is we have the cell phone data, the original cell phone data on the right-hand side. And then from that text stream data, we have whether it's going forward, we have the speeds, we have the steering angles. So from that information, we ran a simulation to show you what the text stream data means. This is what the 10 seconds of data is. And again, just because the simulation stopped, that's just where the text stream data ends. Again, as we showed you earlier, that the car's still moving. That's just the last data point we have. So what that text stream data shows is matching a 3-point turn on that Cedar Crest Street. So we have the vehicle motion, the timing data consistent with the interview statements about making a turn, 3-point turn.
Can you take us back to the data chart and show the 2 points that you just mentioned, the turning? Where's that reflected in the data?
Sure. So you can see
You'll have to enlarge that. I'm sorry, Doctor.
Column N, that's the ship position. So that's looking, we start off going forward right here. And you can see at the start of the simulation, we're going about 9.94 miles an hour. And then as you start a 3-point turn, you generally start, in this case, if you're going to the left, with the left turn. So you can see we have this steering angle here, then the transmission. So again, we have the brake application. So you're coming in, but you're slowing down, and you get down to a speed of approximately 0. Shift into reverse, back up, and then start to turn the other direction as you're backing up. So again, you want the rear to go to the right, you turn the steering wheel to the right, right is negative, and then as you start to pull around and pull forward, you turn back to correct for the steering. And so that's what this shows. So again, if you put it all into a simulation program, the speeds, the shifting, the distance, keep in mind we only have that 10-second window of data and the steering angle for that Lexus. That's what it indicates.
Can you enlarge the photograph on the right with the data points and explain to us the significance of that?
Sure. So again, what we're trying to do is we have the infotainment, we have a text stream. We're now trying to see how that correlates to Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone. So we had originally very coarse data points, 154 and 155. There's additional data points between here. So we're looking at how well does our predicted time compare to those two. So with the cell phone correction, you end up with the text stream data at 12:23:59 to 12:24:07. So that's actually right in between these two data points. And so we know 154 was closest, but it's on the right-hand side of the road. 155 is when it's turned around and heading back in the southerly direction. So the cell phone data corroborates the text stream timing data in conjunction with the infotainment system data.
Thank you. Please continue.
Okay, so we talked about 1162-1. That's the first trigger on the text stream. So we're going to go to 1162-2. So I've highlighted that in yellow. So we're now talking about the second trigger. So this is on the same ignition cycle. It's on ignition cycle 1162. We have that same continuous running clock, but we've now synced it to real world clocks. So instead of the running clock, we now have some information on the real world clock. So at this time, we know the ignition has been on for 19 minutes and 2 seconds. So at the trigger, 19 minutes and 2 seconds. And again, we have 5 seconds either side of that. So between 18 minutes, 57.6 seconds to 19 minutes, 7.5 seconds.
Could you enlarge that, please?
Which part?
That part where your arrow is. You were speaking about the clock. Could you explain that so the jury can see?
Sure. So again, this is continuous from when the time comes on. I just converted it to minutes and seconds here so you can see how long it's been on. This is the mileage. These are the speeds over here. And this is some information on how far it traveled. Again, we have the plus minus on the steering. That gives us some information on the steering. Really, there's very little steering going on at this point. Slight leftward steer.
Dr. Welcher, did you determine how long after the first trigger, that 3-point turn, that this second trigger occurred?
Yes. 3-point turn occurred about 8 minutes after.
You said the 3-point turn occurred
I'm
after.
sorry, this event, I misspoke. 11.2 occurred about 8 minutes after.
After the 3-point turn?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Can you walk us through this data?
Sure. Okay. So we have the accelerometer data here. I've highlighted a shift from drive to neutral to reverse.
I'm sorry, you're gonna need to zoom that in so we can see it.
Absolutely. We have information on the brake switch, brake oil pressure. We have the acceleration data here. And then from that information and using the acceleration data, calculating the speed at which it's backing up. The reason we have slightly different calculations here is we have some evidence that the wheel's slipping on the ground. So we need to use the accelerometer because the wheel speed is simply telling you the speed of the wheel. It's like if you're stationary burning rubber, the speedometer reads a certain speed, but you're not going anywhere. But the accelerometer tells you how much the vehicle's moving. So from all that information, we get information on how far the vehicle's traveled. We've done it in terms of total travel distance. We've done it relative to the start position.
I'm going to ask you to start on the columns on the left and take us through the information that you have regarding this second triggering event. So if you can scroll all the way to the left.
All the way to the left?
Yep. Okay. So the first column regarding time, could you remind us again what that is?
So again, that's the continuous running clock.
And the second column in blue?
That's where I take that time and convert it to what we more commonly use, minutes and seconds.
And now we have a key cycle event different than the 3-point turn. What's the number?
So this is now 1162-2. So again, it's technically in the system the same key cycle. I've called it 1162-2.
And the red number next to it to the right?
That's the mileage. So it's actually at the same mileage as 1162-1. So we know, obviously, they're within the same mile.
If you can scroll over a couple of columns. From your data, can you tell during that event how far the Lexus traveled during that event?
Yes.
And how do you do that?
So we have accelerometer data. We have velocity data or speed data back here. I've corrected for what you see down here is, and I go through this on a later slide, but right here you can see a significant increase in RPMs, but yet the acceleration is dropping. So what that means is if your RPMs are going up and the speed's going up, that means you should be accelerating more. But what happens because the acceleration is dropping, that means what's actually happened is the wheel's slipping. So what I've done is I've used the accelerometers data to calculate the speed once the vehicle is put into reverse. And once we know the speed, again, feet per second, we know every data point is half a second. So speed times time tells you how far you moved. Feet per second, feet divided by seconds times seconds gives you feet. That's how far you went. So you get how far you went in each interval, then you get the total distance traveled. And so this is relative to the start. So 0 is the start. The vehicle goes forward about 34 feet. Then you see it basically stops in this area here, then begins to back up and ends up backing a total of 53 back from where it originally started. So if you add 53 to 34, you get 87. So the total motion, 34 forward, 53 back, the Lexus moved 87 feet total.
Dr. Welcher, when you say the Lexus moved 83 feet total, is that according to the data or is that the entirety of the movement of that Lexus?
No, that's just from when the data starts to when the data ends. So if you look at when the data starts, you can see that the vehicle is actually going 13.67 miles an hour. When the data stops, the vehicle is still going 23 miles an hour. And you
From
can
this-
see,
I'm sorry.
you can still see that it's still at 74% throttle. So, you know, this is 3/4 of full throttle in reverse.
So to start with the distance traveled, if you can go to the top, we see that the speed is 13.67. Is that where the data gets picked up?
That's where the first data point is. Again, the trigger is here. This is 5 seconds before the trigger.
Are you able to tell how fast or slow the vehicle is traveling before that data point and 5 seconds before the trigger?
No.
And likewise, on the bottom, the speed. At the end of the 10-second data points at 23.61, can you tell whether or not that speed stayed the same, increased, or decreased?
I mean, considering you're at 74% throttle, it likely increased. How much, I don't know. And you can see that up here, she's on the brake. Down here, she's not on the brake. And so she's not on the brake and at 74% throttle.
And what is the percentage of throttle that has to be initiated to cause a triggering event?
For a shift into rear and a rapid throttle application is 30%.
If you look at the next column over, if you can go to the top heading for the jury to see the engine RPM data, could you explain that?
Sure. Again, that's the engine RPMs. And so, as I mentioned, you have this jump in engine RPMs and a very dramatic jump in the reported speed of the vehicle. But when you look at the acceleration is actually dropping. So again, that's a telltale sign that the tire is spinning because the vehicle is not being accelerated. And so I've used the accelerometer data. Again, if you just, a process called integration, you integrate the accelerometer data, it will give you the velocity. So what I've done is, it's called piecewise integration to get the speed data that takes into account the tire slippage, and from there calculated the speed or to position at each interval going across the top here.
If I could stop you at your column that says JBW speed at each time step.
Yep.
If you go to the bottom, please. So does your data indicate that the speed is changing at the end of this 10-second event?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustain.
Is the speed changing at the end of this event?
Yes.
How so?
Well, again, you can see it's increased about 2.7 miles per hour. And again, we know from what I already stated that that last time step, you're still at 74% throttle and you have 0 brake application.
Is it possible from the data to tell how far the Lexus went forward before it went in reverse in total as far as feet?
Not in total, no. We just have this 10-second window. I can tell you what it did during this 10-second window.
Is it possible to tell how far it continued after the data?
No.
The shift position changes from 1 to 0 to 2. Can you again explain to us what that means?
Sure. 1 is drive, 0 is neutral, 2 is reverse. And then brake switch status, again, a 1 is you're on the brake pedal, enough to activate the brake lights. 0 is you're off the brake pedal.
Each one of those indicators, 1, 0, 2, how much time is for each of those?
0.5 seconds.
So can you tell how long the Lexus was in neutral for?
So again, it only occurs at one time step. And again, there's a little timing issue. Like we only have data every half second. You don't know exactly where in that time it was.
Okay, you can continue, Dr. Welcher.
Next slide or continue on this slide?
Unless there's something else you want to point out to the jury on this slide. You can
No, I'm
move to
good.
the next.
So similarly, using this information to then try to tie it back to the cell phone data to make sure we have the real-time information. Again, this was written back in January before I got the additional information. So what you can see is, I'll zoom in. Again, we're now talking about trigger 1162.2. We know that that's 18 minutes that the vehicle has been on, 18 minutes, 57 seconds, 19 minutes, 2 seconds. This is the range. Again, the plus or minus 5 seconds. The 19 minutes, 2 seconds is when the trigger occurred. Infotainment system, adding those two together, 12:36, plus the 19:7.5 indicates the end of 1162-2 is at 12:31:43.
That 12:31:43, is it based on the Lexus clock from the infotainment system?
It is. It would need to be corrected to the O'Keefe cell phone data.
So when you reconcile that variance of 21.29 seconds, what is the time?
You end up with 12:32:04. So if you simply take this and add 21 seconds to it and add 29 seconds to it, so you get between 12:32:04 and 12:32:12.
When you reconcile the two clocks and you have that range of 12:32:04 to 12:32:14.
12:32:12.
I'm sorry, 12:32:12. Does that simply accommodate the window of data, but not before and after?
Correct. So, again, even on John's O'Keefe's cell phone, even within his cell phone, there's somewhere between 21 to 29 seconds difference on his cell phone. So even that one piece of instrumentation has some variance to it. So we know it's between 21 to 29 seconds at this approximate time. So this is taking into account that variance.
So the only time window that you have is based on the data, and that's reflected in the 12:32:04 to 12:32:12?
Objection.
Sustained.
Is there any other window you can accommodate with the data you have other than that 10-second window?
Yes.
What's that?
So I was given information about a final lock event on the phone.
Let's stick with this window if we can.
Okay.
Since you only have 10 seconds of data, is it possible from the Lexus clock data to have a larger window than this 10-second window?
No, the text stream will only give you a 10-second window, but it doesn't tell the whole story because the vehicle's still moving.
Understood. Okay, continue, please.
So I have this other event, a lock event, and the information I was given that at 12, it's 12:32:09. And so we have the text stream data ending at somewhere between 12:32:04 and 12:32:12, which puts this number right in the middle of that, more or less.
Continue.
Is this a good place to take a luncheon break?
Certainly, Your Honor.
Okay, so why don't we do that, George? So we'll take 45 minutes for lunch. And again, Dr. Wilson, can just call it.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you very much.
How anybody thinks this is
You
going
are
well
muted.
for her is beyond me. Well beyond.
The animations and everything they've been able to pinpoint. I mean,
Yeah.
They've got her every movement from that 3-point turn to when he stops moving. And we know that the car could have still been moving. So that kind of really softens the blow they're trying to make with this 20-30 second differential, right? Okay. So
Right.
yeah, in your math,
Yeah.
he stopped moving 6 seconds after the trigger event. It still could have been going on. Now,
Yes,
I
'cause
don't
the
think that
trigger
it
event-
was, right? Don't think it
Yeah, the
was.
trigger event doesn't give us the amount of time the vehicle's in motion. It just gives us that 10-second snapshot. So yeah, it doesn't really clear the defense if they're going to try and make the argument that, well, when the trigger event ended, so did the vehicle's motion. That's not the case at all. It does not prove that. It proves that the trigger event happened, and what happened in that 10-second window it could have still been moving. Absolutely. Yeah, I don't know what planet this looks good for her. This is damning.
Yeah. I mean, she did it. That's just, I mean,
yeah,
that's just what this boils down to. There is
Mhm.
concrete, indisputable evidence that shows that she hit this man with her vehicle. That's just, I mean, let's all come to terms with that, I guess, for you, Karen Reed.
Yeah. I can't imagine there's a lot of people out there that honestly believe she's innocent. I mean, delusional, sure. They want to believe, I get it, but do you really believe?
Unless you should be able to clean up a lot of this, no.
Oh God, unless he,
Honey.
oh my God, that guy's
let's establish something right now. It's not just like all personal things. Alessi had his crack at Burgess, and he never once attacked Burgess's data, right? So he can't clean this up. He doesn't have an answer to the data. Now with Burgess, he happened to find, or Reddit found, somebody found, and it made its way to the defense, this guy's outdated LinkedIn, right?
Yes.
Almost scored a point until he overshot that one, but he never attacked the data. So they're like, by all indications up until this point, no, he can't clean any of this up for Karen.
He would have already. Yeah, he would have already addressed the data, but he didn't. You're right. He focused on a LinkedIn, tried to make the allegation that Shannon Burgess lied, which was proven false. He didn't. He handed in his CV as it was correct. That came from him. It wasn't altered. It was completely on point. The discrepancies between the LinkedIn and what he handed in, you can't point that to him being dishonest. So that
those are character attacks, just to be clear.
It is, and it's a weak one.
He attacked the messenger. He attacked the messenger because he could not attack the message, right? And Hank Brennan was able to get that out. Now, granted, it was objected to and the objection was sustained, but you can't put the toothpaste back in the tube. The jury heard that. It was pointed out to the jury, for the jury, hey, 6 hours of cross-examination, and he never attacked the data. Only the person.
What about his phone locking? I found that interesting. His phone locked. It stopped. He stopped moving. What is the secret here? What are you not getting?
I mean, the Commonwealth has really strong witnesses this trial. I think Burgess was a strong witness. He was clear. He was, relatable. He was respectful. He was calm, collected, and his data was it was bulletproof, and it wasn't even touched on cross-examination, only his LinkedIn account. And that's it. And now, we had Dr. Wolf, a world-renowned brain surgeon who's actively still saving lives, and he was able to come in and make a very clear determination that was very congruent with the Commonwealth theory. He was able to essentially rule out the entire preposterous fight theory, and he was untouched on cross as well. They didn't even cross him for very long. And now we have Welcher, and Welcher is highly, highly qualified. Again, he's a PhD. Everybody was so excited in Free Karen Reed last year about ARCA having PhDs. Well, this guy has a PhD. And then he takes it a step further. He's taken actual classes, medical classes, the doctors attend, first-year medical students. He's constantly updating his education, his training. He speaks at symposiums. He has numerous peer-reviewed articles and publications. That's not ARCA.
That relate to this specifically, right?
Yeah. Right.
No, ARCA went off of a photograph and about, I wouldn't even say half the evidence. They really didn't get the whole scope. They had to admit it, that they didn't have the full scope of the evidence. And I mean, working off a photograph versus a guy who's there with the vehicles, doing a digital recreation of every nut and bolt in both vehicles is quite something too.
No, we can agree to disagree, Dr. Nagel, but we have to live in reality here and acknowledge that Burgess went through a rigorous 6 hours of cross-examination, and never once was his data approached, let alone touched, so to have the expectation that somehow Alessi's going to be able to do that with Welcher, I think you're setting yourself up for a real disappointment, or you're just going to be manufacturing things in your head to say that he got this guy, because really he did not get Burgess. LinkedIn, that's all that he got. That's all that, and he didn't endeavor to touch very much, which really speaks volumes there. This is the stuff that the jury is more
They
likely
can't unsee that.
going to be considering. No, but I'm just saying that these are the conversations and deliberations, and how do you really? There's no counterpoint to that. Shannon Burgess, the man, is not on trial here, nor is Shannon Burgess the very germane to this case. What is germane to this case is the report that he prepared and the data that he provided, and that has been unassaulted.
Yep. Yeah, you can't unsee that in the jury. I mean, if I was a juror, that would strike me as I'd be wondering why isn't the defense attacking the data? Like they're supposed to be defending this woman from this allegation, and yet when the data is put forward, they don't make a peep. That would be very concerning to me.
That they might pick up on, but I think also, as they're going through, the lawyer's questions are not evidence. Only their answers are. That the testimony is the evidence. So when you parse through Burgess's testimony, there's no testimony in there that undermines, questions, or contradicts his data, because those questions were never asked, therefore they were never answered, right? It just didn't happen. So as far as what you are weighing as a juror, which is just the testimony, you're accepting the data that he provided at face value is true and correct because it was unchallenged. So there's no challenges in there to consider.
Yep. And that is a strong indictment right there. Your own defense isn't challenging the prosecution's data. That's huge. That is massive. You would expect that the defense would have some counterpoints, but they have nothing. They have creative writing, they have theories and conspiracies, but in the face of the data, they have nothing.
PB, hold on. This is a question. They I'm trying to get it. Oh no, I might be missing it. It says, this scares me. Could they say that Karen thought her wheels were spinning again and pressed too hard on the accelerator? No, I mean, in theory, could they? Yes, but that would be pivoting away from the entire argument that they set up on opening, the evidence they've been trying to elicit, which is very heavy on Proctor, just innuendo at this point. They don't have any, there's been no testimony, evidence admitted, nothing that would support the idea of any sort of cover up or evidence tampering, but they've been fishing for the innuendo. But they haven't even assigned Karen. I mean, Karen has said in public, I didn't back up my car. She literally said that on the ID documentary. And obviously that's not true. The comments that she's made outside of court since, things like, well, that's a common trigger on my Lexus. Okay. They're not even assigning her any culpability in the backup, it sounds like. So it would be a huge pivot to be like, oh, okay, so she did back up recklessly, but it was not on purpose. Like that ship is sailed. That's all. Like that would have been like viable defense stuff had she acknowledged these facts that were bound to come out, right? And like on some level in her interview, she does acknowledge a lot of this. It just doesn't reconcile with the narrative that she's trying to spread. But no, my long answer, which should have been a short answer, is technically they could, but I don't see them doing that.
No, I don't see it either. I don't. She's hooped completely.
It looks like there's some static in the chat. Listen, if someone doesn't come in insulting, then nobody should be insulting them, I guess. This is Kevin's stream, so just, I know the mods covered, but like, it's a lot of civil discourse. It's not like Christine that comes in here and calls me a crusty, dirty skank.
That's
about my children and tells me to go off myself. That's why I'm mean to Christine. Sometimes it comes off as a little harsh to the UK. A Boomer can attest. I have friends in the UK. I really do.
Yeah.
Not like the
Yeah.
token thing either. That I'm fine
No,
with.
no,
it.
no, no.
Yeah. You're practically British as a Canadian, so
Yeah, pretty much. The Commonwealth folk. Yeah, no, I don't go with just off the rip, insulting everybody that walks the earth. But yeah, no, if somebody's just thinks differently than you, it's not a big deal. It really isn't. It really isn't. It's when they cross the line into doing horrible things to people, then I get some outrage. But if it's just somebody expressing an opinion that you don't share, I mean, that's the world over, isn't it? It's a lot of people on planet Earth you're not going to agree with. It's no big deal.
JP says
No big deal.
Karen Reed has devolved into saying, but where is the evidence she hit him when confronted with anything? I mean, yeah, but that's a disingenuous question because, like, again, if we're speaking objectively, like, let's just ground ourselves in reality, ladies and gentlemen. Like, there has been consistent evidence provided that corroborates that she hit him. Like, the taillight evidence is evidence that she hit him. The shoe being missing, evidence that she hit him. Stating that he's in the last place that she left him, evidence that she hit him. Like, there's a lot. And again, like, it's not like you're not going to get in this case like a video of her, maniacally laughing and backing. I'm sorry, I don't mean to giggle, but it's absurd.
No, but and there are some free Karen Reed that have outright said, even if that happened or they saw that, they wouldn't believe it. So I mean, even with that said, there's a lot of folks out there that still won't believe.
The Brilliant Red Sky says, I think the jury will be able to reach a verdict this time. I don't think it's that difficult. I think like the only outlier here is jury nullification. And I don't know. I'm going to have faith that they picked an unbiased jury and that the jurors are upholding their oath and that they're going to deliberate fairly and objectively, only considering what's been admitted into court and not dragging it. And I hope there's no plants or people who, lied to get on this jury. I mean, the thing that kind of reassures me is I know that they tried and that they were bounced out because some of them were pretty vocal about it afterwards, complaining. So there were definitely people trying to lie and get on, but for the most part, it sounds like they were caught. So hopefully they just caught everybody. And that goes on both sides. You don't want somebody who just immediately has labeled her guilty, and like, you don't want me lying to get on that jury. You know what I mean?
No,
we're lying to get on that jury.
Not
that's not a fair trial.
Yeah, exactly. If you respect, your Constitution and the Sixth Amendment, you got to respect it on all sides. You have to protect it, and yeah, you can't have people in there gaming the system on either side. It's no good.
Lying to get on a jury, what's wrong with seriously? I mean, seriously, I've never lied to get off a jury, but if I see it in there, I'm probably gonna take it. I'm gonna be honest. Listen, I served on a jury and it was fine, but it's not like something that I want to do a lot or voluntarily. If I'm being completely honest, like it's not like a fun time. No. Interesting, sure. Something, especially a trial of this magnitude. Like, these people are stuck doing this for like at least 2 months. Nobody, like, you're a mental patient if you want. And like,
at the end of the day, like, the pressure has got to be extreme in a case like this, right? Like, you're weighing the punishment if you believe they're guilty. You're trying to do right by the victim's family. It's a lot of different angles of pressure. I couldn't imagine a trial like this would be like a juror.
And it's not like us too. We're like, we can watch this trial every day, but like, I can, put it on my cell phone and go take my dog for a walk or walk into the other room. I mean, like, you can get up and go to the bathroom whenever you want. You can eat whenever you want. You can drink whatever you want. Like, if you got to go to work, you can pause it and come back to it later. You're going to work. Like, that's not what they're experiencing. And those uncomfortable court seats too. Like, and it's hot today. I took the dog for a walk earlier, and it was pretty toasty outside. So that courtroom, as I understand, can become quite stifling. I don't know why people would lie to indulge in that experience with bad intentions too. Like, not even looking for justice, just wanting to advance a a personal opinion that they have. That's pretty messed up. So
Mm-hmm.
hopefully they didn't get any. Kate Eller says, I would have felt uncomfortable when Burgess was being shamed. Yeah. I think, What do you, I mean, what would your reaction?
It would have been strange to watch like a character assassination instead of a proper cross. Yeah, it would be uncomfortable to watch that in the room. It would be weird. I mean, I feel sympathetic watching it from the outside looking in, through a screen. I could imagine being in the room while that's going on. Yeah, I'd be uncomfortable for sure. For sure. Just disparaging the hell out of the guy again, instead of, in lieu of, directly attacking or even addressing the data, like just sidestepping it entirely for a character attack. That's weird. But when that's all you got, that's very telling. That's all you got.
I think that if I were on the jury and, the only way for me to be on the jury in this hypothetical situation would be if I didn't know anything or knew very little and didn't have an opinion. Perhaps the first time that he brought it up with the discrepancies, I would see how wild the dates were, right? Because you've got 2022 on the website, 2016 to 18 on LinkedIn, in progress. I would go, that's weird. And I would probably view him with some suspicion. Redirect would have alleviated that for me. And then the going in about the federal filing with the 2024 date filed in 2023 that was not filed by him and was filed by the company, that at that point would
it starts looking petty. It looks weak and petty at that point. And I think
or
I agree.
Desperate, not just petty.
Desperate.
Right.
Well, yeah. I think it really tips their hat. I think they went too far. And I don't think it was to any success. I think it probably backfired a little bit there. But initially you'd be like, whoa, what's up with this guy's CV? But I agree. I think it was pretty much rehabilitated through Cross just fine.
Yeah, I think he really did overshoot it, particularly because that gave, Hank the last word, and he was able to throw out there like, oh, they've attacked you a lot, but haven't attacked the data. And that's right on the heels of, again, this sort of overkill of, document that he didn't file, somebody else filed, that, and the other part of it too is it's like, okay, so that case is over. And obviously it didn't cause controversy in that case because Leslie's not bringing that up. So just overall, I think that was a gross, overshoot. He probably did not have to recross him.
No.
He probably should have just conceded it. It would not, if he's done, that makes Hank done. So you don't get to give Hank the last on this because that's what, recrossing just opened that up. Now Hank gets to redirect or whatever. He gets the last word, and is able to reiterate the data even more, which is obviously quite foundational to this expert. So I again, anyone who thinks that Alessi is this brilliant attorney, I don't.
Oh, that's such a weird take. I mean, because I've got my own opinion, obviously, but it's so dramatically different. Like that take from my take on Alessi, it's like two different worlds. I find him to be obnoxious. He yells when he doesn't have to. He has no idea how close his papers are to that microphone. God damn it, that drives me nuts. I don't know if anybody else out there uses headphones, but I'm a headphone guy, and that is horrible. He stomps his feet. I mean, even his objections are like he sounds like a snotty kid in school.
He always sounds really personally offended.
Petulant. Objection, Your Honor. Man, oh, dude, what? I don't know. That's just me. I don't find him to be all that impressive. I don't get it. I don't see it. But then again, I don't understand a lot of positions these people take where they say oh, court went wonderful today for the defense. I'm like, are you kidding me? You think those video clips made her look good? I don't know. I can't see it. It is a cult. Yeah, it's weird. It's very weird.
Yeah, I know. Just in general, you notice that They don't really address anything that Karen, like I feel like her statements completely glossed over on all free Karen Reed coverage. They pretend that it didn't happen at all. They pretty much just focus on cross-examination, and most of cross-examination boils down to like mean, nitpicky character assassination. Like Carrie Roberts, for instance, dropped a lot of bombshell testimony about Karen's statements in the morning, her affect, her behavior, Karen seeing the body when nobody else did, which Karen corroborated, by the way. All of that. The condition of the taillight, which Karen also corroborated. Like a lot of really important stuff in that testimony. And the only thing that everybody focused on in Free Karen Reed land was like, she lied to the grand jury about whether or not she heard Karen Reed ask Jen McCabe to Google. And I mean, like, not only was that silly, and her response was like any, again, objective, reasonable person would be like, all right, she clearly didn't understand what she was being asked. But, you know, outside of that, what weight does that even carry? Does it completely tear down all of her testimony? Does something like that suddenly brand her a irredeemable liar who just got up on the stand and you know, lied about everything? No, that's not going to happen. Like, no one's going to think that. So like, what does that really change? Nothing. They don't want to talk about it at all.
Dr. Daddy Wolf poses a fantastic question here, Kate. Meow. Who will be in jail first, Karen Reed or Turtle Boy? Meow.
I feel like it's Karen Reed at this point.
I'm thinking so too.
Yeah, I mean, he doesn't even have a trial date in his major cases. I know he's a trial date coming up for that violating the restraining order, which is probably going to be a conviction. Honestly, he was within the exclusion zone. There's video of him, you know, screaming about how he was just removed, and then he just waits for her across the street. Like, all that is probably not going to work out good for him at all.
Much weird behavior, man.
His lawyer can like play the phone call where I say that his nose looks like a penis, and they can cry about it.
Oh my God, that's on record now.
Right? I don't know what that's gonna really
nose doesn't look like a penis. Right.
Yeah, did that force him to not leave the exclusion zone? I don't know. But like, regardless of the outcome of that, whether he's convicted, maybe acquitted, probably not, or just pleased out at the last minute, which I think is still a real possibility. It's not really like, it's not going to send him to jail. He's not going to jail over that. I can almost guarantee that. He has no criminal record. It was a non-violent incident. It's the, you know, probation, a quaff, something like that. What it does do is then create a problem, because now he has a record. Even if he were to quaff it, honestly, like, that's open until he satisfies his probation. So that that's going to show up on the the BOP query. I think it's a query, so it'll show up on a query, which means that now it goes into sentencing considerations for his more serious cases. So yeah, he's not going to jail imminently, is my point. Karen Reed probably going to prison for a little bit.
Oh yeah. Oh my God. Some of the emojis in chat here are pretty good. Oh man. You're dashing Desert Sentinel's hopes. Oh man.
Sorry, I just like to call it like I see it. Also, like, you know, not a lawyer or even necessarily a top tier intellectual here. So take what I say with a grain of salt. That being said, usually my projections are not that far off. Like, I have enough. Legal system is just a system. If you watch it long enough, you can kind of start to understand how some of the pieces move and work, right? So like,
or where they tend to, at least. Yeah, you can up your odds on landing.
I also am a little bit of a, you know, I'm an optimist when it comes to this sort of stuff. So it has been my experience, and anything that I've ever seen, and what I like to believe in the system is that they don't just go straight from somebody not having a criminal record at all to incarceration on something. Not that it was minor. I mean, he broke the law and he's a monster, but he didn't like follow her to her car and punch her in the face or something. You know what I mean? Like, where it's like, whoa, lock this guy up. He's out of his mind physically. it doesn't mean that he's any less guilty of the crime or that he's not a destructive piece of crap. But, you know, again, I think with the legal system, sometimes you got to take the individual person out and think about how you want the system to treat lots of people, because there needs to be some sort of consistency there. So, yeah.
Yeah. How, Kate, this is from Mark. Kate, assuming Karen Reid is found guilty, etc., how quickly till she turns on TB?
Immediately. If she's found guilty, actually, no matter what, I think, honestly, if she, you know, if it looks like she's going to face some criminal liability imminently on the witness intimidation, regardless of the outcome of the case, she's turning on Turtle Boy immediately, because, you know, she's got to save her own skin. And he won't have any over her anymore. Nothing, because this case will be resolved. So if she is found guilty, she goes to jail. That's it. That's the end of the story. She can appeal, but nothing that he can do can really affect an appeal. It's just like, you know, matters of law, right? Like any legal error. Nothing to do with the facts at all. So that's fine. If she's acquitted, then, you know, they can't try her again. Double jeopardy. Like that's good. So no matter what, like, his power over her is essentially gone as soon as this case resolves. So obviously, just common sense, knowing what a rational person would do, and certainly what Karen Reid would do, because this is the same woman who turned on her entire social circle and everyone that her boyfriend knew and loved for no other reason than she thought it was an opportunity to defuse flame. So, I mean, in the case of Turtle Boy, that's a real opportunity to mitigate any exposure that she has, and like obviously she's going to take it. Christine, here's a fun fact, Christine. I don't like to brag about this too much or whatever, but the entire time that this has been going on, baby girl, Christine, I've been having these bullshit charges dropped quietly, just so we're clear. I've got one down, one is imminently getting dropped, and then I got one more that we're pretty sure is going to go by the wayside. That's that. But yeah, just so that you know, like, I'm not going to jail unless I wake up tomorrow and decide that I'm going to actually commit crimes. Like, I'm not going to jail. And to take that a step further, because of the way that these charges are just quietly being dropped, like, the police are not taking Turtle Boy and his ex-girlfriend as seriously as they once did, because now they're seeing in real time that they're lying. So Karen's probably going to prison. I am definitely not going to jail. And you're still the stupidest person in this chat. Like, Krusty, like, why you like, what is this? Again, like, you are barely literate, Christine. You are barely literate. Like, that extra space in between sure and the exclamation point, unnecessary. That's weird. I don't know why you do that. That's not how you properly punctuate. Krusty's, like, you're trying to talk to one person. Don't put me in plural, idiot. Krusty's also spelled with a C. You wouldn't know that either, though. God. Very few people, like, offend me with their stupidity as much as Christine does, because, like, she is, like, no self-awareness at all. You would think at some point she would be like, wow, I have the equivalent of, like, a, you know, backwaters 4th grade education. I should probably speak in public less. Not Christine, though. She just goes for it. This is the same woman who's accused Kevin of faking cancer. He's in radiation right now. Christine,
dude, that is beyond. When I see shit like that, come on, we got
15 minutes before it resumes. Christine, do you really want to, like, bring this negativity to Kevin's stream and people just tell you how useless you are for the next 15 minutes? Let's not do that. You should just leave. Go somewhere hospitable to yourself. Okay, you offer nothing of value. Nothing.
That's just weird behavior.
Yeah, honestly, like, Kevin's chat, I don't know whose chat she's in, if she's in Kevin's or, like, but anyone who is block happy, like, it's fine. She can just come over and pollute my comment section and chat on my channel again. But like she literally offers nothing of value. She just comes in and makes outlandish statements, has absolutely no grasp of what's going on, and occasionally throws out horrifying accusations against people with no evidence. She's probably drunk right now, too. We're being honest. Like,
See what she spells like. It says some
Yeah.
pretty weird shit.
Yeah,
Like,
right.
what was that about? Alessi's, I don't know, the spreading and everything. I don't know. It's
yeah,
just,
unless he's gonna
what
spread
the,
well. What does that mean?
yeah, like, what are you trying to say? That sounds obscene.
Christine, you ignorant slut. That has a very sexual connotation.
Yeah, you freak.
Don't say
What the
that.
hell?
Read the room,
Oh
Christine.
my god. Hey, and like it's super important, but I just gotta. Is it true that Canada has a king on their money now? Did we switch over? Did we? I haven't seen cash in a while, so like,
How would I know about Canadian money?
I'm just saying. No, I'm asking the chat. Somebody in there was saying like we have a king on our. I mean, we had the queen on
I
there,
can't even tell you. Like, I don't.
and then
mess
she
with-
died. And then I heard that we weren't going to be doing that whole monarchy thing anymore because it wasn't happening. But now we got the king on there. Wow. We have the king on there now. Wow. Okay. Well, that's news to me.
Not saying the crown.
I'm just saying, I thought we were done. I'm sorry to the Canadians who really like the monarchy thing, but I just thought we were out
The
of it.
monarchy thing is kind of cute and like I don't know if it's the word for it, but like like it's like old world. It's like I believe
My
that
grandma
there are
liked that.
a lot of
Like she
British
had.
people who like their royals or whatever. It's sort of
Yeah,
like we don't have
look.
a royal family, but we have the Kardashians. I feel like it's similar, but
Like
it's more
I get it. I
for the
won't
British.
bog down the show with this babble, but like I get it because like my grandparents' generation, my grandfather was a World War II vet, and there was a real sort of reverence for the Queen and how she communicated to the nation during World War II. I can see that. But post that, you know what I mean? Like, no. What is that there? Have you ever been to Is that Kitsilano? No, I don't think so. I don't think I've been to Kitsilano. Is that Kitsilano Beach time? I don't think so.
Hold on, we have an FKR update somewhere in the chat. I'm
No.
not fast enough with these. They're going bananas.
Royalty is
apparently.
not. Yeah.
I lost it.
Hot take. I agree. Royalty's not my. I'm not into it.
I think I
Kitsilano.
don't understand it. in
Maybe as a
comments.
kid. What do you mean we
Okay.
didn't have the Queen during World War II? The same lady. Come on.
Yeah, she was an incredible
became the
person.
queen.
I think. The
Like,
queen. I think she had a
whatever.
lot of, like,
That's
I've watched
right.
The Crown, whatever.
Yeah.
I think that's probably why I have like a soft spot for the British monarchy. It's like I love
Okay.
like the
I
Empress
mean,
and the Crown and Game of Thrones. Like I like the royal.
let me heal this misnomer. Okay, I had a king during World War II, whatever. I wasn't around during then, for starters, but the lady became the queen, and she was instrumental in talking with the people, and that's where my grandparents got the reverence. So forgive me, I'm not a royalist. Okay, I'm not into it.
So they're saying, Bev, they're going cuckoo, and this is your fault. She let the Commonwealth get away with changing their evidence mid-trial, and now they won't stop doing
I
it.
should know
This
that.
is just not, and I don't know, maybe it cuts off. So again, nobody's changing evidence, free Karen Reed. They refined a data point that boils down to like 30 seconds. In a window of a differential that both sides agree exists. So like, I mean, the only difference between, again, like DeSorgo and his work and the defense side, and then Burgess and his work in the Commonwealth side, is Burgess is able to identify, this is the data that I'm using. I can match it up in real. I mean, like, this is elementary level stuff. She did a 3-point turn. She admits that she did the 3-point turn. We know the 3-point turn is real. We know exactly where it was, right? So they can go into the data and see, okay, the timestamp on the Lexus says that this is when the 3-point turn occurred. And on John's phone, this is when it occurred. So we'll just move it back so that they both match up. Easy. Like, that is so, again, like, this is not going to get lost on a jury. I don't know how it's lost on anyone, right? Like, they have an event that everybody agrees happened, and they know what time it happened. So they can just adjust the differential that both sides acknowledge and agree exists back
Right.
to match up with that on John's phone, right? To
Mhm.
then tell you what time he stopped moving relative to this backup event on his phone. That's why they're matching it again to his phone, right? Like
Right.
if my car clock it says that it's 1:37 right now. I'm sorry, if my car clock says it's 1:45 right now, but everybody else's clock says 1:37 on their cell phones, right? Then okay, great. I can decide what time it really is because I'll just move my car clock back to the time that's accepted on the cell phone, right? Now it's the
Right.
same. It's essentially the same thing that they're doing here.
They just narrowed the window. I mean, they had an industry agreed upon 60 seconds to begin with, right? And they just tightened it. They just tightened it by doing that. That's all they did. They didn't radically change the timeline as the defense is squabbling about. It's not at all. Not at all. They just tightened what was already, and like was stated before, they were like, we figured that 60 seconds we didn't have to argue about it, but then there was, the defense was squawking, and so tighten the noose pretty much. But I mean, a 60-second window is still a pretty tight noose, right? So I mean, they just put another nail in it for Karen. But
Like again, what could have happened? Like when you put
right.
everything together,
Yeah.
what could have happened in 20 to 30 seconds between when Karen is backing up her car and John stops moving? And we know from geolocation data, the GPS, right, that he was by the flagpole when all this occurred. So I mean, like,
And
what could have happened by the flagpole within 20 to 30 seconds of Karen erratically backing up her car, which would have been in full view of her because that's where she was backing up her car.
Right.
Like,
Well, what's
God.
more likely within that window and that tech stream event of the acceleration? Was it is it 74%? Over 70% of the gas being depressed, gas pedal, being depressed. And John's phone never moving again. What's more probable, that she backed in and hit him, sideswiped him, or that she almost hit him but didn't, and then took off, and then he ran into the house within, what was it, 3 or 4 second window, ran up and down stairs, got attacked by a bunch of people and a dog, and then, like, what? How do you figure that more probable?
With his phone that was found under his body, but the phone registered no more. So I mean, like the theory that's been created about inside the house is just backed up by nothing. There is absolutely no data whatsoever to logically support it, which is again what the jury has to do. They have to make logical conclusions based on the evidence.
The Benny Hill fight did not happen.
I'll be right back, Boomer. Sorry, give me like
no worries. It's not plausible. It's, in my opinion, with the data, it's not even possible, let alone plausible. Come on. Ooh, now I can say all the words. Yeah, no, it's crazy. Crazy as hell. Emily Baker is, yeah, it's industry, right? Like, I believe Emily Baker is in this to make money, like she always has been. It's what she does. Some people sell out. They don't care. Let the profanities fly. You know what, Amy? I can be a pretty horrible person, but I respect Kevin too much. I would never do that. What is my favorite Rush song? You know what? This is sacrilegious. There's so many. I'm going to upset Canadians. I really never liked Rush most of my life. I did grow to like them a little more, as I got older, but I can't even remember the Rush songs that I did like. I mean, Neil Peart or Pearts, whatever, killer drummer. Love his drumming, but never really got deep into that band. I probably just upset everybody that likes Rush. Sorry. I mean, I don't hate Rush. I thought Rush had a female singer when I was a kid too. It really tripped me out. It's like, really? That little guy would Fly By Night. Okay, yeah, no, yeah. If you name the songs, you got to remember though, because Jihad, Gina, you know me. I was a metal kid more than being into Rush. How many flannel shirts do I own? I don't believe I own one. I know. I'm a bad Canadian, man. I really am. I'm not good at being Canadian. Sorry, guys. Oh, hey, I just redeemed myself, didn't I? Ah, Rush slays. Yeah, no, I respect Rush. I just didn't really get deep into it. Yeah, you respect Rush too? Yeah. And that's not to say I don't like Rush, but when I was Red Barchetta, it actually is very cool. I remember that was one of the first little riffs I learned when I was learning how to play guitar. That is unacceptable. Yeah, I know. Slipknot, to be honest, I don't mind them. I'm a little older than that generation, but I was really into Deicide and bands like that. Keep your stick on the edge. Yeah, that's another thing. Oh man, I'll get you guys really hating me here. I never really got into hockey either. I did play road hockey, a Beebs tent. Come on, that's just low. That's low. Dream Theater, again, amazing musicians. Didn't really get into it. I was in it like anybody gives a shit. I was into like sparring and stuff like that when I was younger. I did more of that kind of deal than I did played hockey. Tragically Hip. I didn't mind them. I liked Road Apples, and first concert I ever saw actually was Tragically Hip. I didn't see a lot of concerts as a kid, but actually that was one of the first shows I ever saw. I cannot remember who else was on the bill. How old am I? I'm past my mid 40s, but I ain't quite 50 yet. So I call myself a boomer because, like, you know, in internet years, if you're over 30, you're a boomer, right? So do I say A? I probably do by accident sometimes. I don't know. I don't feel like I'm saying it, but I've been caught saying it. How about that? Yeah. I agree with you, Tiki Lemons. It is really gross when they go after the grieving mother, Peggy. Yeah, I agree. It is not a boomer. Come on.
All right, sorry about that. It's my puppy's
Sorry.
lunchtime has been synced up with the court's lunchtime. It was just running a little bit late. Yeah, she eats
Is
at
there
the
a
same
time
time
differential?
lawyers and judges do. Yeah. I try to make sure there's not a time differential. She definitely knows what time she eats at any hour of the day, 3 times a day. Like, you know, she knows when to wake up and eat. She knows when lunchtime is, and like she lingers around for dinner time almost to the minute.
Scream Bloody Gore on cassette, 9th grade. That is rad. Just have to say, that's very rad. I still have a Scream Bloody Gore t-shirt. I love that band. The originators. Yeah. Good stuff. And as much as I can say I love the early death metal, I saw somebody, so was it Jim Croce? Who was the other guy? Oh, where is it? Is that Hans and Franz? Oh, Gordon Lightfoot. Yeah, I like Gordon Lightfoot too. I like a lot of stuff. You do too, don't you, Kate? You're kind of eclectic too. You're all over the place.
I am very eclectic. Yeah, my playlists are like a manic episode.
Yeah, me too. But that's fun, right? I'd rather listen to a whole bunch of stuff than
no U2 on my playlist though. I thought that was so weird about Karen Reed, her deep abiding love for U2. Like,
yeah, I'll
they're
still say the first couple albums, like War and Boy, they got like Sunday Bloody Sunday, stuff like that. I didn't find it bad. I didn't love it, but I didn't hate it. It was the kind of like they lost me after that because it had less of a rock vibe and they got more into a pop vibe. And if you're gonna catch my attention with a pop song, it's got to be like something kind of, it's got to be catchier or whatever. I don't know. I don't even know how to describe that, but I like a lot of 80s pop and everything. I was a kid during it.
No, so U2 became like wallpaper is what happened. Like, you know?
Yeah. No, I hear you, Jamie. I know it's a take on the whole, like, we're internet years, right? You know, we're over 30, we're ancient.
Yeah, I was gonna say like we're both pretty much in internet years.
Yeah.
We're pretty much dead.
Yeah, we're dilapidated as far as internet years go. Yep. Was that Seeker? Yeah, I like all sorts of stuff, guys. Like Blur or Oasis. Oh, okay, I'm gonna piss you off. Your Kate, you can take this. But me personally, I don't really like either of them. Though I did like how the brothers beat the shit out of each other in Oasis. I like how they fought.
Number 2 is it's a whole bop. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
but I gotta go with Oasis.
I don't know. I'll go with Oasis because the brothers fighting was fun. I like that. James Murphy, hell yeah, dude. Yeah.
I've got a lot of like very eclectic mix.
Oh, for sure, man. Yeah, I like all sorts of stuff. I like rap from the 80s, lots of stuff from the 80s, because again, nostalgia in my childhood. There's gonna be like a lot of stuff.
I have one.
Like everything from hip hop to death metal to I like country too. I'll probably lose a lot of people.
I have some country. Not a ton, but I've got Josiah and the Bonnevilles on my my playlist right now. I've got one for you. Okay, Alt J or Arctic Monkeys.
Oh, I don't know. I don't even know who Alt J is. I'm serious. I'm not gonna fake the fun.
I love Alt J.
I don't even know who that is.
Yeah.
I really don't. I don't even know who that is. Yeah. I've heard the Arctic Monkeys. I couldn't quote you a song, but no jazz. You know what? Yeah, too. I like some jazz too. I do. But I like a lot of like boom bap hip hop, and they take a lot of samples from jazz. So I kind of found jazz through the side door, But
my son plays in a jazz band.
Yeah, that's cool.
I think you probably know that because he probably told you.
But
yeah. He likes the jazz. So the song Whiplash, right? That's he's been working on playing Whiplash.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Nice. Yeah, I know. I like jazz. I like blues, big time. Like I think one of the first guitar players that got in my head as a kid that was like huge to me was Stevie Ray, and you can't like Stevie Ray without liking Albert King and all those guys, man. Yeah, big time. I was really into that. Still am, but a lot of that blues over jazz, but I still like jazz though. It's just it's taking me as I get older to find more jazz that I click with. There's so many subgenres. It's
blues
like metal.
Is like
There's a million.
Blueprint too, a lot
it
of
is.
Lead Belly, right? Wrote a lot of songs.
Oh yeah, man. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Here's a good trial related
Sexy
question.
Red, lover.
Sexy Red.
Cultural icon. You know what? I will say though, I like comedy, okay? Sexy Red is funny to me. Some of her lyrics are so goddamn gross. I laugh out loud like it's a Guar song.
Yeah,
like
they are pretty gross.
You know what I mean? I like her on that level. We're
so hip. We know the new things too, all the drill rap.
I know some of them. But I don't keep track on like a lot of what's going on because it's like, it's for kids. Let the young people be into their own things. I'm stuck in the past most of the time, Prince is pretty gnarly. Killer guitar player.
Tiki Lemons has a good trial related. This is a tough one too because you gotta let your bias drop. Who does everyone think has had the best cross so far? Best for who? Tiki Lemons.
Yeah.
I'm assuming you mean for the defense.
Probably impactful, memorable. Right. Probably. Oh God. I'm not. I can't say unless he's had one that's been. I'm biased though, but like for real.
That's what I mean. Like dropping the bias. Where did they do the most?
It's hard.
I'm.
Well, Brendan's strength seems to be in cross. Like he's that's his haymaker. Like in my opinion.
I know Lauren's like none of them impressed me. I'm trying to think like objectively where they did the most.
I'm trying.
Yeah, and we can't compare it to last trial because they had some blistering cross examinations last trial. I mean, I suppose that they probably, I don't even feel like they did that much to Burgess, but it was definitely people were
Dr.
talking
Nagel,
about
come on now. Are you messing with me? Unless he usually dominates anyone he crosses. I mean, dominates them by makes them want to like crawl away and die. Like the effect, the Alessi effect is violent. It's gonna be its own movie.
Yeah, you can't brute force your way into an effective cross. Like, and that's why he's just relentless, but not in a good way.
Yo, artwork saw the Doors in '68. That is very cool.
I mean, I suppose that they probably did a bit of damage to Jen McCabe, but that's the thing. It's like, okay, so they got Jen McCabe and twisted around to make her sound like she was lying to law enforcement. I didn't take it that way, because it sounds like she called right back to clarify, which is not the hallmark of a liar. But regardless, I guess that was something that was, probably the most gotcha that they got on Jen. But it's all mitigated. The problem is that, like, mostly any points that they score on cross, Karen comes in like a wrecking ball afterwards and like corroborates. And you gotta, like, if the defendant is agreeing with parts of the witness's story, that's not a good thing for the defendant. You're essentially Karen Reed is vouching for Jen McCabe when she agrees with things that Jen McCabe testifies to. You know what I mean? Because she's essentially reinforcing that, yes, even from my position as the defendant with my self-serving interests, because I'm the one on trial, I agree with details from this witness's story. So, like, she is telling the truth. It's just like, man. And it so happens that a lot of the points that Karen corroborates are like key parts of testimony, like her statements at the scene about I hit him or did I hit him, and or like her taillight. Like, those are really the important things from like Jen and Carrie, and like Karen agrees. So I don't know, man. I don't know if I can answer that question. I tried though.
I'm trying to, and I'm just getting a nosebleed. I'm sorry. I just got to tap out on that. I don't know. I don't know. I tried though too. It hurt. I tried.
I don't know. Possibly he did bring them into voir dire.
Oh yeah, and that comment that I don't know why, but it just really stuck in my brain when Brennan said, "Do you know who Kat is? Have you met Kat?" And Kat is a friend that's very close to Karen, and it was like he was trying to step around that. Yeah. Dr. Nagel, it might just be you. It could just be that I don't see the brilliance of Alessi. Maybe Alessi is so good that my brain cannot comprehend it, and it translates into a mess. Maybe it's just me, my lack of ability to parse the genius that is the soy sauce ferret. I could be just limited in my intellect. It's possible, man. I never removed the possibility that I'm the stupidest person in the room. Trust me, I don't.
I don't think that's. I just honestly.
I don't think that's probable, but it's possible. I'm not the brightest.
His delivery and just also some of the judgment calls that he's making are just like Burgess Cross to me was just like, I mean, he had it and then just completely killed it. Like, why? Why give Burgess a crappy report? Why draw that out? Why give Hank the opportunity to reiterate the data over and over and over again? Like, you overshot the credibility issue. Like, it's bad lawyering.
It's that hyperbole. It's that, but it's also like just the optics alone. Like, let's just pretend that we don't even know what's going on. We're not even going to question what Alessi says. Everything he does is genius level. Okay, fine, but then makes sense to me. Why he stomps his little feet and yells when he doesn't have to, because it's not winning. I don't think it's winning the jury over. I think it's abrasive, and it seems desperate. It's like you're relegated to being theatrical. I don't think that's a good move. I think it's kind of it's a misstep. Yeah, the toddler energy and stuff. Again, I could be just not understanding what I'm seeing and hearing, but to me, that just doesn't make sense. If you're sharp and you've got the points to make, and you're controlling the situation and you're on top of things, you don't need to stomp your feet and yell. It's to me, it's telling. It's like you're losing, right? You're losing credibility too. It's just why I go for the theatrics. I don't think that Jackson pulls that off very well. I think in the first trial, his theatrics were probably more well received than they are this time around, you know. But the pressure of what they're dealing with, basically a collapsing defense, might be, you know, adding to him stuttering and losing his train of thought more than
Yeah,
he
he
ever had.
seems off his game for sure.
Big time. Yeah, they're just like, let Alessi carry this because I'm just freaking out. It's like he's having stage fright or something. It's very bizarre. Very, very weird.
Or they just want to hand over the losing case to like Alessi at the lead or something. I don't know.
Yeah. Dropping the science.
Maybe this is
Now
the
let me
deal.
switch gears. Right.
He
Sorry.
does. Sorry.
I decided LJ, like, let me switch gears. I forgot that was his thing too, right? Let me just switch gears here. And he gets into the like humming. He just completely forgets everything he was saying. And
No, I was just gonna say maybe the deal that they brokered is that Alessi would handle a lot of the cross because Yannetti and Jackson are going to handle her case in chief. You know, that could be it.
Oh yeah.
I suspect that he probably is really working for free.
Yes, yeah, and Tiger Lily, yeah, the objections that gets me to, like, Your Honor, he's doing it again. That's what it sounds like to me, right? Like he's petulant. It's the only word I got for this. Like, yeah, unless he might be the fall guy, right? I kind of felt that way too. Yeah. AJ's been around Karen too long and has the aggressive pop. Yeah. I do think he's been a little, in my opinion, appears to be a little too close to Karen. A little bit.
Yeah, they've been showing up to court like together with nobody else, huh?
Yeah, I saw that. I did see that. I mean, he's all in, right? You know, Jackson's kind of, he staked a lot on this case, so you know, some people put it as it's investment.
Probably
and
is
I guess. Oh, I would assume so, but then again, you never know what kind of situation that he's got at home to, right? Like, who knows? He might have that whole thing, like, babe, when I'm out on the road, it don't count. He might. I don't know. He might. Could have an understanding. Is he getting divorced? I don't know.
We have the fan.
Idea. The almighty fan. God, okay? What do you guys think? Are we gonna start with a sidebar? Huh?
right.
Is that what we're doing? Start with the sidebar, kid. He's acting. Yeah. Hardest
coming in here with the hard data, right down to the minute. Thomas says, "Oh, I lost all the 58 minutes since lunch was called. We now have the fan."
Yup.
You know
what does that mean? What does that mean?
Usually lunch is an hour.
Oh yeah. There you go. I wedged that in for you there. It's not something that has a lot of spots for, Mike. You know what I'm saying, bro? Yeah, AJ's on the world's longest hall pass. Maybe he could be, man. I don't know. He could be. It's possible. It's totally possible. You know. I'm a fan of fan. Is that a reference to what I think it is? I'm a fan of man. I'm a fan of fan. Voice of reason, huh? We talking the same movie there?
Yeah, we need to calibrate
Devil's Advocate.
Fan time.
Devil's Advocate was that movie. I'm a fan of man. Yeah, what's going on here?
Maybe they're in another sidebar right now.
Oh God! Oh, we're gonna have a pre-sidebar to the sidebar. Oh my God! It's gonna happen, isn't it? Yeah, probably. Yeah, there could be. There could be so many sidebars, man.
You know, as much as like I've noticed, like even well, of course, the law tube lawyers who love to come in with their unsolicited, crappy opinions will complain about the amount of sidebars and insinuate it's some sort of corruption or malfeasance on the part of Judge Canoni. But I know it's how it's done in Massachusetts, number one. And I think that it makes sense because, like, if they're arguing over the basis of these objections, you probably don't want that argument to prejudice the proceeding. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, that should be
Yeah.
factor.
No, I get that.
If they're arguing whether or not a line of questioning is admissible or evidence is admissible, then the argument as to why it is or is not should probably not be within the jury's earshot or, you know, part of their consideration.
No, I don't know. I would hazard to guess, Kate, but tell me what you think. Most of these sidebars are instigated by the defense. Yeah. Pretty sure. Oh, and we're back.
Dr. Welcher, when we left off, you had given us your opinion on this slide. Could we proceed to slide 35, please?
Slide 35?
I believe the next slide is 35. Okay. Now, when we look at this slide, I'm going to ask you to zoom in, and if we can start from left to right, and we can identify each category as you discuss it and explain to us the importance of the columns.
So we already touched on this from left to right. You know, the first column is the continuous running clock. Second column is where I converted it to minutes and seconds. You can see we're on trigger 1162.2. This is the second trigger. The particular boxes that are highlighted are where there's change. For example, in the upper right, when you're transitioning from drive to neutral to reverse. And then I already discussed this a little bit, but where the wheel's slipping, you can see you have high acceleration pedal application, increase in the RPMs. But when you look at the effects on the vehicle, you can see that it's accelerating less. So that's indicative of slippage of the wheels. And then I simply show at the bottom the math I use to derive all that. So again, we touched on most of this. It's the same slide you saw before, just to show how corrected for the speed.
If you could zoom in for a second, I want to ask you a question about the RPM column.
RPM column, go ahead.
If you could zoom in.
Oops.
You see in the last line, the last piece of data captured, the RPMs changed from 3,200 to 3,300.
Correct.
And the accelerators is, if fair to say, is that depressed? What's the way you characterize that?
Sustained.
How would you characterize 74? What does that mean?
I mean, it's 3/4 of full throttle. It's 74% of full throttle.
If above it's 74.5, it drops to 73.5 and then back to 74. Why is the RPM higher than above?
So there's, again, this data is referred to as being asynchronous. You're reporting it at particular times, but the computer's scanning the network for the data. So it's not all on exactly the same time step. Not only that, but there's frequently, oh, sorry, I'm sorry.
Sorry.
There frequently is a delay from when you step on the accelerator pedal to when that translates to increased RPM at the engine. It takes a little time to build it up or take it down.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. So similar to what we did on the first one, basically what we did is we took all the text stream data that we had, which includes the shifting, the forward, the reverse, and the steering. Again, there was a tiny bit of leftward steer, and put that into a simulation program where we're simulating what the Lexus will do. So we've taken into account the mechanical characteristics, the steering response of the Lexus. So this is to show what it represents on the left-hand side. So each one of these little hash marks, a different color, represents 10 feet. The red lines show the extent of motion. Remember what I said, it initially pulled forward, then backed up, past its initial spot, and then went backwards further distance. So what this shows is where we simulated this in a program called HVE. So that's the vehicle, the Lexus pulling forward. And then it accelerated in reverse, past its initial starting position, and came to rest right there.
Doctor, when you say it came to rest there, do you have
sorry.
data that the defendant's Lexus stopped there?
No, it did not come to rest. That I misspoke. That's where the text stream data ends. As you can see here, it's still going. It's still going approximately 23 miles an hour when that ends.
You'll have to zoom in on that so the jury can see what you're referring to. Please.
So again, as I mentioned, the text stream's taking a window of data. It doesn't take anything outside the window. You can see that when we account for the wheel slippage, that the vehicle at the time of the last data point, again, is at 74% throttle, 3,300 revolutions per minute, and is going backwards approximately 23.9 miles per hour. And you can see it's traveled a total distance backwards of 53 feet back from where it initially started. Or if you consider where it pulled forward 34 feet and then backed up 53 feet, add those two together from the point it pulled all the way forward. So this is 10, 20, 35 forward. And then it'll go 10, 20, 30, 40, 53 back for a total of 87 feet. So from the maximum point it pulled forward to where it backed up, again, that was 34 feet forward, then a total of 53 back, total travel distance of 87 feet. So went all the way forward where it stopped, it then backed up 87 feet. And when the text stream data stopped, it's still moving. It's still moving about 23 miles an hour, and you're still at 74% throttle and 3,300 revolutions per minute on the tachometer, RPM gauge.
We could turn the light on for a moment. Dr. Welcher, in your analysis of the data and the information you acquired and the evidence that you relied upon, did you come to some conclusions and opinions regarding the defendant's Lexus that evening?
I did.
As part of that opinion, you mentioned that you considered mileage to map distances as one way of mapping the location of the vehicle. Do you remember that?
I do.
If you could provide us with slide. I believe it's slide 25. And could you widen the left-handed box a little bit? And you mentioned you measured or you ran information about distances between different routes?
Correct.
Specifically regarding Fairview to Meadows, the first box. Do you see that?
I do.
There are 3 different mileage numbers.
Yes.
And then there's streets to the left. Can you explain what's set out in that box?
Sure. That's basically 3 different routes you can go. Sherman Street, Pleasant Street, Washington, and Sherman Street.
When you considered the shortest route, 2.3 miles on Sherman Street, did you attempt to determine how long it would take to travel 2.3 miles, how fast the car would have to be moving or how slowly it would have to be moving to travel 2.3 miles in 4 minutes and 15 seconds?
Yes.
And what did you determine?
So to go 2.3 miles in 4 minutes and 15 seconds, you would need an average speed of 32.47 miles an hour.
What if you took the longest route, 2.8 miles, and you considered 2.8 miles in 4 minutes and 15 seconds? Did you make a determination?
I did.
Could you share that with the jury?
It's 39.5 miles per hour.
Is that what the average speed of the Lexus would need to be to travel that distance in that
Correct.
time? Now, turning to your study of these text stream events, do you have an opinion, to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty, how many triggering events occurred? How many triggering events occurred in that ignition cycle 1162?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow that.
In 1162, the text stream recorded 2 triggering events.
And do you have an opinion as to the type of triggering event, the type of movement of the defendant's Lexus in those 2 triggering events?
I do.
Regarding the first triggering event, 1162-1, do you have an opinion, to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty, what type of event the first triggering event was?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow that.
The actual trigger was excessive rearward acceleration. The event was during the course of a 3-point turn.
And do you have an opinion, to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty, the time between triggering event 1 and triggering event 2 in that cycle 1162?
Yes.
And could you share with the jury your opinion, to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty, the time between those 2 triggering events?
Approximately 8 minutes and 5 seconds.
Do you have an opinion, to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty, as to the type and triggering event of the second event, 1162-2?
I do.
And could you share with the jury your opinion, to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty, the type of event to that second triggering event?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow it.
It's, again, the trigger event itself was a transition into reverse and then high throttle application. It's a forward motion followed by a lengthy high-speed rear impact or rear motion.
Your Honor, I'm going to move to strike that portion of the answer.
Yes, I'm not going to highlight it.
I
So
appreciate that.
get the answer again.
Would you like me to ask the question again, Your Honor?
Yes, Mr. Lessie, yes, right. I'll strike the previous answer. Go ahead and ask the question again.
Okay. Do you have an opinion, to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty, as to the nature of the second triggering event, 1162-2?
Just for the record, Your Honor.
Yep.
Yes.
Could you share your opinion with the jury?
The triggering event was high throttle opening and a transition to reverse. It's a forward motion followed by a higher speed rear motion. And at the end of the trigger event, you're still at 74% throttle.
Do you have an opinion, to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty, the entire distance captured in that 10-second window during the back maneuver, or 1162-2?
Do I have an opinion about it?
Do you have an opinion, to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty, about
Yes.
the entire distance that is captured in that 10-second window of the second triggering event, 1162-2?
So it obviously only captures what's going on during the trigger. It doesn't capture before or after the trigger.
Understood. Do you have an opinion as to just what is captured as far as the distance?
Yes.
And what is your opinion?
That it's 87 feet. So again, the initial forward motion is 34 feet, followed by it backing, crossing the initial point, and then backing up an additional 53 feet.
And finally, regarding this part of your analysis, do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty as to whether the defendant's Lexus was decelerating, accelerating, or remaining the same at the end of that data captured at the triggering event 1162-2?
It was accelerating at 74% throttle.
In addition to your analysis of the text stream data, one final question. Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty the relative time this backing maneuver occurred with the defendant's Lexus that you just spoke about?
Yes.
And could you share with the jury your opinion to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty?
Sure. It matches the window of the cell phone data for Mr. O'Keefe that puts it in front of 34 Fairview. So the backing event occurred somewhere between 12:32:04 and 12:32:12.
Sir, I now want to turn to a different part of your study of this case.
Okay.
At some point, did you try to determine whether there was an intervening event that could have caused damage to the defendant's right rear taillight separate from a collision at Fairview?
I did.
Objection, Your Honor.
So the form of the question is to Brennan.
Okay. At some point, when you looked at the data and analyzed this case, did you consider including or excluding evidence, or did you analyze evidence to reach a conclusion, including or excluding whether there was an intervening event that caused damage to the defendant's Lexus right rear taillight?
Yes, I did.
When you started your analysis, what information or claim or evidence did you become aware of that you want to analyze to include or exclude as the cause of that damage?
Sure. So my approach to this case is three prongs. I'm looking at the downloads, the technical information. I'm looking at this backing incident, and then I'm looking at Mr. O'Keefe's injuries and how they relate to the events, potentially. So the second prong, which is looking at this data. So I had a Ring doorbell video showing Miss Reed backing the Lexus out of Mr. O'Keefe's residence at approximately 5 o'clock in the morning. And so we wanted to look at the backing activity and whether that contacting Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle, whether that was sufficient to cause, or what damage it could cause, and particularly was it sufficient to cause damage to the right rear taillight of the Lexus.
When you were asked to engage in the study, were you ever asked to reach a certain conclusion?
Never.
Was there ever any influence other than the data and facts on your analysis?
There's never been any influence. The influence, again, it's whatever the data shows.
When you engaged in whatever studies you undertook that you'll explain to the jury, were you given any direction or limitations on what you could or should do?
No.
When you received the information, did you understand, regardless of the result, it would be provided to everybody?
I guess generally, yes. I mean, I go through the data, I give you the results, you do with them whatever you see fit.
Okay. And in this case, when you decided to engage in that study, had you had an opportunity to review the Ring video footage from Mr. O'Keefe's home on the morning of January 29th, 2022?
Yes.
Tell us how you went through your study, how you began, and the steps you took, please.
Sure. Probably be best on the slides. So one of the things we first did was to get an exemplar Lexus. What does exemplar mean? It just means I got the same exact year, make, and model vehicle as Miss Reed. So Miss Reed's vehicle is on the left-hand side, taken during my inspection. And then I found this exact same year, make, model, manufactured at the same plant, everything Lexus in Texas. So even though it looks like a European plate, it's a Texas plate. Purchased the vehicle, had it shipped out to California. So I verified that the Lexus is in fact the one I got, the same exact one as Miss Reed's. These are all the standard equipment. Miss Reed's is on the left. My exemplar is on the right. It says Reed Lexus TIS, that's Toyota Information Services, Toyota Information System. So I ran it through TIS, which is the umbrella program under which TechStream runs. I also ran it through My Lexus, which is the Lexus website. And then started about doing what's referred to as a photogrammetric analysis of the video.
Can you explain to us what a photogrammetric, help me with the word, photogrammetry?
Photogrammetric. We're doing photogrammetry is a photogrammetric analysis.
What does that mean?
It's just a big fancy word to saying you're looking at data in photographs. And what we're trying to do is take two-dimensional images, say you get from video or photographs, and knowing some information about the photographs and some of the dimensions of things in the image, get or convert it to a three-dimensional space. In other words, be able to get exact three-dimensional measurements out of that two-dimensional image. So I had the video, just to show the provided video that I was given. So Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle. I don't know if you noticed, but there actually is contact between the vehicles. So one of the first things we wanted to do is determine the frame rate, which is how many video frames are played per second. Your normal kind of video camera has about 30 frames per second. Your standard movie is 25 frames a second. You know, a modern IMAX is like 60 frames a second. The frame rate of the camera, how many images it shows per second, because video and films are just single images played really fast. So it looks like motion. And so determining the time between each frame tells you how much time occurred. So if we know the time between each frame, and then we can figure out how far the vehicle moved, distance divided by time is speed. So we put it through a couple different programs. This is called AMP5. We got 19 frames a second. This is a specific forensic program called Axon Investigate, 19.8 frames a second. This is a publicly available program called FFMS. Same thing, 19.8 frames a second. Another program, Media Info, 19.8 frames a second. Anyways, 5 different sources, we're getting 19.8 frames a second. So then what we've done is add information now. So now that we know how many seconds each frame represents, we now put a clock back in to tie that into time. So it's the same exact video, except we have a frame counter now, and we have a time. So we have some information now on the time between each frame. So here's frame 0. This is frame 265. We're 13 seconds into it. Here's frame 305. Notice you see brake lights on the back wall here. Notice how they're not super red because you still have reverse lights on. Now they all go off. So the Lexus brake lights have been turned off at frame 353. 356. Lexus brake lights begin to come on. 357, they're back on. Lexus comes to a complete stop at frame 369. 384, the reverse lights turn off. So now look how red this is because we no longer have the white reverse lights in it. And you can see the Lexus starts to drive forward. So frame 825, this is after the Lexus has left the scene. But notice the tracks in the snow. So we have very definitive locations for the wheels of the Lexus. We lay over a grid on the various frames. So we then took the images and did what's called clarification, which is where you overlay images from multiple versions or multiple views of the same vehicle, and it helps sharpen the image, but it slightly dulls the color. So you get a little cleaner, crisper image. So here's Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle before clarification, after clarification.
Excuse me, Your Honor, pardon my interruption. Can you get numbers of the slides as we're toggling back and forth?
Sure.
Absolutely. Okay, I'll make an effort. So slide 76. You're welcome. Going to slide 77. We're going to focus in on this area here. So what we will actually show is where the snow was displaced in these two spots, spots right across from here and right across from here. You could focus your attention on those. Slide 77. So slide 78. To bring us all together, we went out to Mr. O'Keefe's residence and took a scan, a laser scan. So you see the laser scanner over here. Laser scanner is right here. Fence hasn't changed position. The camera's changed slight position. We can account for that. So here's the subject video. We have the correct resolution. There's a new camera. It's going slightly faster frame rate. That just means we have different times between frames on the new camera, but we're simply using it for calibration to the old camera. It's the same container for the MP4, and it's using the same video codec. A video codec is how the computer encodes the video.
Slide number, please.
Oh, yes, thank you, Your Honor. Slide 79. Slide 79, part 2. So really, we care most about is the resolution. So slide 80, you can see these are what are called control points. So from the laser scan, we locate these various points. So the 3D scanner knows the exact position of all these points on slide 80 in the image. And so what we can do is use this information in conjunction with the video to create a scaled version of the video. So when we have three-dimensional images or three-dimensional measurements, we can then use that to give us some three-dimensional information from our 2D video. So there's the points on slide 81. Slide 82, excuse me, slide 81, second part, we're basically just fading in. So what you see now, if I go back to the beginning of slide 81, this is the picture from the video camera. And then what you see here is, which is barely any difference, and that's because what we've done is we've now overlaid the points from the laser scan. So now each one of these little speckly points, we know the exact 3D coordinates of those. So we can now know the exact position of all these fence posts, all the positions on the driveway, and we can use that to calibrate. Going to slide 82. So using that information, it's called solving for the camera. We verify that we have appropriate residuals, meaning we don't have too much error. Slide 83. Okay, subject video. Then this is the subject video. with the control points overlaid on it. That's a subject video where we're phasing in the laser scans of the scene, 84. So this is both on slide 84. I'm just toggling between the point cloud and the video. And what I'm trying to illustrate is how well we were able to overlay the point cloud onto the video data. So for example, if you say watch one of these fence post points up here while I toggle between the video there's a laser scan, there's the video. So we've done a good job. Again, the residuals show that we've done an adequate job of matching the data. Slide 85. So what I'm doing here is toggling between, this is the video of the car. Remember I told you I went out and I inspected Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle and did a laser scan of it? So we're now taking that laser scan of the video, or excuse me, of the vehicle, and overlaying it onto the car in the video. So this is the video image. That's the laser scan laid on top of it. So we know all the dimensions in the laser scan. We know all the dimensions in the scene of this. We have the tire tracks. We can create and take data points along the tire tracks. Create a map of those. So green is the right rear. Again, the vehicle's backing out, coming, slide 87, coming out this direction, backing here, stopping, pulling. Pulling forward towards the bottom of the screen. Backing out here, pulling forward like here. Slide 88. So this is the Lexus lined up. This is when the Lexus has come to a complete stop. So this would be maximum engagement. Again, this is just toggling frame 88, showing that we have the time and the frame number. 369 on the same slide. We've now overlaid the Lexus laser scans on top of the image of the Lexus. So there's the video image, a still image that we took from the video. And here's where we overlay the laser scan of the Lexus. So we've overlaid the laser scan of the Lexus onto the Lexus. We've overlaid the laser scan of the Chevrolet onto the Chevrolet. And we've overlaid the laser scan of the scene onto the scene. So now what that allows us to do, we now know the position of everything in there. And we've also tracked the position of the tire tracks. So that's what it looks like if you overlay the computer model of Ms. Reed's vehicle onto the tire tracks.
Slide over, please.
Oh, my apologies, Your Honor. Slide 89. And then I'm just toggling slide 89 where I turn the vehicle off so you can see how the tire positions match up. Another toggle of slide 89. The tire positions line up with where the end of the snow was. From all that information, again, we lined it up in the video, we lined it up in the scene, we have the two vehicles. We can get the exact position of the vehicles when that Lexus stopped. So when that Lexus stopped, that's going to be the maximum engagement. So from that information, we can get the angle of the vehicle. We can get the degree of overlap, the impact configuration. And it's hard to see because of the angles and because these vehicles are not at right angles to each other. The exact contact. Now I mentioned, and we're on slide 94 now, that contact on the rear of the Chevy Traverse. So you can see we actually, I mean, you can't see. So we took a whole bunch of data points within those two areas where the snow got dislodged. And we're looking at where that is. So if you look at that on the vehicle, so this is where it is on the rear of Mr. O'Keefe's Chevrolet. You see it's about 25 and a half inches above ground, 32 and a half inches above ground. Here's Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle. So these marks are kind of, this is the Chevy Traverse words, are approximately right here. Again, I had the opportunity to inspect Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle. There's no damage where these marks are. So sure, it knocked the snow off, but it wasn't sufficient to cause damage to his vehicle. We then mapped that data onto Ms. Reed's vehicle to look at where that height is. So you can see the only contact marks are down at the bumper level. I mentioned how that bumper sticks out. This is exactly where you'd expect it. So the only evidence of contact is nowhere near the upper taillight. I emphasize the word upper taillight because it is right in line with the lower taillight, but yet the lower taillight also was not broken. So again, 25 and a half, that's 24 right here, 25 and a half. That's 24 right here, 25, 25 and a half. That's right where that scuff mark was. It's also right at, again, the level at the top of that light. This light is not broken. I've looked at the front of it. I've looked at the back of it. I've looked all around it. It's not broken, and it sticks out further than the light above it. So using those positions, matching the overlay of the vehicles, we can get the speeds from that. We know where the Lexus is. We know how much time it is between each frame. So we know how far it moved. And so what we know is that when it first came to a stop, right before that, it was going about 0.7 miles per hour. So realistically, somewhere between a half to 1 mile an hour, just to account for some variations, but definitely going 1 mile an hour or less at impact.
Slide number, please.
Oh, thank you, Your Honor. Slide 99. That's the dimensions. Slide 102. Similar to what I said, no damage to that light, no damage to Mr. O'Keefe's Traverse in that area. And then if I could, I would like to go back because I realized I skipped over something. So this is slide 85. So this is Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle before contact. Huh. I don't know what happened this time. The slide shows that there was snow here, now there's no snow there.
Dr. Welcher, did you look on the driveway after the touching between the two cars to see if you could see anything on the snow at the back of Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle?
So referring to this slide, this is after the Lexus has pulled away. Looking in the snow, I see nothing in the snow.
Were you looking for anything in particular?
Of course I was. I was looking for taillight fragments.
In any of the videos that you have that show Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle after the defendant's Lexus touches it, do you ever see any remnants or shards or fragments of taillight on the ground?
I do not.
When you did your analysis and study, trying to include or exclude this touching as the source of damage to the defendant's Lexus rear right taillight, did you consider speed as part of that analysis?
I did. I considered speed, and then again, knowing we have the positions of the vehicle, we looked at the degree of overlap, and there's only about 2 to 3 millimeters of overlap between the vehicles, which is insufficient to cause the tail light that's recessed in from the edge on the right rear of the Lexus to contact the rear of the Chevrolet.
Considering all the data analysis that you did you come to a conclusion to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty whether the right rear taillight of Miss Reed's Lexus was broken or damaged during the contact with Mr. O'Keefe's car at around 5:07 a.m. on January 29, 2022?
That impact did not break or crack that taillight.
Is that your opinion?
That's my opinion.
Is that to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty?
That's to a high degree of engineering certainty.
You mentioned there were 3 areas of study, and we've been through 2.
Correct.
Could you tell us what you focused on your 3rd area of study regarding this case?
So the 3rd area of study, I'm now focusing in on the injuries, the at-scene physical evidence, taillight fragments, broken glass, things of that nature.
Okay, and when you conducted your studies and reached conclusions, did you, in your PowerPoint, provide slides to help explain your process and inevitably your conclusions?
Yes, sir.
Okay. If you can take us through the 3rd section of your efforts regarding this case, specifically your efforts to identify the different pieces of evidence and your conclusions about a collision in this case.
Absolutely. Slide 104.
Please.
So this is a...
Is this 105, Dr. Welcher?
I'm sorry, 105. Yes, sorry. Slide 105. This is a picture of Mr. O'Keefe's right arm, forearm, hand, and wrist. In anatomy, your arm is defined from your shoulder to your elbow, and then from your elbow to your wrist is your forearm, and then this is your hand. So technically, when you say arm, it really means from your elbow to your shoulder. Most people call this whole thing arm. It's actually the upper extremity. Arm is from shoulder to elbow, elbow to wrist is forearm and hand. So you can see I wrote arm and forearm. So arm, elbow to shoulder, elbow to wrist is forearm. So looking at the injuries to Mr. O'Keefe's arm, forearm, as well as his hand. So this is me. I'm actually 6 feet, half an inch tall. What you see in the upper right is the coroner's examination report for Mr. O'Keefe. He's 73 inches tall. That's 6 feet, 1 inch tall. At this time, I was 220 pounds. Mr. O'Keefe at the time of this incident was 216 pounds. So I took measurements of myself. I'm actually wearing the same make and size shoes as Mr. O'Keefe, the same brand of jeans as Mr. O'Keefe, the same brand and size shirt of Mr. O'Keefe. You see the Lexus in the background. We have matched the height to the Lexus. What I'm showing here is both my height, and then keep in mind where the height of this wing is relative to my right eye. So now I'm wearing, in addition, the same shirt and shoes, same type of sweatshirt, and actually the same kind of baseball hat. We tried to determine the exact glass from the Waterfall Grill. Found out they were getting different ones at different times, but I ordered my glass from the same distributor that Waterfall Grill ordered their glasses from. So you can see in my right hand here, I have a glass. Here's a glass. It looks similar. It's from the same location. And then in the lower right photograph, what I've done is I've rolled up my sleeve, taken the sweatshirt off, and I'm going to look at how this contact pattern lines up. So the first set of slides, I'm simply standing next to the Lexus. We know we have a broken taillight. We know how scratches on Mr. O'Keefe's arm. I'm seeing how those may or may not relate to the height and position of the taillight.
Dr. Welcher, if you could back up one slide, I have a question for you. In the middle photograph, at the top of the Lexus, there's like a rim. What do you call that?
I call it a wind wing. I mean, it could be a wing.
Okay, thank you.
Air dam would be another. Okay, so I then set about to do a little bit of testing with the Lexus. The first test you're going to see is me just walking backwards or actually sideways into the Lexus. What I've done is I've painted the Lexus right rear tail light with what's called grease paint. Kind of sort of like paint, but it doesn't dry. And then I have backed up sideways, side shuffled into the Lexus with my arm out, see what the damage pattern looks like, or basically where someone of Mr. O'Keefe's height's arm would contact the rear tail light. So then what you see is I've shown the photographs again. I show the paint transfer onto my arm. The yellow grease paint on my hand was to show where my hand would hit the tail light. And so just kind of me walking slowly sideways into it, the approximate location of the tail light, and I'll line it up with the broken tail light in a second, lines up with the approximate location of the lacerations on Mr. O'Keefe's arm.
Dr. Welcher, let me ask you a question. When you're engaging these demonstrations, are you attempting to try to show exactly how Mr. O'Keefe was struck?
No. So we don't know exactly how he was struck. And pedestrian impacts are extremely sensitive to exact angles. And so where exactly your foot is, whether your foot's off the ground, can have an effect on where you end up after that. We just don't have enough information in this case to determine all that information. We know the taillight was broken. We know the glass was broken. We know we have damage to the rear of the Lexus. We know we have lacerations to Mr. O'Keefe's arm. So I'm trying to see if there's any correlation between all those.
Well, can body posture on a clip or a side swipe collision change the trajectory or the injury?
Of course.
Can the way somebody moves or reacts before impact change it?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
What are other things that can change the trajectory of the person and the injuries?
So for example, if you get hit and knocked off balance or clipped and knocked off balance, you can take additional steps. That'll affect how far your body travels. If you have one foot on the ground versus the other foot on the ground, affects how the body rotates. If your arm is at 90 degrees or 85 degrees, will affect the kinematics. We attempted to model different possibilities, and we're getting results that were all over the map. Small changes in the pedestrian position give you huge change in the output. And so from the tech stream data, we don't know exactly when in the tech stream data he was hit. So we don't even know the exact impact speed. In most pedestrian reconstructions, you typically have a point where the impact occurred, like where the person was, like in the crosswalk, for example, and they get hit and their tire leaves a rubber scruff. That's called the area of impact or point of impact. You then can look at how far they were thrown and using some laws of physics calculate how fast the car had to be going. Well, we don't have that in this case. We don't know exactly where Mr. O'Keefe was on the roadway when this happened. Sorry, I'm about to go to the next slide. Oh.
Without having an exact point of impact or an exact speed or an exact body position, are you able to specifically replicate the actual collision in the way Mr. O'Keefe's body would move?
Exactly replicate? No. And again, in terms of how he would move, again, we don't know where exactly on the roadway he started. So in terms of how he moved, that's a function of where he started. We don't know if when he was clipped, he took an additional step before falling backwards. So that will change how far you are off the roadway. So the impact, which you'll see in a second, even at 2 miles an hour, will induce rotation of the body. So depending on the speed, the higher the speed, the more rotation. So if I may, so slide 111, this is simply showing where I walk sideways, how this lines up with the location of the lacerations on Mr. O'Keefe's arm. Here's the post-contact scuffing on the taillight. Here's a picture of Miss Reed's vehicle on the right-hand side. So now I said, okay, that was me walking into the car. Let's have the car drive into me. I did this at very low speeds. And you'll see, and we'll show this from 2 different angles. That's me showing, I'm doing test 2. This is from a camera that we have pointing down at it. This is the speed. You'll see it's only about a 2 mile an hour impact. But even a 2 mile an hour impact redirects me back and causes me to rotate and take a step.
Rhonda, can we approach, please?
Yes.
Oh my Lord. This is a bombshell.
Yeah. Oh, man.
What do you think, Kev?
So I missed everything that happened earlier. Just got back. It's kind of an adventure in Boston today. But so I guess the state's position is going to be, and I think it's reasonable, but does it leave a little room here? They can't say with certainty exactly what happened in the accident, which I think is reasonable because John could have been moving. There are variables that can't be accounted for here, and when you combine it with all of the other evidence, it shouldn't matter. But does that leave a little bit of doubt? They're going to try to seize on that little bit of room.
I think on social media, yes. In the to an impartial jury taking their oath seriously, no, right?
Agreed.
Only 2 people know what happened that night. Karen
Right.
Reed and John O'Keefe, and one of them is dead, and the other one's not talking. So they are testing different variables. But what we're seeing is that the height, everything matches up. That this is entirely possible. It's consistent when they look at that area of the taillight and various ways of running into it or it running into you. Where did the injuries concentrate?
Mm-hmm.
Right where his injuries concentrated.
Right.
That's damning.
I mean, at this point, they proved that there's damage on her car and it couldn't have happened in the driveway. Yeah. And I think they did a good job proving that, because that's always been my question to these free Karen Reed idiots. It's like, okay, well, I mean, I have common sense, so I know the taillight didn't break in the driveway. If they can prove that, does that make you believe anything different? And they just go silent and they're like, what about Colin's knuckles? Like, these people are just so lost. I mean, we just got to hope that there's not another idiot like Ronnie on the jury.
Here's the thing too, is ARCA can't fix that, because ARCA last year was asked if at a speed between 1 to 5 miles an hour, that impact would break the taillight. And they said no. So if they try to say something different now, they are instantly going to get impeached with their own prior testimony. There's no way out of that one.
Right.
There's literally no way out of that one.
They are
So
in the corner.
interestingly, it does kind of substantiate Trooper Paul's description of what happened.
Yeah. Yeah, it just did. Right. I mean, that's not the best way to say it, but like I always thought that Trooper Paul explained it exactly how I saw it happening as well.
Right.
But now they just have like the, proper language. And I think the fact of the matter is that the Commonwealth didn't know that they had to get PhD accident reconstructionists. They didn't know that ARCA was going to pop out of the woodwork. And so they relied on, Trooper Paul, which, a normal juror is going to be like, yeah, well, she had a broken up car and he's on the ground and the pieces are there. Like, they didn't know that ARCA was going to come out of the woodwork with like, oh, it didn't happen because of my potato cannon.
Right. And I think this is look at what an extraordinary expense this probably was. This man purchased a vehicle to do this test.
I know.
A Lexus. Okay. So, I mean, he's not footing the bill for that. And surely his company is not either. So, I mean, to combat this nonsense, and again, people will cry about the cost of a trial. Karen's the one driving the cost up. The Commonwealth has a duty to vigorously prosecute these cases if they think they're viable. This is obviously a viable case. And this is how far they've had to go now. Because she can't just roll over and take responsibility.
I was hoping that they would have a more detailed description because of the parallel wounds on John's arm, where they might match up to, for instance, internal parts of the housing once the glass is removed. I'm not saying that this in any way invalidates this, but the defense is going to say that those are caused by a dog, and there's going to be two experts to get up there. So I was hoping you'd be able to match up this particular piece. Does that make sense?
He's not done yet either. They just stopped him midway. And Tyler Durden saying, how did this break the taillight? Tyler, go back to Free Karen Reed. Free Karen Reed did a video where they took an arm mold and a taillight and they, connected them with the car backing up and it shattered the taillight. And that was probably pretty highly unscientific, honestly, what they did, but they were able to get the result regardless. An arm absolutely will shatter a taillight, particularly at those speeds. So, I mean, I'm sure, again, we haven't gotten there yet, but what he has established is, I mean, the timeline perfectly. They're able to identify exactly when that 3-point turn happened. Karen corroborated that it happened. They're able to match it up to the iPhone, which I think makes perfect sense. So it just kind of accelerates. I mean, it builds this timeline that fits perfectly at this point. So we know that the timeline matches now with this trigger event and John not moving anymore. Now we know that the arm injuries physically anyway, like on the body, where it is on the body, if you map it out, they match up perfectly. Okay. So, I mean, he's going step by step here, but what he's doing is really pulling everything together in a way that I think is incredibly compelling and is going to be really difficult to combat. And we have to remember too, he's coming back on rebuttal. So that was a caveat of that late ARCA report, which I think is not going to work well for the defense because now whatever games they try to play with numbers, he's going to come back and correct it. And, yeah.
I mean, ARCA, I'll see your potato cannon and raise you lasers. Just totally.
I thought it was good how
showed
he's
up.
like, and you didn't have any bounds to what you could look at. You could look at anything you wanted, because ARCA's thing last time was like, we had a limited scope. We couldn't look at the things.
Right.
We didn't look at the
Get a
car. We didn't see
photograph.
this. So they can't get away with that this time. Do they have an exemplar vehicle? Probably not. They're just looking at pictures still, and they're like, didn't happen.
Remember too that ARCA said last time that at that speed there was going to be substantial damage. Now they didn't come out and specifically say, now that the point they were trying to make was that there should have been more damage, but that still is consistent with the idea that if there's just a side clip on the taillight, that certainly at that speed with with the weight of the vehicle, that it shouldn't be surprising. I don't think it's really surprising that the taillight would be damaged.
Right. I wonder if they're going to smash the taillight. I mean, I think this presentation is very interesting. It's like kind of like how I would think about it. So I think it's effective. I would like to see the taillight broken and see the lacerations or the pieces lined up. Cause I think that I can kind of line up some of them. So it would be nice. I mean, I feel like that's just a nail in the coffin if he does that.
Did I miss anything substantial over the last few hours in terms of data or whatever? Did they talk about time variance or what did I miss? Anything good?
Yes, quite a bit. I would definitely go back when you are
I
up
will.
to it and rewatch it, because I mean they're able to really, especially that 3-point turn, tie it together, show the time variance, explain her acceleration, explain the differential for tires slipping. I mean, he is incredibly in depth. They're not leaving a lot of room for anything.
And what slide is this? I think I just can't see it. What slide is this?
114.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
One moment, Dr. Welcher. When you were showing us this video, you walked to the side of the passenger side of the car, didn't you?
I did.
And why did you do that?
I was discussing with them what to do.
You were discussing with who what to do?
The driver.
In no way were you trying to imitate or give a demonstration of what you believed Mr. O'Keefe's movements to be?
Oh, no. This speed's just 2 miles an hour. I was having a discussion with the driver about what we needed to do to conduct the test.
So when you walked up to the passenger side, it wasn't to replicate a study or a movement or give an opinion?
No, that walking
simply...
had nothing to do with this case except for me instructing the driver what to do.
Thank you for that clarification.
Sorry about that.
No apology necessary. Could you go back to the beginning when you were explaining this so we can go through it?
So this is the dynamic test 2. So again, this is the view from behind. Just to avoid the confusion, I will start it here.
What speed is the car traveling?
You can see it. About 2 miles an hour.
Excuse me, Your Honor, that is the objection that we spoke about.
Oh, okay. All right, so that's noted, Mr. Lysy.
So similar to the other test, this is the post-contact image of the transfers onto my arm. Actually, the yellow paint, you can see from my hand is here. This is from the arm and forearm. Here's the paint transfer pattern.
And that slide number,
I'm
Dr.
sorry,
Welcher?
I'm terrible with that.
That's
Slide
okay.
116 now. That was 115.
Thank you.
Slide 116. What I've done is I've taken these yellow lines to show the extension of the components on the rear of the exemplar Lexus. Then I've done this extension of those same components on the rear of Miss Reed's Lexus and shown how the approximate location of the fractures in the taillight match up with the approximate location of the contact of the arm onto the taillight.
Dr. Welcher, do you have any indication of how Mr. O'Keefe's arm was bent, what angle it was bent at?
Not exactly, but for these to be taillight shard fragments, they would need to be in the area of the taillight, but it could be further up. We know from the police photographs that there was a damage to the rear body panel in the area I'm searching here. So it's possible his arm was a little higher up and the glass hit the rear of the Lexus and caused that damage.
In the bottom right.
Excuse me, Your Honor, objection.
I will strike that last part about the glass.
Thank you.
The purpose of the circle is for what, Dr. Welcher?
To show, in this case, primarily the location of the lacerations up on the arm, the upper part of the arm, and that they match up with the locations of at least the one remaining shard in the rear taillight of Miss Reed's Lexus.
Looking at the picture of the Lexus bottom right middle, are there any marks on the Lexus itself that you took note of?
Yes, it's on the next slide.
Thank you.
Actually, it's 2 slides. So there, again, this is the evidence marker. There was a horizontal scuff. We know Mr. O'Keefe had blue jean type pants on. There's a scuff in the area that would approximately correspond to hip level for Mr. O'Keefe.
And next slide, please.
Yes, ma'am. 118.
Thank you.
Did you describe what you saw on the bottom right-hand corner photo as well?
I believe, yes, I did. That's the scuff that lines up with the approximate height of Mr. O'Keefe's right hip. So then I included previous image that you've seen, slide 119, with the reconstructed photograph of the rear taillight, showing where some of the fragments are. You can see where those fragments are relative to the curvature of the taillight. They'd be in the area somewhat centered within the region of the 2 yellow lines on slide 119.
Is there anything about the photograph in the top right-hand corner that's important? If so, could you zoom in and show us?
So again, it's showing that this is when it's, I believe, in the Sally Port at the police station, showing that scuff on the right rear body panel.
Did you see any similar scuffs in the middle back of the car?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Did you see anything notable as far as damage to the middle back of this Lexus?
The middle,
Yes,
like back where the doors are?
with the middle of the back of the car, did you see any similar damage to the middle? or
There
the
were
left?
scuff marks that ran along the bumper.
Okay, continue, please.
So this is just showing his jacket he was wearing, that the puncture marks coincide to the marks on his arm. This is from the autopsy report. A couple things it notes: a 0.5 centimeter abrasion on his right lateral knee. He's got a laceration on his right eyelid. That corresponds to the height of that thin rear wind wing on the back of the Lexus.
No, I'm going to object.
Sustained.
Thank you.
How tall was Mr. O'Keefe?
73 inches tall, 6'1".
And how high was that wing from the ground on the back of the Lexus?
It was about it's about 5 feet 11 inches, maybe 5 feet 10 and a half.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Did you notice anything about Mr. O'Keefe's right knee?
I noticed there was a 0.5 centimeter abrasion on the right lateral knee.
Did you note how high from his foot that bruise was on his knee?
We don't know the exact length of his knee. The abrasion appears to be right here at knee level. If you go back and look at where my knee is, that would be at the approximate level of the bumper.
Could you focus in on the bumper to show it relative to the height of your knee?
Sure. Oops. So my knee is approximately right here. This is where the bumper is. So the side of Mr. O'Keefe's knee will be in this general area.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Sir, do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty about the lacerations on Mr. O'Keefe's right arm and forearm regarding its orientation relative to the broken taillight on the defendant's Lexus.
Yes, Your Honor, may I read my report, my opinion?
Okay.
The location and orientation of the laceration on John O'Keefe's right forearm and arm are consistent with the geometry and orientation of the right taillight of the Reed 2021 Lexus LX 570.
After considering these three different subjects that we discussed, the text stream data, analyzing the touching between the defendant's Lexus and Mr. O'Keefe's car, and then your demonstrations regarding the injury to Mr. O'Keefe's right arm, did you consider further evidence in reaching any conclusions as an accident reconstructionist and a biomechanical engineer?
Yes, I did.
Could you turn us to slide 124, please?
So this is some of the location of the physical evidence. Red plastic, clear plastic. There, his point of rest was indicated to be 7 feet off the roadway. There was a sneaker that was found near the curb. There were various fragments of taillight found in the snow on the morning of the incident, as to the afternoon of the incident.
Could you zoom in on those photos so that we can see the dates?
The date?
Yes.
Oh, sure. So January 29th at 5:46 p.m. This one's at 5:52. One's at 5:59. This one down here is at 5:46. So there were various fragments of the taillight that were ultimately pieced back together and determined to be from Miss Reed's right rear taillight. Additional evidence was found. This is taken on the afternoon of the accident, again, around 5:50 p.m.
Could you zoom in, please, for us?
Sure. So what you see here is was later identified as Mr. O'Keefe's right shoe.
And this slide number, Dr. Welcher?
Yes, ma'am, 127.
Could you show us the time and date, please?
January 29th at 5:50 p.m. So a series of photographs. Again, you can see on the right-hand photograph that this is the roadway. This is the curb. The grass will be up towards the top of the right image on slide 127. The shoe is found, up against, in the roadway, up against the edge of the curb. Baseball hat. Again, acquired a same baseball hat. Baseball hat was also found in the snow. You can see.
I want you, before you move ahead, the baseball hat, could you give us a close-up view and also the date and time?
So that's where it's buried in the snow. These were taken on February 3rd. I'm not sure what time it was. There was also red liquid identified, I believe they indicated to be blood, in the snow as well.
And could you give it?
So I'm going to sustain that objection and strike the last part of it.
I
So we
understand.
don't need to come to sidebar, right?
Just describe the color of what you saw rather than what it was.
There was red coloration in the snow.
And could you give us that date if it's different than February 3rd?
I thought that was February 3rd as well.
Is there a date on the photograph to the left?
I don't see one.
Okay. Do you know if those photos were taken by the Canton Police Department?
System.
Do you know when exactly those photos were taken?
I don't, except I have them dated as February 3rd. But I think that may just be the baseball hat photos.
Okay, can you continue?
Then we have photos of a broken glass. Surrounded by red marks in the snow.
Continue, please.
This, by the way, is the flagpole.
And that slide number, please, Dr.
Yes, ma'am, 129.
Thank you.
Slide 130.
Can you enlarge that and explain to us what that is?
Sure. So at the bottom, it indicates where it's from. So this was from a presentation I gave looking at pedestrian injury biomechanics back in 2005. And what it's showing is where what are the most common injuries in pedestrian impacts. So what it shows is head injuries are the most common injury in pedestrian impacts. So on the right-hand side, it's all injuries. You can see of all the individual study, the highest prevalence or highest or most common injury was head injuries. In those that sustained severe life-threatening injuries, again, the highest was also head injuries. So head injuries are very commonly associated with pedestrian impacts. This is anatomical drawings just to help you understand the anatomy. The middle section here is from Mr. O'Keefe's autopsy report. The lower right diagram, the green line represents the fracture lines, predominantly here, at least in the base of the skull. So in the biomechanical and forensics just means the legal related scientific industry, there's something called hat brim line or hat line analysis. And what it is it's looking at where the hat line you can imagine is where the brim of a hat would be. And what it is, it's literature that's looking at where head injuries from falls commonly occur.
I'll strike. I'm going to strike. Strike. Yes, yes. So that was slide 131.
No, that was 132. I
Oh,
moved it
sorry.
because you said to take it off the screen.
Your Honor, one more request is to agree to not take that into consideration.
So jurors, when I strike something, that means don't pay any attention to it.
Thank you.
Continue, Dr. Welcher.
So, Your Honor, I need to go past that slide.
Okay, go ahead, go ahead.
This is the next slide.
Okay, if you can continue.
Sure. So I provided peer-reviewed scientific literature that looked at a metric where they were publishing research trying to delineate falls versus blows or assaults. And so this metric is in that scientific literature. They looked at a total of 400 different events, 235 falls, 165 assaults. And so you can see where it says mandible. So mandible is your lower jaw.
Can you enlarge that a little bit, please?
Your Honor, pardon the interruption. I'm moving to strike.
Yeah, let's take that slide down and I'm going to see you at sidebar, please.
Oh, so we don't like this either. Apparently, the defense doesn't want to talk about how head injuries are common in pedestrian accidents.
I
Okay.
guess not.
Right.
I think her gray goose is cooked. She's toast. Toast. Free Karen Reed will be screaming. It was a great day for the defense today. Guaranteed.
Yeah, great guy.
Yeah.
This guy's just a dummy. He doesn't even know what he's talking about.
Mm-hmm.
This is where you get into too, we were hoping, or I know I certainly was, for a more specific explanation of certain things. But when you're talking about, I think Welcher explained pretty fairly, when you're talking about something as complicated as a pedestrian strike, where you don't have any video of it, there's just too many variables to really get it exactly. And so this is why you have to look at the totality of the evidence. This is something you're hearing us all talking about, and anonymous mass lawyer all the time. And this is, you're not going to get that CSI perfect explanation in cases like this. But you've closed off all of the other doors. This is still an either or case. Either Karen's Lexus struck John or the evidence was planted. And every door related to that is closed.
Right.
And so you've narrowed down all of the opportunities. And this is all you have that remains. And doesn't explain every angle of the nick and cut. There's nowhere else to retreat to. There's no other place for a reasonable person to say, well, maybe this happened. There's nothing left. I don't know. Does that make sense? I'm trying to practice my arguments.
You know what it is? It's too much corroborating data and evidence that overlaps too perfectly. You know what I mean?
Right. Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah. That guy's not going to put his reputation on the line and invent something, right? He's not going to say, this is exactly how it happens. He knows with the data he has, he can't put it exact. He was standing right here at that time. He can't do that. He's being honest about it, but good Lord, what he is pointing out, what he is proving, what does line up with the timelines it's devastating. You have to be out of your mind to think that this is a great day for the defense, but I'm sure it'll be everywhere.
Yeah, I think you really don't want it to be exact either, because he would have had to provide that in a report, and then the defense knows exactly what they have to refute. And I think a lot of attorneys say that that's not, you don't want to get it down to that level, because it's very easy to pick it apart. And it's not, there's going to be ways to find flaws in it, because there's no way you could possibly know. And that's in all homicide cases.
So here I just got the topics for tonight's Court TV. You guys can coach me through them. The A block is reaction to today's best testimony. B block is Welcher's testimony, focusing on the SUV going 34 feet forward and 53 feet backwards.
Mr. Lessie, Mr. Brennan is going to do this in open court. Just talk to Dr. Welcher for a minute. Okay.
Yes.
Is there any objection?
I have no objection. Are we on the transcript?
Yes. Right.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Absolutely.
No talking, court still in session.
We're going to remove the heading on each one of the slides. I don't want to repeat what it says. On each one of them. Thank you. Anything else? Okay, and I'm going to now use the 10 minutes to see if there's anything else in the report to be read.
So it starts on page 124. Is that right, Mr. Brennan and Mr. Lessie?
I don't have the whole one in front of me.
Dr. Welcher, is that where it starts?
That appears to be, Your Honor. Yes. 124.
Starting out 123, I have to start.
I actually have 122 is already redacted, but I have it at 123 as well.
All right. I don't have it on 123.
123 was a blank slide.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I have 123 as a blank slide.
Okay. So 124.
Triple M, you do not have that. For 120.
Thank you.
Yep.
One. 124 through 138, is that accurate, counsel?
The family left the courtroom.
Chrissy, do you need a break? Do you need 5 minutes?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. So if you could do that for us.
Absolutely, Your Honor.
Dr. Welcher.
I'm doing it right now.
We can bring the jurors back.
Your Honor, if we could just, now I just want to look at the rest.
Okay.
2 minutes, and then-
Sure. Sure.
Haven't they had this for like a month or more?
Yeah, confer with Mr. Brennan at 1 point. Mr. Brennan, I have to approach you. Thank you.
Not on the record, Chris.
What is the controversy here?
Slide numbers, page numbers, something.
It must be because he's incorporating more evidence. They really want to limit.
Sure, and it won't be on the record, right?
Yes.
Do you?
Maybe
Do we
unless
need it
he's
on the
complaining
record?
about the font.
Yeah, right. Font size.
Yes, sir.
I want New Times Roman, God damn it.
This is small. Who was it last? Was it Marie Russell? Somebody accused somebody of writing emails in small fonts last trial, or was that a different trial?
Oh man, yeah, I have a
You know what I'm
vague memory
talking
of that.
about?
Like, barely, but yeah, there was a whole
Yeah.
deal about nefarious font sizes. Yeah, something about that.
Oh, you know what it was? It has nothing to do directly
Huh.
with the keys. It was the Canton Town Audit, the police audit committee. That's
Oh,
what it was. It was that.
that's right. That's right. That's right. Yeah, that little weenie guy. I remember him. Yeah.
Right, but the ones. All right, so.
So I can go back and show them.
Yes.
I don't want to offend the court.
Okay.
They should be looking for whoever gave Eliza Little that haircut. Because
So are we starting on slide 132?
132, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you.
I think someone might have left Karen alone with a pair of scissors and she cut up Eliza's hair. Because that does not look like a professional cut.
It's really offending your eyesight today, huh?
You don't think it looks cool?
No. It's
Your
like
Honor, you
weird.
must find this woman guilty of having a terrible haircut.
I mean, before I thought she had a chin, but now like she doesn't have a chin because of the bangs or something. It's weird.
What?
It's like her neck is just like
radically
Mrs.
morphed
Whitney.
her whole head for you. Yeah. Maybe they didn't cut her hair. Maybe they just, I don't know, pulled her chin.
It looks like it's up. Is it ready, Dr. Welcher?
You got me scared when you asked me that. I need to double check.
Oh, Nick Rocco must have done the
Yes, I
haircut.
believe I redacted everything and we are on slide 132. Thank you. And by the way,
It appears that way to me, Mr. Leslie.
the battery died on this.
Okay, thank you.
Or in charge of. I mean, I brought my own, fortunately, but actually, no, I can't find my.
Oh, Ms. Gilman has one.
Oh, backup. All right.
Troy.
Really bad. These laser pointers do not work on those monitors.
Yeah, we've had that.
Oh wow, so you got to reach all the way to the screen from there with that thing. The poor guy.
Baby.
Come on, Jerry. We just had to
Oh
work
my
some things
God.
out for you. We love
What is
you.
We don't mean to waste your time.
Yeah, right. Yeah. We'll leave
Alessi's
that to
kind of
Alessi.
a bitch. That's all.
Yeah,
He
no
complains a
doubt.
lot. Sorry about that.
I know he's only said Canton, New York like 1,000 times. Like it's so annoying. And they're not even objecting. They're just like shouting it out. And I'm like, Jackson's like, Massachusetts.
Dr. Welcher, if you could return to slide 132. Actually, 133, Dr. Welcher.
Is that me or? $132 or $133?
133, please. The next one after that.
So we did skip over 132.
We skipped over that one as well. Keep going. There we go. If you can enlarge that just a little bit for us.
Sure.
Now, you mentioned that there was studies that talked about guiding the difference between potential injuries.
Correct.
Can you explain that?
Sure. So I gave 3 papers and someone's dissertation on this issue. They were creating a analysis methodology to differentiate whether the nature and pattern of injuries are more consistent with a fall or more consistent with an assault, or they're calling it blows.
Okay, could you walk us through what this chart means?
Sure. So this is their flow chart in terms of their assessment. So it starts at the very top. You can see they analyze a total of 400 events, 235 falls, 165 blows or assaults. So what you do is you ask yourself on the first set of arrows, you look at the mandible, the jaw. And MRS, as you can see at the bottom down here, refers to a simple fracture or multiple fractures. A is no fracture. Mr. O'Keefe has no mandible fracture. So that means we go down this row. It then looks at all facial fractures. So these are the bones that constitute the face. So if you have a facial fracture, you go to your left. If you have no facial fracture, you go to the right. So if you have some event, no mandible fracture, no facial fracture, what they've indicated that is predominantly associated with falls and not assaults.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
In addition, did you do any further study on the force of a person falling back and landing on their head?
Oops, I did. So what I did was I did what are called drop test. I took an anthropomorphic test device, ATD, which is just a fancy name for a crash test dummy, and dropped it backwards onto a hard surface to look at what happens if you were to say fall backwards and hit your head onto a hard surface. So on this particular photograph of Mr. O'Keefe in the upper left, there's noted to be abrasions above the fracture line in the area. You can't see that at all. You can see, noted to be abrasions right here. Your Honor, I brought a hat. That was the one I used in my testing. May I put it on and demonstrate something?
Mr. Lessie,
If you would like a sidebar, or I can.
are you objecting?
I am objecting.
That's sustained. No, you can't put it on.
Okay, so I will show you the dummy test I did. Watch when the shoulders hit the ground, then the head hits the ground. It creates kind of an arc path that will drag and slide objects up the head. So if you have something such as a baseball hat, it'll cause it to drag across the scalp, dragging it up to a similar location to where these abrasions are. So here's the testing. Again, this is like the crash test dummies you see on television. This is myself. Me giving me similar instructions, telling them what we're going to do. I said, and watch. Shoulders come in, then the head contacts the ground. What you see is if you fall backwards and land on a very hard surface or hard surface, you'll get extremely high loads on the head. If you compare that to data in the science.
I'm sorry to interrupt.
Yeah.
Prior to that, please explain what the chart is before you explain.
Oh, sure. This chart up here?
Nope, on the next page.
Right.
You can enlarge it, tell us what it is before you get into the details.
Absolutely. So this is actually kind of a famous study that was published, one of the first studies looking at head fracture or skull fracture tolerances. So what you see, the portion at the back of your skull is called the occiput bone. So that bone, if you put your hand on the back of your head, is your occiput. So we're looking at occiput impacts. And what you can see is that when they took cadaver skulls and dropped them from as low as 40 inches onto a hard surface, they were getting linear fractures. And you can see even at 40 inches, there is called a stellate fracture. Stellate means star-like. You get a fracture that goes out like a star. So even at a 40-inch drop height, you have sufficient force when landing on a hard surface to cause skull fracture and a level 3 type skull fracture. So Mr. O'Keefe, again, is 73 inches tall. His occiput is about 4.6 inches down from the top of his skull. That means it would fall a total of about 73 minus 5 would be 68. So just under 6 feet. So 72, 4 inches under, so 5 foot, 8 inches is the fall height. What is data showing that even at a fall height as low as 40 inches onto a hard surface, you can get fairly severe skull fractures.
Thank you. Dr. Welcher, regarding your third part of your analysis, did you come to a conclusion to a reasonable degree of engineering uncertainty whether or not the defendant's Lexus collided with Mr. John O'Keefe on the evening of January 29, 2022, around 12:32 a.m.?
Yes.
Before you give me your opinion, I'd like you to share with the jury what that opinion is based on.
Sure. So it's based on the 130 slides you've seen, based on my personal inspection of the Lexus, the correlation of the text stream data with the infotainment data, as well as Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone data. It's looking at, I guess, where the taillight wasn't broken. It's looking at the physical evidence at the scene in terms of taillight fragments, glass fragments, red color in the snow. We have the cell phone data, the location and position of the arm lacerations, the air temperature at the time indicative of sufficient to freeze, the location of the fracture on the back of his head relative to the scientific literature, my testing of forces available falling onto a hard surface, published science, on the fracture forces associated with falls. And, I'm sorry, I'm reading from my report. I'm reading from my report.
Can you answer without reading from your report?
Probably it's more complete if I read my report.
Any objection, Mr. Leslie?
I do on this question, Your Honor, reading from a report to this question. So I'm hearing reference to data.
So, I not to read, don't read from your
Okay.
report.
Okay, Dr. Rutcher, let me ask you again. Based on your analysis, data available, reviews, study, based on the fact that you are an accident reconstructionist and a biomedical engineer, have you reached an opinion to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty whether the defendant's Lexus struck Mr. John O'Keefe on January 29, 2022, around 12:32 a.m.?
Yes.
And could you share the bases of your opinion before I ask you your ultimate opinion?
Sure. So again, you've seen my slide presentation. I've inspected the Lexus. I've looked at where it wasn't damaged. I've inspected the taillight. I got an exemplar Lexus. I ran lower speed contacts to verify that the injury pattern and location on the arm is consistent with the height and orientation of the taillight. I have looked at fracture tolerance data for falling backwards onto hard surfaces. I've looked at the metrics of where his injuries were and what injuries he didn't sustain. I've looked at the cell phone data, and then I've looked at Miss Reed's interviews as well.
Based on all the evidence you considered, could you share with the jury what your opinion is to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty about whether the defendant's Lexus struck Mr. O'Keefe on January 29, 2022, around 12:32 a.m.?
Objection, Your Honor.
Going to another.
I can answer. Yes, based on the totality of the evidence, DNA, everything I've talked about, that is consistent with that happening with a reasonable degree of scientific certainty. That is what happened.
Objection, move to strike, Your Honor.
So I'm going to strike that. I want to see conflicts out of just.
So I understand that objection.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I want to get a law school degree and practice for a year just so I can open a bar called the Sidebar.
The sidebar.
Yeah. The Sidebar. Yeah.
Man. Whew.
So one topic tonight is the voir dire. Anything of note that I'll go back and rewatch it at high speed, but anything of note in the voir dire today?
Why?
And then,
I don't even understand why. It was a very short voir dire, and it was essentially to they were concerned. Obviously, didn't want him to incorporate Burgess's
yeah,
new,
and that's
new
what they
findings.
mentioned was they mentioned
Right.
that. So
And that obviously he was allowed to use Burgess's findings, so the judge found nothing of concern there. But they were essentially trying to insinuate that he had received direction from the Commonwealth to change his report, which was not accurate. So
right, okay.
This is a big waste of time, really.
Was it changed about the time variance, or what was the change that they were supposedly
It's
requested?
the time variance, and like he explained on voir dire and has been explained in court by Hank Brennan and Burgess and now Welcher as well. It's not that it was changed; it was refined. So Burgess's findings, his report, helps make that data helps make the overall picture clearer as far as that time variance. But it's still within the window that he had in his reports initially, right? So it's just a narrowing in. That's all.
Right. Voice of reason. I believe it's 8 o'clock, but they actually didn't say in the message what time I'll be on. So it's either the 8 or 9 o'clock segment. I will be on with Nick, Joe, and Peter. Peter seems like a nice guy, but this guy just seems hapless to me. I don't really understand the purpose of him. But
is he the one that comes on and just says ridiculous things like?
Yes. Doesn't really know the case. And
yeah,
I don't mean to be not nice. He seems, but
no,
it's just,
no.
I don't care. I'm
on
not nice.
point.
I think he sounds ridiculous. I can't even, like, he sounds like, oh, they clearly framed her. Like, you're a lawyer, my dude. Come on. I mean, so a lot of the other lawyers at least know to tone it back, except for that woman with the dreads. I don't know her name, but she's off the rails too. She just freaks out about nothing. I think even the kookier lawyers look at her at what? Oh gosh, what is her name? It'll come to me. I can't remember it now.
I usually only watch the ones that I'm in, so I've never been on with her, so I don't know who that is.
She's a little bit more dramatic than Elikin, but like in the same vein of just like so unapologetically Karen Reed. Dr. Is she a doctor? Janine Driver. I don't even think she's a doctor. Janine Driver, that body language expert.
I love it when Joe Krowski starts going after the body language people. The look on Vinny's face, it's great.
Oh my God.
Oh,
She's
yeah.
like, but she went on the last time they had her on, she veered completely off of even pretending to be an impartial, professional, and was just like, they clearly framed her. Why would she lie about any of this? Like that, you just proved how unscientific your entire shtick is, Janine.
Right.
Oh man.
I don't know. I kind of see the body language experts as kind of like, tea leaf readers. I don't put much stock in it. It's
At least some of them try to be somewhat critical, and Janine Driver. I gotta find. I'll show you the clip. Like she literally went on this whole thing about her personal opinion and how there's no way that Karen would be that is guilty and that she was clearly framed, and why would she even lie about any of this? It was like such a
Why would a murder defendant lie?
Right.
Whoa! Mind blown.
Her voice took like a shrill desperation at some point too, where you could just feel how badly she wanted to be known. Like, please, free Karen Reed, follow me too. Like, I was pathetic. It was pathetic.
Pandering. Yeah, that's pretty weak.
I just can't stand the people that argue like, oh, it's because she's innocent. That's why she's talking. Innocent people talk. I'm like, shut the fuck up.
Like, why would she admit that they were angry if she did it? Like, because she knew the voicemails were going to come out the adult.
Right.
Here's the question: if innocent people talk, why would an innocent person talk like a guilty person? Tell me that.
Right.
Because the shit she says don't make her look good. She sounds like a crazy guilty woman. So I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, she did that whole documentary to try to like sell her story, and then little did she know that she connected to the Wi-Fi 5 minutes too early, and now that entire documentary is garbage.
Right.
She's an idiot.
There is a behavior, this thing called the behavior panel. It's like 4 body language experts that are on YouTube. They're actually pretty good. Not within reason. They go to like it is kind of to a certain extreme voodoo, and you go too far with your conclusions, but they're pretty good. They're pretty. They have done the Karen Reed case too, but I mean, I think they're at least interesting, some of their analysis.
They all think she's lying, and you should see their comments. They're like, "You're in on it. You're lying. You guys are idiots. You don't know anything about this case." I'm like, they're body language experts. She makes it very obvious when she's lying.
Yeah, you don't need to be an expert.
Like,
She stutters, she stammers, she doesn't answer questions directly, she over explains things, and most
Duper's delight.
Yeah, she contradicts herself constantly. Like, I mean,
right? Yeah, she says things like she hit him. I mean, holy shit!
Even in like the ID documentary, one sentence she's saying that it was her glass that he took out of the car, and then in the next breath, she's saying it was his cup that he took out of waterfall. Like, she is just so deranged. She can't even get her lies straight.
That's the problem with lying, is a reflex, right? You got to be accountable for every lie you put out there. You got to keep an eye on it. And if it's a reflex, like you're a pathological nutter, it's easier said than done, right? It's very difficult to.
My favorite is her text about Higgins, where she was like, I never touched Higgins. He was always hitting on me. And then the texts come out. Like, there was a text between her and Natalie, I think. And
but I mean, that's how much of a liar she is. She's like, I would totally admit to it because it would help with motive, but it's not true at all. And then it's like, well, it turns out it was true.
And then it turns out true.
Yeah.
She was sweating his nuts. She was sweating that salami.
Is she from the Costanza stool? Like, it's not a lie if you believe it. Does she believe her lies?
I think that's part of what's up there. Yeah, I think so.
She doesn't even know what the truth is ever.
No.
Like, she's
it's
just
flexible,
lost.
right?
Yeah.
The truth is flexible.
So that's kind of a variation of she believes it.
I mean, I think
she believes
in order to operate, yeah, in order to operate with her lies, she needs to, I kind of method act it to a degree. Like she has to buy into it for the performance alone. Whether she comes unglued in the middle of the night when no one's around, I don't know. But I think in order to sort of get through the day with your mountain of lies, you're going to have to pretend that you believe it's reality.
I mean, she believes she should get away with it. I think that's the bottom line.
Yes, I think she's entitled that way. She believes she's too good to go to prison. She's not like those people that go to prison.
Right.
People other than people like me. She's got that superiority complex going on, real hardcore.
So is there a new distance now calculated as to that she went backwards in reverse compared to the last trial?
Oof.
Not exactly, other than they can't really determine because the car was still moving when the event ended.
Right.
Yes. Right.
I think last trial they said 60 feet, but I don't know if that was in total or what.
Right.
But now they're saying she went forward 35 feet, and then
was it forward 50 back 30 ish? Like I'm kind of.
I thought it was 59 back or something, which is not that far off, but
something like that.
I've tried to explain to people in the past that from the moment of the trigger event, you only get 5 seconds in going backwards, and the pedestrian strike was 4 seconds into it, and she never had hit the brakes by the time the data ended.
Right.
Anyone, don't do any independent research.
53 feet, Karen says.
If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case, please disregard it and let us know.
If you happen to talk to Turtle Boy.
Oh, goddamn. Yeah, right.
Oh, I'm sorry. We're starting an hour late tomorrow. Is that what this is?
Oh.
So,
good to know.
It's not going to be a off day.
10 o'clock tomorrow. We'll see you at 10 o'clock. The court officers will tell you about your specific directions.
Unless he's going to look up this guy's LinkedIn. Yeah, probably.
So is this the last witness for the prosecution, do you guys think?
I've heard that, but I think they're missing all of the camera footage from the next morning, which came in through Tully or Garino last time. But Garino's done. So I think Tully maybe. And Flamati, he mentioned in opening statements. He hasn't testified. I think that might be like a good way to wrap it up is like have Flamati remind them that she was saying, I hit him at the scene,
Right. We got some more clips, don't we? Right? Please tell me we have clips.
Oh, the jury's been
Dr.
dismissed.
Welcher can step down. I know he has to come back and have his equipment.
So just leave everything here.
And then you'll come back in 5 minutes.
Roger.
All right. Yes, please. All right. So, Mr. Alessi, I will hear you as to your objection.
Thank you, Your Honor. Would you like me to go to the podium or stand?
Right there's fine, and let's try and wrap this all up by 4 because I've already heard you at sidebar.
Yeah, hurry up, Alessi.
That means both of you I'll hear from within the next 5 minutes. Go ahead, Mr. Alessi.
Thank you, Your Honor. The point number 1 is the question of whether, based on a reasonable degree of scientific or engineering certainty, he has an opinion whether a collision occurred. I'm going to give a dramatic and accurate example that happens in courts all the time equivalent. So by analogy, if the issue is whether or not a defendant has stabbed an individual and caused a certain event, that is the ultimate question for the jury. That question is never permissible in a trial. By analogy, this is the exact analogous situation. The question of whether there was a collision is the ultimate question for the jury. That is why we are having this trial. The defense strongly asserts there was no collision, and there is substantial evidence to that. We are going to cross-examine Dr. Welcher. We are going to put in our own strong case to demonstrate no collision occurred. That's no surprise. It was in our opening statement. This witness cannot, by precedent for years, opine on the ultimate question that is going to the jury. I accept, subject to evidentiary issues, the two questions that a biomechanist always answers in these situations. Is the damage to the vehicle consistent with a pedestrian hitting the vehicle? And are the injuries to the individual consistent with being hit by a motor vehicle? Those are the questions that are permissible, not the collision question. It is resoundingly improper in this trial, in any trial where that is the ultimate conclusion for the jury. Yes, an expert can offer opinions, but every expert is bounded by the extent of their opinion, and that opinion on whether there was a collision would invade the province of the jury and the whole purpose why we are here, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Brennan.
So what Mr. Lisi is arguing is that in their opening statement, they repeatedly invaded the province of the jury because they must have asserted vehemently over and over again there was no collision, over and over and over again. And he just told you that when his expert takes the stand, they'll have abundant evidence that there was no collision. This case is about the collision, but that is not the ultimate issue. The ultimate issue is manslaughter or mens rea for second-degree murder, not collision. They don't get to define the prosecution's case. They do not get to define or limit the prosecution's opinions. They have no case law. They have no study. They have no jurisdiction or jurisprudence to say what we are limited to. He's entitled to an opinion. His opinion is not limited to whether or not the defendant struck Mr. O'Keefe. That evidence is obvious. It's not whether or not there's damage to the car or Lexus. That evidence is obvious. He also is an enormous part of a biomedical engineer and an accident reconstructionist. He studied the tech stream data. They didn't, he did. And he's entitled to give an opinion. The tech stream data, based on fact and science and data, tells us when, if you put it together with other evidence, and where, when you contribute it with other evidence, this collision actually occurred. We don't have to play peekaboo and close our eyes to the reality of the fact that the evidence supports the conclusion to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty that the defendant struck Mr. O'Keefe with her Lexus in front of Fairview Road. I am not interjecting the defendant. I always refer to her car, so it is sanitized, her Lexus. I've been careful about that. I don't have to, but I'm very careful about it. He is relying on the tech stream data, the physical evidence, his independent studies. He is allowed to offer an opinion about whether the injuries are consistent with the damage to the car, whether the damage to the car is consistent with the injury to Mr. O'Keefe. And he's also allowed to answer, in his opinion, the issue of a collision, putting aside the fact that that was emphasized and repeated in the opening statement, and it's going to happen again when other people testify. It's not our fault that ARCA didn't testify or look into the tech stream data, or they don't have an expert for it. It doesn't belittle or limit that evidence. We expect to ask Dr. Welcher, does he have an opinion to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty whether the defendant's Lexus collided with Mr. O'Keefe on January 29, 2022, around 12:32 a.m. That is one of the opinions we're going to ask him, nothing to do with the ultimate opinion of guilt or innocence, or whether it's manslaughter or there's mens rea for second-degree murder.
And what was your second? You said that's one of the opinions you're going to ask him. What else are you
I
looking
will
at?
also ask him about the consistent with, whether the injuries are consistent with.
With what?
I'm going to ask him after this part about the difference between a clip or a side swipe as opposed to a full-on injury, pedestrian collision from a front or back of a bumper. And there are further slides to emphasize that point. And so there'll be an opinion regarding that as well.
And you,
Consistency with a side swipe or a clip.
okay, so this is not the end of Dr. Welch's testimony. He's just moving on to another area.
It's close, but it's not the end.
Okay. Go ahead. Yeah.
Your Honor, here's a case. Attorney Brennan said, go to case, well, here it is. Commonwealth v. Coleman, 366 Mass 705. And it stands for the proposition exactly that I articulated. I won't repeat it. Secondly, Your Honor, we practice what we preach. I have the ARCA report right in front of me. And I have the report of.
Is that a new one or is that
This is the new one.
Okay.
It's also, the old one is the same. So either one is the same. They do not, Mr. Brennan incorrectly said what our experts are going to do. I don't know why he did that because he has these in writing. Neither Dr. Wolf or Dr. Rentschler talk about a collision or conclusion. It's consistency. It's those two questions I said at sidebar. And for reference, Your Honor, for the most recent is page 15. There is no.
I don't have that report, so I'd like a copy of that report.
Your Honor, a copy, and I also, Your Honor, refer Your Honor to ARCA's existing report, which I'm going to do from memory. I think it's February of 2024 that was done for the U.S. Department of Justice and FBI, where they basically said and gave opinions on those two items I spoke to you at sidebar. So Attorney Brennan is incorrect when he says what our experts are going to say or not. We've already committed in writing to what they're going to say. We're consistent. We practice what we preach.
All right. So we will discuss this tomorrow before we start. I'll tell you my ruling tomorrow before we start. I need to go back and see what exactly came in to evidence today. All right. So I'll see you in the morning.
All right.
I don't know if I'd be saying we practice what we preach on that side of the aisle, man. I mean, when you preach lies, what are you practicing?
I believe I can explain this argument, but I think it would be better served for all of us if we let Kate do it, because I think she can explain it better. So go ahead, Kate, if you're with us.
No, I see what they're arguing here. So essentially, they don't want, and I knew that this was the vein of the objection as soon as they went up. As soon as it came out, I was like, oh, there we go. They don't want an expert to give an opinion. This is what happened, right?
Yeah.
They want the jury to determine it. However, in the case, I can see Brennan's argument too. It's a little bit different than him saying, in my opinion, the defendant in a drunken rage backed up her car and killed Mr. O'Keefe. That's, not what he's saying exactly. It's his opinion that a collision did in fact occur. The defense wants to use that sort of as the mechanism for determining her guilt or innocence. Well, guilt or not guilty, because you never found her innocent. But Brennan's argument is that that's not really the question at hand. It's, was it manslaughter, or was it, does it the mens rea, which is the intent, the mindset necessary for murder too. That's what he's saying it is. Yeah.
Well said.
What do you think, Kevin?
I'm glad I deferred to you, but yeah, it seems like there is a you're not allowed to say this person is guilty of this crime, right? So you really have to tailor if you're an expert, you're tailoring your answer to something very specific. And so here in this case, there was a collision with a pedestrian, is what he's kind of splitting hairs, saying, well, we don't know, he's not saying that Karen did it. He's not addressing whether or not she's guilty of anything. He's just saying the evidence is there was a collision between the Lexus and a pedestrian based on the evidence and at roughly such and such a time. Georgia Mom, thank you very much. Appreciate it. And obviously we gotta put something together and get Kate a better computer for her video rendering, so she won't have to go through those nightmares last night. So I'm gonna work on that. We need Kate's edit. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, I was kind of shocked. So ARCA still is not using the text stream. Like, that is wild to me, if that's gonna be the case.
Yeah, I caught that too. Like, oh my Lord.
What? They're gonna get destroyed. Like, Wolf has a paper on why the text stream is the most important thing. Like, what?
Yeah.
So she's going down. Like, I mean, damn, ARCA is gonna make an ass out of themselves in this case.
Yeah, how do they justify to a jury that you didn't look at the most important piece of data? And you could have justified
After a
last
year.
year. Last year you could have said, well, the feds didn't give it to us, but they've done new
Right.
analysis now, so there's no way to justify it.
I can't even believe that. I mean, maybe he's talking about their old report. I would hope. I just can't even fathom how they can justify that.
Yeah.
What a joke.
So so obviously there's still some more witnesses to come, but this was the close to the grand finale. Is the prosecution, did they prove their case at this point beyond a reasonable doubt?
Oh yeah. In my opinion, man. Oh yeah. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, she was in that vehicle. That vehicle struck John. The timeline lines up. The text stream lines up with his phone, last movements, her trigger event. And then, I mean, the physical evidence too on site. The shards of taillight, the microscopic pieces of taillight in his clothing.
Yeah.
The phone found underneath of him. I mean, it's a pile of evidence. She is toast.
What about the CSI effect that the note that Catherine, I forget her name, the note my objection lawyer talks about? I find it interesting. Anybody want to talk about the CSI effect and how that's impacting jury expectations now? And is that a factor here?
I'm assuming you mean the effect being that television has warped people's views on reality. Yeah. I could see that playing and causing a bit of an effect, but that only goes so far, right? You know, your expectations for Hollywood to be reality is one thing. I'm sure some of them might ponder that, like, why isn't there, you know, a 3D model of it happening step by step? You know, why don't they have that? I think again, just for lack of a better phrasing, the mountain of evidence, I think that it's just so overwhelming that I don't see it being all that much of a factor in the end of their deliberation. I don't think so. I would hope.
Anyone else? Anyone else have any thoughts on that? Because I think interesting.
Honestly, that's probably, I mean, the fact that there is sort of that expectation, data driven forensics, all that with juries is a strength for this case for the prosecution, because that's what it's built on. They have a tremendous, think about how many highly technical, detailed reports and experts they've had come in now, right? Dr. Wolf, Burgess, Dr. Welcher, the DNA from Bodie. I mean, just the microscopic taillight pieces. I mean, those pictures were powerful from the microscope, right? I think it was pretty highlighted. I think that there's a lot of just forensics involved in this, and I think that's what juries look for.
Yeah, I mean, how did we solve hit and runs 20 years ago? I don't even know. Maybe it was like if you found a piece of the car on the body, that would kind of give it away, right? And then you find the car with the matching damage. But it's like the amount of stuff that people want in this case, it's like no matter what, they just keep moving the goalpost. Well, I don't understand how it happened. It's like, it's not for you to understand. Like, how did her car get banged up? Like, you can put two and two together. You're not a child. Grow up. Like, I'm so sick of these people. It's like, what do they think, that these Lexuses are running around just spontaneously ejaculating taillight all over people? Like,
right.
Like, what is going on?
That's a weird thought.
Maybe there's a button where you press it and it's like ejaculate taillight now.
I'm afraid of my car now.
No shit. Yeah, right. Not walking behind my car no more.
Is there kind of two different approaches to presenting evidence? So on the one hand, there's the way of giving the evidence that positively shows what happened, right? And then there's another way, that Sherlock Holmes method of eliminating all the impossible until all you have is one thing left. Which is, and so most cases maybe are more the latter, and this is, you're not going to have that one smoking gun thing like you might have with a bunch of witnesses or a video that shows it. And here you have this careful, methodical effort by Hank Brennan and by Dr. Welcher to just eliminate all the other possibilities where there's nothing left. Is that what we're looking at here?
He brought lasers, Kevin. He brought lasers. Okay, I'm still impressed. Still impressed with the lasers.
Yeah, I mean, the elimination factor, I think that's how you even conduct an investigation. So usually it's like you always look at the significant other first, you rule them out.
Yeah.
And if that's the path that you can't rule out, then you keep looking at that. And that's what happened in this case. She was saying I hit him at the scene. She was talking about a broken taillight. The pieces were found at the scene. Like, this is not rocket science, and people want it to be something that it's not. They want it to be a cover up so bad, they're willing to like ignore common sense and evidence and just say everyone's in on it. And that's such a cop out, because it's like you can ignore all the evidence if you just think everyone's corrupt and everyone's lying and everyone's planting things, but that's not reality.
Right.
No, it's cartoon.
Yeah, if everybody's corrupt, there can't be a police investigation. There can't be a prosecution because you can't trust anybody.
Why have court? Yeah. I mean, how far is it going to go? You can't trust nobody ever for anything. I mean, it's just ridiculous.
And that's where some people are coming from too, because they're like, well, did you know about Sandra Birchmore? And they don't know any of the evidence in this case at all. They're just like, well, cops are bad, so they framed her. It's you mental midget. Like, please eat some more vegetables, touch some grass. You're a moron. And I can't believe people like you are allowed to vote or drive a car.
Yeah,
I can tell you this too. So, like,
reproduce.
So a couple years ago, when we were doing a show on Birchmore, we had people reaching out to us from the Stoughton Police Department, anonymous, not wanting to go public, but they believed that Birchmore was killed by Farwell, their coworker. So they were good cops and wanted to get to the truth of it. And I think that there's no evidence at this point that there was any cover up there. There may or may not have been a sloppy investigation. Certainly, there was a very effective federal investigation that uncovered the truth there. So, but there were, even in that case, there were good cops who cared about justice there. And the Stoughton, actually, the Boston Globe, which I'm normally no fan of, did a really good article on the investigation. I think it was last September, and they probably the most in-depth reporting on that. Most of the useful stuff we know is from that. But that that the Stoughton police chief had put the deputy in charge, a special task force to try to get to the bottom of it, and gave him the power of hiring private investigators. And it's vague at this point, but all indications are they were doing this in cooperation with Trooper Garino of the state police. And eventually, there's no indication that there was any opposition between them and the feds, that they cooperated with the feds. We may learn otherwise down the road, but there's been no indication from the feds. The feds are the system worked the way it was supposed to. The feds had the resources that the state and the local police didn't have, and came in and made sure this got done properly. Like I said, we may learn more, but that seems to have been what happened here.
I do find it interesting that people are ready to convict him without any evidence at all. They didn't see the metadata for that video of him walking into the goddamn apartment building, but they trust that. And it's like, it's just like, some people are just so gullible. It's like, there's literally, I'm not saying that I support Matthew Farwell or whatever, but I'm just saying, like, the way that they approach that, they just automatically accept he's guilty. He did it. I saw a video of him walking into an apartment building. They have no idea, like, did they check the metadata? Was it tampered with? Like, they're not questioning any of the evidence in that case, but why is it in this case? Because Karen Reed, they already created the parasocial relationship with her. They identify with her because they're probably drunk ratchet women too. And they think if they drive and run someone over, they should be able to get away with it, or say it's an accident, get a slap on the wrist. They don't think they should be charged with murder just because they had an entire bottle of vodka in 2 hours. I mean, please let me get away with it.
Do you think they would dispute the data with Farwell if, like, for instance, they had the same kind of data they have here, right? Do you think they'd squabble over 10, 20, or even 30 seconds of the timeline lining up with him murdering a woman? Like, they would. They'd go, no, of course he did it. It's right here. They're squabbling over seconds, and they're not looking at I wouldn't even say the big picture. It's a massive picture. I don't know how they miss it.
It's their bias. They can't look past the bias. I think
that's how strong it is.
They've already decided on Matthew Farwell, so he's guilty. Everything that comes out, they're just going to accept it. Karen's not guilty. It's like, it's exactly what a jury shouldn't do, or you shouldn't.
Another thing on the Birchmore thing is that a lot of people, including Grant and other people, keep insisting that the federal investigation into Karen Reed was pretextual or something like that as an excuse to look into Birchmore. But the Birchmore murder took place a year before John O'Keefe's death. However, the federal investigation into Birchmore was launched a year after the investigation into the death of John O'Keefe. So there's really no known connection there. And I spoke a couple of times at length to former U.S. Attorney Rachel Rollins, and my sense of her was that she was being honest with me. And, not that she told me everything, but she wasn't in the loop on a lot of these things. She did send a letter to the Stoughton police chief asking if they wanted help on the investigation. So the feds are driven by headlines, and there was something there. But at the time, it sounds like the police chief denied that help. So we may learn more about this going down. But Rachel Rollins was out of the loop on anything that was going on with the Karen Reed case. They went directly to Josh Levy, Karen. So
yeah, and wasn't Levy new on the scene? He was trying to make his bones. He was firing probes off all over the place. I mean, what was that they managed to get some of the state troopers on? It was pretty minor, some kind of racket.
what was it, the licensing thing or
that's it. Yeah,
something.
the licensing,
Yeah.
I believe. Yeah,
Yeah.
and I mean, and this BS about corruption on this case. I mean, the feds turned over, was it 3,000 plus pages, and in none of those pages was any evidence of corruption with the investigation. They found mean words in text messages or group messages, but yet those still scream, "Oh my God, there's this whole case is corrupt." Same people who put all their faith in the FBI probe to begin with. So what are you saying the FBI is in on it, or are you now changing your opinion? You're saying the FBI previously were infallible and now they don't know what they're doing. Do you think they're like what is the stance now? Again, like you said, Matt, just shifting the goalpost. When you're backed into a corner with logic and truth, you gotta move the post, and you got nothing left.
I've been banging the drum on the Fed thing for a long time, as everybody knows, and I'm still working behind the scenes with Kate and lawyers and other people. I believe that to have a federal government that is largely unaccountable to anybody, which is what is the case in this case here, and is interfering in a state's murder case. You can see how angry the judge was about this, and very inappropriate communications with Karen's defense team, with her experts, with Karen. The smoking gun is out there now. It's no longer speculative. The fact that Dr. Wolf said that they were breaking sequestration order during the last trial to give them that to give them information about someone has to get to the bottom of this, because innocent people have had their lives upended and largely destroyed, and in no small part to what the federal government did.
Completely on note to dry. Yeah,
yeah,
I agree.
I mean,
I agree 100% with you, Kevin. 100%.
It's be one thing if they were just duped, and then they did their due diligence by doing an investigation and then came clean.
Right.
None of that happened. There was a strange levels of communication. Why would they be communicating with Dr. Wolf? Why would Why were they telling Karen's team when? Why were they telling Karen's team when their grand jury witnesses were going to testify, when they certainly knew that those witnesses were being hounded and harassed by Karen and Turtle Boy? Why would they do something like that? It's inappropriate. It's misconduct, and
it's corruption.
The idea that it's corruption. We don't know what kind of corruption, but are we not supposed to want to get to the? And why is the media has no interest in getting to the bottom of this? And so I feel frustrated because I'm just a little YouTube guy and I don't know how to find the right lever to move the mountain, and it's been a source of frustration for me.
Yeah, the harassed witnesses definitely deserve a word in public from the feds. That's for sure.
And the family. I mean,
they could have quelled that, and the family. Yeah, they could have quelled the harassment. They could have easily helped with that, but they didn't by keeping silent. They just sat back and watched it happen. Cover your own ass, right? At any expense. That's not right. No.
I mean, this mistrial was a result of the Fed interference. Like, they would not have had any of the texts. They wouldn't have had ARCA. ARCA seems like it was a last-ditch effort to find something to give her, to help her. And then they're like following the case and like looking at what people are saying and feeding ARCA information. It's corruption. Like, whatever the goal was, like whoever had to deal with who, or whether they're just friends, or I don't believe that it probably was someone at the top that was dictating it. And, are they ever going to be held accountable? Probably not. I mean, I think Josh Levy is the one that has some answering to do, but I don't think he's going to do it.
Right.
'Cause
You have
he's a
to make them.
coward.
Who's gonna make them? You know, it's you got the OIG and you got the ethics office. They could do. They're the ones that brought down Rachel Rollins. You know, they could do an investigation here, but you know, it's dirty up at that level. Why did they? You know, that whole thing. And I'm not saying that Rachel didn't deserve to get brought down or something, but the stuff that she did. I'm on the opposite political spectrum, but I remember reading that article back then, and I was like, what is going on? I did a video on it. This is back in May of 2023. What is going on here? Why did they take this down for something that most of these people do? Certainly every Democrat I've ever heard of does. And they're just petty political stuff that was going on. And I just, what is really going on here? And we now know that Josh Levy was cooperating with those probes. He was ambitious, wanted that job, and competed with Rachel Rollins for it from the outset. And, so, made sure that he got the job. Again, not justifying anything that she did, but is that similar investigation going to go on now with much more egregious, light years more egregious wrongdoing by Josh Levy and his team? And those people that he worked with, his top assistant U.S. attorneys, they're still in that office. They're not working at Ropes and Gray. They're high up in the office of the U.S. attorney's office. What else are they up to?
Right.
I don't know. All right, guys. Well, anybody else want to kick anything else today, or we put in a long day, you guys?
Yeah, it was a long day.
Womp womp.
I'll look forward to you on Court TV tonight, Kevin. I'm close to writing a petition to take Vinnie Politan off the air, but I'll see how I can tonight.
So, I mean, I just to say on that, and I'm not just being this because I go on the show. I do think there's a value to having. Listen, I don't think he's free Karen Reed. I think knows where the audience is, but which is slightly different. But I do think that there is a value to having a show that at least gets both sides, to get people out of their echo chambers. So, is it how I would run it? No, but I mean, it's I'm not in that world. I'm not in that. It's entertainment at the end of the day. So.
Yeah.
How do they walk that line? And but at least I do think there's a value in getting, like, where else can you go where you're going to get two different sides in the same room? It's,
TikTok. Just kidding.
Is that where it's all going down? TikTok.
Yeah,
it is. It's where all hell breaks loose. But
is there a channel there where they're getting that kind of both? Or you're just talking about like chat?
There's like rooms like this.
Yeah.
I get kicked out of a lot of them, but there's an attempt at some point to have the conversation. I think I don't know. Some of them are good, but sometimes it's like people just keep bringing up the goddamn Collins Knuckles, or like, why did they sell the house? Like ignoring all the evidence. And it's so frustrating. I just want to choke them. Because it's like, how do you think investigations are solved? Is it solved by asking these like questions that mean nothing, or following the evidence? And it's just like, I don't know. There's like also a TikTok channel called Boston Funny now, and they have all these like Boston, it's AI, it's like all these Boston people that are like, but what about the dog? Like just asking stupid questions like that. But the kid's knuckles, completely ignoring all of the actual evidence and just asking all those dumbass questions that a lot of people are just asking. Like it's in a loop. Like they are just like I don't even know.
It's Groundhog's Day. Yeah.
But it's funny.
So I just got another message. Somebody had reached out to me from some group that I don't know exactly how to describe this, but they get the rights, not the rights, but they have some kind of broadcast rights to stream channels like ours on streaming platforms on TV, like Roku and stuff like that. So they want to meet with me, and so after I talk to them, I want to talk to Matt and anybody else that we work with that has their own channel, like Jen, and Kate, and just see if there's anything of interest in it for us. I don't know. So what their point was that they claim that 80% of the podcast market is now on YouTube. Now, I don't know if that's true or not, but the podcast that people have commonly and it's still a huge market for this is the people that get those audios, but they were saying that YouTube is where it's heading because people want to see something on their screen and the person talking to them and stuff like that. So I don't know. There could be something there to it. So I will, if you're interested, Matt, and talk to you about it. And once they talk to me and see if that's something that you're interested in bringing to your channel. I think what it is you'd be basically giving them a percentage of your AdSense, but in exchange they'll have an app for your channel, and you'll get potentially a little bit more exposure. We don't get much money from AdSense. You got to be getting, I think I get like 60 cents a month. You have to be getting like hundreds of thousands of views. So if they want to take
that's
half
like
my
$100
AdSense,
Canadian, Kevin. Don't that's 50 cents, brother. I could buy me half a house over here. Telling you.
So, but I think that the media landscape is going to change with this. I know I find myself, I watch more YouTube, way more YouTube than Netflix. And,
me too.
You know, so I don't know exactly how it's, and you look at Court TV, they're on our Verizon system, but it doesn't feel like it's a real channel. It's not in high def. It's, so I don't know. I don't know. I think there's something there we can potentially get together on, platform maybe put a bunch of our shows together on one platform or something like that. I don't know. We can explore these things. There's got to be something will evolve into something interesting eventually.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you guys. I appreciate everybody being here. You guys did a great job. Thanks. I got one more day of treatment. That's tomorrow. It's late in the day though, so I'll just miss the end of the show. And looks like this case is going to be possibly in deliberation next week, right?
Could be. Could be. Yeah. Yeah.
All right.
I think it depends on how long the defense case takes.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
They
Don't
might be
forget
like,
the Alessi effect, Kevin.
we have nothing.
Alessi
We have
effect.
nothing. It
Real.
might get to them. It might be like,
We had more sidebars than trial today, right?
Seemed that way. Yeah.
Yeah. So in Boston, what had happened was this morning, someone had first gave us the heads up here. There was a wrestling match or something between a crazy person that attacked there's a lot of construction going on outside MGH. And there's they wrestled with a police officer and got the police officer's gun. And then the person who was the crazy person got shot. But so all the streets were blocked off around MGH. You couldn't get near it. They were literally, police were blocked. You couldn't even walk down that street, the main street in front of it. I had to walk there and I couldn't down that particular street. I had to find a side way in, but it was all chaos there. So you never know in Boston.
No kidding.
Yeah. All right, guys. Well, thank you very much for being here. Let's end the show, and I will set up tomorrow's show, and we'll see everybody tomorrow.
All right. See you tomorrow.
Bye.